Hello and welcome in.
Please do not leave your luggage unattended on the station.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome in, everybody, to our live NFL Draft Watch-Along presented by Johnson Auto Plaza. I'm Liv Moods. That's Brandon Cristal, and that is Shelby Harris. And we will be breaking everything down, reacting just as you are. And then, of course, this live will eventually turn into a Denver Nuggets post-game live, as they do have Game 3 in Los Angeles. But for now, that game has not started, and it is all things NFL Draft. We are actually right now, it's pretty much, it's beginning. It's begun.
Oh, yeah.
Fellas,
The Titans are on the clock.
The Titans are on the clock. Round one, pick one. We are patiently awaiting their decision here. I actually made a video yesterday, I think, that was like talking about what all these teams need. I think every team could probably use a little bit of everything in the offseason. That's just part of the game. But what do you think the Titans need the most, guys?
They do need a lot of everything.
And that's the issue
See?
with the Titans is their rosters in shambles. They need a lot of everything, but the number one thing they need, and they're going to get today, is Cam Ward. They need a quarterback.
There we
Because
go.
after the struggles of Will Levis last year and the
didn't work.
hilarious struggles of just nonstop, just Shaqtin' a fool.
Yep.
I'd say,
Yep.
like Shaqtin' a fool. So that's the issue is they need a quarterback that's going to take care of the ball, and that's what they're going to get in Cam Ward. So it'd be exciting. It's a new day. It's a new future for the Tennessee Titans.
Absolutely.
And Cam Ward may turn out to be a really good quarterback. But it's funny because we're hearing right now that the team that employs Shelby, the Cleveland Browns, got our Browns helmet right behind you there. They are apparently in talks to potentially move back to just acquire more ammo. That they like the idea of Travis Hunter, but they also like adding more pieces and getting more picks. No team needs to do that, I think, more than the Titans. Their roster is not great.
No,
And
not at all.
And if they hit it with Cam Ward, then all of a sudden you might look at them differently, kind of like the way you looked at the Broncos once they added Bo Nix to a roster.
Sometimes a quarterback is really the missing. I think what the point BK is trying to make here is a quarterback doesn't fix everything, but you get yourself a reliable quarterback, and it does feel like the other elements that are maybe broken about a team start to fall into place when you do have someone running your offense that's reliable.
Yeah, you make a great point, but their roster is in shambles.
That's true.
And I think that's what is missing is they need the first 10 picks to fix this roster.
That's true. That's true.
And that's where the issue with the Titans are. So Cam Ward getting drafted to the Titans, well, when he does get drafted to the Titans, unless some
Crazy.
outrageous trade offer gets thrown out there, but he's already behind the 8-ball based off of his team's roster. Most people can't even name, other than they did just sign Tyler Lockett yesterday, but most people can't even name a single receiver on the Titans team.
They still have Calvin Ridley and Treylon Burks. Cam Ward hadn't been doing a great job of disguising where he knew he was going, and it's been a few weeks now at least. But they want to make a good TV show, so just like when the Bengals knew they were taking Joe Burrow, they didn't want you letting everybody know a month early that that's what was happening. And it's the same. The head coach, Brian Callahan, was the OC there in Cincy when they were taking him. But he was on like a Twitch live stream playing video games, just talking, like, name your 4 best running backs in the league. And he's like, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Ty J. Spears. And then they're like, what about your best receivers?
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, well, it's like St. Brown and go down the list, right? A.J. Brown. But then he's like, Treylon Burks. Like, okay, let's calm down. But I'm glad he likes the Titans that he's playing with. This is not a good roster other than Kevin Zeitler up front. Is somebody you got to take a look at?
What is it? The rookie? Well, he was a rookie from Northwestern a couple years ago.
How would you guys rank the coaching staff over in Tennessee? Because that does also
best
matter.
O-line coach in the game.
Oh, and Lloyd Cushenberry.
I'd say best O-line coach in the game, and Bill Callahan. He went to go join his son.
Yeah.
Over in Tennessee.
And he's a great resource there, but you're right.
Yeah, and then just
on defense, they still have Jeffrey Simmons.
They still have Brian Callahan. You know, I mean, he was. A lot of people gave him credit for the way that Cincinnati, you know, the Joe Burrow's development in general. So they have the coaching in place to give Cam Ward what he needs.
I was going to say, so it's not a bad landing spot for him. It doesn't feel like it's going to be wasted. There's a chance that this is not, you know, sometimes you see these really great quarterbacks go to get drafted first overall and they're kind of in a crappy situation because they don't really have any of the pieces around. But to your point, a great O-line coach crucial for a young rookie quarterback.
Yeah, 100%.
Any quarterback,
but
really.
also though, what the biggest thing for a young quarterback is that they're not on a superstar quarterback contract.
Yeah.
So just like you're seeing with the Broncos, they're able to go pay all these other people and build a real team around him.
Yep.
And that's when you're going to see the most success, is when he actually has the supporting pieces to do it.
Yeah, I don't think Will Levis is even on this roster for OTA. I think they may cut Will Levis after they make this.
Why would they ever cut Will Levis?
They still have Brandon Allen. I just don't think they like Will Levis, is the sense I get.
But the thing is, it's cheap labor.
I don't like him either, the way he puts mayo in his coffee.
Yeah,
That's
there's
absolutely
that.
disgusting.
You deserve to have at
but-
least one bad season when you put mayonnaise in your flipping
I'm just
coffee.
looking at the
I'm
rest.
sorry.
I'm just looking at the rest of their roster. And I guess I can't pick on their old line, not knowing them well enough, but Dan Moore's their left tackle. Skoronski Peter is their left guard.
Also, let's talk about Dan Moore, though. That was
Zeitler.
such a big deal when they signed him, because PFF-wise and stats-wise, he was one of the worst tackles in the league.
Mhm.
But then it's all about availability. Like, when is your time to hit free agency?
Yep.
And so he got a huge, 4 for 86 type deal, which is great. I love it when players get paid. But that does not solve their problem at
No.
tackle.
No.
And it doesn't help, because watching Miles do stuff to people, I'm like, all right, not everybody can do that. But then
He's one of one for sure.
Yeah, but when it's the whole league, that's
Right,
when you kind of have the
right.
issue. So, I'm all for him getting his money, and I'm really happy for him getting his money, but that's a short-term answer.
Yeah.
And it's not even an answer
To a long-term
question.
problem.
100%.
Yep. So BK, where are you at with that Titans roster? You think Cam Ward can give them a little bit of juice as
Well,
they go
I
into
like
this season?
Zeitler. JC Latham, I think it's serviceable as the right tackle.
West Dallas, Wisconsin.
Yeah. On defense, though, in addition to Jeffrey Simmons, who's just a really, really good player, he plays the same position as you, and I imagine you've seen him show up every time you're watching an opponent of his, because he's
big as hell.
He's big as hell. He's hard to miss.
He's strong
But
as hell.
they did add
He's
a
a hell of
couple.
a player.
They did add a couple pieces, guys that Shelby knows really well.
Mhm.
Sharing locker rooms with them,
Cody Barton.
and Draymond Jones.
Oh yeah, they did add Draymond.
So Cody Barton and Draymond Jones both there. They added Xavier Woods as well, right? L'Jarius Sneed, they gave all that money to.
And then
like,
so in the year two in the
yeah,
defense, we'll see the change and
Yeah.
hopefully get more acquainted, and he battled the injury bug last year too. So we'll see, how he fits in with this. It's kind of a new defense. You have a new middle linebacker in Cody Barton. You have, like you said, you have Draymond. So you have a bunch of new guys that are going to be key pieces for your defense. And so it'll be very interesting to see how this all works out.
Yeah.
But they're still the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they've got a lot
They
of
still have issues.
They've got a lot of work
Yeah.
to do. So you can see Brian Callahan. If you're watching this, you can't see it. We can see Brian Callahan on the phone. Maybe we're going to split screen. But Brian Callahan, the head coach, and then there's a team president, Chad Brinker, as well as a new GM and Mike Berganzi. But this is one of the worst kept secrets of the draft. We know Cam Ward's going at 1, but then this is where it's about to get interesting, because we're going to find out what is going on with your team, the Cleveland Browns, and can they find a deal they like to get out of 2 and move on from Travis Hunter, potentially, likely, because that's what a team's moving up for. And then how far do they go? We're hearing maybe Jacksonville is banging the phone, real life draft day stuff, because that's what they made that trade with. Kevin Costner, Sonny Weaver, the GM of the Browns, gets a hold of the Jaguars to make that deal. So real life draft day stuff that we'll find out here shortly.
No, but it's just what will happen, the ripple effect if a trade does happen, because then you're going to see teams try to scramble to get Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
Because that changes the game. If Cleveland moves down to 5, they would be in the running for Ashton Jeanty. So then that makes it then New England's 4th pick is up for grabs.
Yeah.
Because a tackle's going to be there. So they have the ability to trade down to 6, 7, and still get a player that they want. So it should be very interesting. And this is kind of what we all been waiting for. And now we have the first pick.
The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in. We are waiting for, I think, what we already know to be true, which is that Cam Ward is likely going to be a Tennessee Titan. And you just hope and pray for Titans fans everywhere that is just enough momentum that they need to have a better season. I think when the bar is set pretty low, which for Broncos country, it felt like the bar was low for a while. So anything better than that felt like a bit of an upgrade. But Cam Ward, we know the type of quarterback that he is. He's exceptional. And it's very clear that the Titans, while needing a lot of different things, certainly need a reliable quarterback. And I think Cam Ward can be that for them. So pick is in. I mean, they're flashing up the freaking stats from the Titans season last year, and yikes. I mean, pretty much bottom of the barrel in everything, defense, offense, you name it, they were having problems. So it does make sense to push for a quarterback, because that is, I would argue, maybe one of the more important positions in terms of having a successful season.
I think it's the most important. I'm not trying to pick on you. Nate Jackson likes to downplay it sometimes, that, oh, you need all these things. But even if you have a great team and your quarterback isn't at least good, you're only going to go so far.
It almost feels impossible.
You know, I don't necessarily always agree with that. I'm a big believer of, like, even if you don't have the best quarterback, as long as you have the best defense and a good run game,
right,
you can still do it. Obviously, you have to have a serviceable quarterback that can still make the throws and still, win you games. But to think that your quarterback has to be your best player to win,
I don't know if they have to be your best player. They just have to be good.
Yeah, I think you get put in you automatically get put at a disadvantage when you don't have a good quarterback.
We can do this
super
fast.
Look at Brock Purdy, though. He's not even one of the top 5 players.
No, but
you know what I mean? And like, they've lived off of their defense and their run game.
It's true.
But he made those throws.
There you go. Cam Ward,
number 1.
Is a Tennessee Titan.
That's not as exciting as what's going down right now. Browns and Jags officially making this trade. You're getting the 5th overall pick, because again, Shelby plays for the Browns.
That's right.
You're also getting their 2nd rounder and their 4th rounder and next year's
their 2026 first.
So
the Browns just came up on draft capital.
And
obviously,
how do you feel about that, Shelby?
You can use that to trade back in.
Yep.
You can use that to load up for next year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it makes sense if you felt like Travis Hunter is a great player, but not somebody that's going to change your team that much. Because obviously the Jags are trading up for Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
That's who they're going for.
Yeah.
And so what this tells me is that they feel like they get more value with the trade than they necessarily would with the player.
Right. And I mean, I'm not even speaking specifically about any particular player, but it feels like the Browns defense is less of a concern than the offense, really. And you've seen a lot of quarterbacks in and out of the Browns organization, whether it be due to injury or whatever. It feels like they're just right there. Like, they just need that one guy that's going to completely shift and alter the culture. And I think Travis Hunter could be that guy, but is he enough? And then you ask yourself the question, if you split him in half, he's going 50 here and 50 there, which is what he has said that he wants to do. Are you really getting that guy all in on one thing that can truly change the culture?
I think what I see is like the best thing that they got is all the draft capital.
Yeah.
Especially after the Deshaun trade and losing all those years of 1st round picks. This is just a step at trying to gain some of it back.
Yep.
And to really, like, for the depth of your team. And, with those picks, you're expecting those to be starters.
Yep.
Those for 1st round picks, you expect them to be starters, day 1 type guys to go in and make a difference. And so that's a great trade. And the 2nd round pick. Right. To get the extra 2nd, that also just shows the Browns are going to be aggressive today.
And so the Browns are picking at 33. They flip. You guys flip with the Titans in the 2nd round because of the way.
They have 33 and 36.
So you have 33 and 36, which is more than enough ammo to go into the 20s. If there's a quarterback that they like, if it's Jackson Dart, if it's Shadur Sanders, maybe they like Tyler Shook and they'll hang tight, get him in the 2nd round. Maybe they like Jalen Milroe. But I'm just saying, if there's another player they like, they can use either or both of those picks and something they just acquired, plus what they already had, to move into the late part of the 1st round. And the reason you do that is so that you can control the quarterback for a 5th year, especially because of the challenges when you're still dealing with Deshaun Watson's contract and what that's going to look like. And you certainly don't need to talk about that. But the point is, we don't know when Deshaun's going to be healthy. They don't know that, because he doesn't know that. Right. And you don't know how. And we know that the contract is obviously going to be fully guaranteed until he's no longer a part of the team. So having the rookie quarterback on a 5th year, 1st round rookie quarterback really gives you 7 years of control if you need it, but gives you that extra year of maneuverability. So I think I won't be surprised if, while you're sitting at home packing for your big trip coming up, when you leave here, we see at the end of the 1st round that the Browns jump back in, potentially, depending on who all's there.
Yeah, I won't be surprised at all.
I figured out who the pink guy is.
Okay, yeah,
It's Travis Hunter.
Okay, so that makes sense.
I told you,
that makes sense. My 6-year-old was watching the draft and said he wants to see where the pink guy goes.
Pink guy is Travis Hunter.
He has seen Travis Hunter play in person a couple times, so there's that.
Also, Lil Wayne is sitting with Travis Hunter.
Well, they're friends now. And I think that's not even true. That is true. But he's also with Lil Wayne's agency.
That's right. That's right. I totally forgot that. That is true.
Yeah. Lil Wayne, I don't know if what his agency, like, where they rank compared to yours at Athletes First or CAA or some of the really big ones. But he's had some really good players have been represented by him.
Yeah.
Who was the big tackle from like Eastern Michigan that you played with that loved making beer? You got him at the end of his career. He was one of Lil Wayne's clients. I was like, how much you talk to Lil Wayne? He's like, I mostly just talk to one of the other agents, even though it's
one of the reps.
You're talking about in Denver?
Yeah, a couple years ago. The big tackle.
From Tampa Bay?
Yeah, maybe.
Dodds? Was it?
No. Big white dude from Michigan.
Oh, big white. Oh.
Big white dude from Michigan.
The pick is in for the Jags. The pick is in.
Okay, this is Travis Hunter. You're not making this move for. You're not making this move for anyone other than. For anyone other than Travis Hunter. And so the Browns obviously feel good about your skill spots and corner when you have Denzel Ward and then you've got a good
Greg
back
Newsome,
end.
we got Martin Emerson. Like we have three good corners, and then also young guys that are chomping at the bit and ready to really make a difference. And so I'm just excited to see just how everything plays out and how every team is trying to get better. And then we always do this whole, these are the team's needs, and we go back to the draft, and then after the draft, we're like, oh, now it's the power ranking. But none of that means anything until we actually get to day one of the season.
Right.
And so it's just the media tour isn't over for these picks. You know what I mean? This is still a long, long process of all the cameras being on them until pretty much week one.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, when looking at Travis Hunter specifically, you also have to find a team for Travis that is ready or has the need to utilize him right away. Not every rookie gets the touches and gets the exposure. I think Travis Hunter, because of his college career and being with Coach Prime's pretty much all of it, he got very familiar with being that guy, the go-to guy. He may have a little bit of a time period there where he's not that guy, not because he's not performing well, but because he's not needed in that way for whatever team drafts him. So you do want to see him go somewhere where he can be utilized and get that exposure right away.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen all the time.
I think this is the most important thing for him is just go somewhere that is focused on making him comfortable.
Yep.
And whatever role he has on that team.
But also challenge him a little bit. Make him a little uncomfortable. I think part of Travis Hunter is he's so stinking good, and he's been so stinking good in a comfortable system. I think you grow the most when you're uncomfortable. So I'd kind of like to see Travis Hunter a little rattled, like make him uncomfortable, force him to do something he doesn't want to do so that you can really see what his potential is.
I know it's a little thing too, but he's a kid that grew up in Florida and Georgia. And we obviously saw the stories this week that his dad, for some undisclosed criminal issues, wasn't able to travel to the Heisman, but was allowed to travel here. Well, now his dad can just drive and watch him play 8 or 9 home games, which is cool, just to be near family. And we know how close, obviously, Florida and Georgia, but that part of North Florida is to Georgia. That's why they do the world's largest cocktail party. World's largest outdoor cocktail party, I should say.
Well, so let's see. What did the Jags make this trade for?
Is that Eric Armstead?
Oh, yes, it is. Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Okay.
He always gives the team's first-round pick. It just would be awkward if the pick was replacing you.
Yeah.
Also, I'm getting a little bit of word here, and BK, you can tell me whether I'm correct or incorrect on this, that the Broncos are trying to move to be.
They want to be in the top 10.
They want to be in the top 10, and
I think
some
that's
people are
gotta
hearing
be for Tyler
8th.
Warren. It's got to be for Tyler Warren, is my guess.
Okay, I'm just
Because
hearing
Jeanty's
that. I'm
not
hearing
getting to 8th,
rumblings.
so
I don't know how legitimate that is, but I'm hearing rumblings on my.
But
phone.
looking at where Travis Hunter is going to have to play, Brian Thomas Jr. had a hell of a rookie year. I think he was
amazing.
He was probably the best offensive rookie. He and Bucky Irving that weren't the two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
He was great. And so you've got a true number one receiver. And then on defense, when you look at their corners, all they have really is Tyson Campbell and some young guys. So I don't know if they want to play him as a starting corner and then mix him in as receiver. It's going to be fascinating to see where Travis Hunter is used early on, let alone,
how he's used.
Yeah. And so
I mean,
Yeah,
do you
but
think do
especially
the
early.
Jags need a corner?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they need a corner.
There you go,
but I think they also
Travis Hunter.
I think they also need a number 2 receiver.
He just saved
Jacksonville.
so much money going to a team in Florida, though.
Yeah.
Jacksonville. There he goes. He's clowning.
His income tax.
Mhm.
Okay,
They
there
also
he
have-
goes.
Okay, so they also still have Gabe Davis.
Yep.
And they have the kid De'Ami Brown. So you can I think you're giving Trevor Lawrence a great weapon that you can play plenty, and then I think you're also adding to a defense that, again, right now it's Tyson Campbell and then it's Jerry and Jones, and the guys backing them up are guys you've never heard of, really.
Oh,
So-
he looks so happy.
As he should.
Oh, I love that.
I have a friend of ours that earlier today showed me a parlay that he had UConn winning and Travis Hunter going second overall. It was a $600 bet to pay like $4,800.
Well, he's
So
feeling
just
good right
won-
about
he just
now,
won
huh?
About $5,000.
All right, Travis. Woo! This is the official breaking news. It's not really all that breaking because you guys have probably seen it, not just on this show if you're watching, but also all over your Twitter. But the man, the myth, the sort of Colorado legend. We're gonna claim him for
No, he's
now.
a Colorado
The
legend.
Colorado legend, Travis Hunter, is officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. So excited for him. He looks like he is just over the moon. He's so excited. Can't wait to see how they utilize him and his strengths. I mean, there's a need for a corner in Jacksonville. There's probably also need for a receiver with great hands. We know Travis Hunter brings both of those things to the table. So you kind of get a unicorn in a sense when you get a guy like Travis Hunter, because you've got multiple ways you can utilize him. So very excited to see how he is utilized in Jacksonville. I think it's a great fit. I mean, I think anywhere he goes is a great fit.
He was born and spent the early part of his life in Palm Beach, West Palm Beach.
Yep.
And that's where his dad still is. His mom moved to Georgia, which is where his little brother Travis, so Travis with a Y in the middle. Travis,
Wow.
Is
That's
still
not
in high
confusing at
school.
all.
You got Travis and Travis, but Travis Hunter Jr. So Travis Hunter Sr. is down in Florida. So you're going to be right in the middle of both parents, which is great for Sundays, obviously. And it's exciting to see him go there. He is all smiles, as he should be. The only reason he didn't go number 1 was because he's not a quarterback. We know the way the league works.
I just think it's a good feeling just watching a kid just be so happy to finally achieve his dream.
Absolutely.
Well, let's
You know what
ask
I mean?
you.
That's like the biggest thing is it's like, he's been working for this his whole life. And this is what this is all about.
Yep.
The smiles, the tears, the happiness. This is what you've worked your whole life for. And so this is for me, this is one of the best parts about the draft is just because you do get to see these kids achieve a lifelong dream.
I just got goosebumps, but I'm also so corny and emotional.
But
it's ridiculous.
it's funny to me. And your journey wasn't the straightest line to the NFL, but you still got drafted in the 6th round and 7th round. I'm sorry, by the Raiders. We want to ask you about that. But my favorite thing, and it's even funnier to me. And we look in, if you're watching, you can see the Jags War Room where our guy Tony Baselli, Hall of Famer from Colorado, is part of their brain trust now in the front office. Got out of the radio booth and is working with the Jags full time in the front office. But in the NBA, especially when it's an 18-year-old kid now or 19-year-old, like I've been working for this my whole life. And you think about like most people don't have their greatest earning years until they really turn about 40.
It
So
just
when you
shows
see whether it's a
what-
21-year-old Travis Hunter or
He's
a
21.
Oh, that's a great shot of
think
him.
so.
He's so happy.
yeah, and he'll be
New York
he'll be
put
22
that
in
pick
a
in
month.
so quick.
They
New
did.
New York put that
Pick
pick.
is
They
in.
said you're
All
not
caps.
trading for this. This is it. Abdul Carter is
Yeah.
ours.
And
But
so,
like,
Pick
okay,
is
but here's
in.
my thing. I guess my question with New York when it comes to Abdul Carter though is where is he going to play? Because you have Kayvon
Thibodeau may be traded.
you have Brian Burns.
I think you're going to trade him. I think you're trading Thibodeau by the end of the weekend, maybe by as early as tomorrow during the day,
Yeah.
or as early as tonight potentially. If there's another, if there's a team that wants him and you want to get back into that late end of the 1st round, could he help a team in the late 20s or
Hey, this is 1 year.
Buffalo?
This is 1 year after having 15 and a half sacks. Also, let's just throw that out there. Like, so it's not like
they just
it's
paid
not
Brian
like he's
Burns
a
$100 million.
scrub.
Right.
And this is why you must really think that Abdul Carter is that much better.
Right.
Like you think he's the blue chip stud, and that's why you go to get him though.
Mhm.
So
Well, because you're about to have to pay Thibodeau too, and so I think that's part of it too. Is instead of paying him now, we're just going to get a younger version. Let's trade him and let someone else potentially pay.
2 years younger. You know, I
About
get
5 years on a rookie deal versus
I get it. But Thibodeau was the first rounder. He's done 5 years.
I said Thibodeau because of this stupid basketball
Now,
coach.
the interesting piece about where the pick is in for the New York Giants, and I want to just bring up a very interesting dynamic that they have going on over there. They've got Russell Wilson, they've got Jameis Winston, they've got a very interesting quarterback situation over there. Not sure how that's going to shake out. So pre-draft, the Giants were making, I wouldn't say questionable moves, but moves that you're like, I'm not sure what the game plan is. So I'm interested to see what the Giants' game plan is. I think the Giants are one of those teams where when the bar is so low, anything better than that feels like, woo, we're getting somewhere. But I will say, yep, there you go. Abdul Carter to the Giants. But yeah, they were making some interesting moves even pre-draft, and I was just like, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, I'm having a hard time understanding the dynamic there, but that's also why it's not my job.
Yeah.
It's not my job to understand.
There's rumblings now that your bosses are open for business and potentially trading back if they don't want Ashton Jeanty necessarily, and other teams do. Because everyone expects right now, although if I'm the Patriots, I'm open for business at 4 because there's a bunch of good tackles in this draft.
But
everyone thinks that they're getting the tackle from Will Shepherd from LSU. That's like as much of a done deal as there is as far as connecting a team early on with a guy just like we thought Travis was going to the Browns or Cam Ward. So are you open for business? Apparently Cleveland is taking calls, especially if not Shepherd, Will Leonard.
I think you keep it pretty you keep it pretty low key, Shelby, but is there any particular player one way or the other that would excite you a ton for the Browns to go ahead and get?
See, it's different because my whole thought process has been at 2.
Yeah.
So I was like, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter.
Right.
So now at 5.
Now you got to change your thought process a little.
Yeah. And if Ashton Jeanty is there, you know what I mean? I just wouldn't be surprised about anything. They could take a D tackle. They could take
Will Campbell. God.
You know what I mean? They can take a D tackle because I went there on Tuesday and I realized we have 3.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like I wouldn't be surprised.
With anything.
At all. And I wouldn't be surprised if they trade down, you know what I mean? Again, and try to get more picks.
Yeah.
But it's just, this is the best part about the draft though, is expect the unexpected. And that's what I did not expect this whole week and the whole, couple months leading into it, everyone's like, oh, nobody's trading down or nobody wants to trade up. That was a big thing. Nobody wants to trade up. This draft isn't worth it to trade up. Well, obviously we saw that's not
it
true.
the first 2 seconds of sitting here.
That's obviously not true.
Right.
So we will see, but I have absolutely no clue.
I think part of the reason that teams are making calls to continue to move back is not only to amass more picks when you look at teams that need a little bit more roster help, but also because the meat of this draft, and so you look at what the Browns have done so far in picking up that early second rounder, everyone has said really is you can get starters 20 to 70, that there's not a lot of superstars in this draft, kind of the can't miss superstars that everyone thinks if they're healthy and play a full career, it's Travis Hunter, it's Abdul Carter, and it's Ashton Jeanty. Everybody else are starters that you need that play a long time, guys that like what you have turned into, Shelby, that are every year starter.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of those guys that are edge rushers and interior linemen and O linemen, a handful of O linemen, certainly wideouts and some DBs from 20 to 70. So having just more capital in there in this draft and or more ammo down the road, because next year's draft is going to be loaded with QBs. Arch Manning is at the top of everyone's list right now. Plus, you got those guys that came back.
I don't see him even going. I don't even see him leaving school.
He may not for a kid that doesn't need money.
And that's where I'm saying, for if you don't necessarily need the money, there's no a lot of, especially if you're not there yet. We're obviously assuming about Arch Manning.
Yeah, let's see what he does.
This, but it's just he hasn't even played a full season yet.
If he has a Cam Newton kind of season where the 1 year that he plays, then we'll see. But you're right. He has as good of advisors as there's ever been when you talk about his grandpa, his 2 uncles, and certainly his dad's been around the game his whole life. And he definitely doesn't need the money. And you're at Texas. You're going to have nothing but pros around you for the next 2 years. But he's at the top of the prospective QBs as of now that would be at least draft eligible. But there's a bunch. The Aller kid from Penn State that came back. My man Carson Beck. Some people like him.
A team that I wouldn't be surprised that trades up right now would be not New England would be interesting if they trade down, but if they don't, A team I could see trade up actually with the Browns to go get Ashton Jeanty in Chicago. And that's a team I could definitely see make some moves to try to move up to 5 and leapfrog Vegas. Because everyone knows Pete Carroll's over here just trying to tell people, we're taking a tackle. If Ashton Jeanty's there, they're taking Ashton Jeanty.
Oh, for sure.
You know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And so if the Browns don't like the pick, but they don't want Ashton Jeanty, maybe they get you that help you were looking for up front.
And the Patriots pick is in. There's no trade there. There's no trade there. We know that. So now you're going to start seeing like the little gymnastics. Teams trying to jump each other. Yep. And now you might see the Browns actually get more for pick 5 than they did for pick 2.
Yeah.
They may be talking
how many teams are going to be bidding for the pick.
They may be talking to the Raiders, and they may get the Raiders pick, just move one spot back, get their second rounder as well, and next year's first again.
Well, yeah, they have a chance to move up with the Raiders is because of the teams that are trying to jump the Raiders. This will be very interesting.
Also, you guys, we will have some special guests tuning in and hopping on and joining us for some conversations. Chris Harris Jr., I think, hopping on around 7 to give us his thoughts on Travis Hunter and where Travis Hunter ended up. And then we'll also have Jake Plummer and Nate Jackson later on. And then, of course, once the NFL draft conversations are all done, we'll go right into Denver Nuggets coverage. I want to just say this really quick because we're on a commercial break here for the NFL draft. Did you guys get a chance to see what the Clippers arena did tonight as a distraction tactic for the Denver Nuggets?
What did they do? I would love to hear that.
They have horse hats to distract Jokic.
They said he can't keep his eyes off the horses.
And I'm sorry, I can't even be mad about this. I cannot even be. That is brilliant. That is marketing genius. I am so like, first of all, it's the most harmless way to like clown Nikola Jokic. You're really not clowning him, but I just think that is an absolutely brilliant tactic. And if there is anything in this world that will distract Nikola Jokic tonight in game 3 versus the Clippers, it's a horse. And so all of those people will have horse hats on, and I think it's just brilliant. So I had to throw that out there before we get back into draft talk.
Often with big events and just in general, you want to see amusing tweets that'll make you smile, make you laugh. This is going to be hard to beat for tweet of the night. Matt Mosley, who's covered the teams in Dallas, wrote for the Morning News Forever, does radio down there, tweets, Nico Harrison's wondering why the Browns asked for all these picks.
You know,
that's going to be hard to beat for tweet of the night. I'm not saying it's the best,
but even going to that Dallas thing, that literally made no sense. How you didn't get a single first rounder, no protected, no future first round picks. You just did Anthony Davis and Max Christie for Luka Doncic.
You know what really
NBA
sucks?
2K would tell you you're stupid.
You know what's hard though? I saw Nico talking and a reporter. Whoever this reporter was deserves a fat
Why should you be fired?
They said, why should you? I think they said, why should you not be fired? And he said, I just feel like I've done. And I actually did feel for the guy. I did. For a split second, I was like, dang, you know, it's you make that one decision. But again, that one decision was just so out of pocket.
But did any trade that monumental has to either be brought up by ownership?
Right.
Like, it's not just the GM does not. I don't care what GM you have.
Oh, by the way, I traded Luka today.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, you had to work lunch.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, no GM has like the power to trade LeBron unless the owner said trade LeBron.
Right.
And
this was definitely
Nico Harrison has no answers.
There was
to
multiple
anything.
people involved.
So it seems like he's not trying to throw anyone under the bus.
Right.
But he's just taking the heat. But then also that's why he still has a job.
We saw that in Denver. We definitely saw that in Denver. Front office, coach, if they're not on the same page, it can be pretty tough. Patriots selection, the pick is in. We are about to find out.
We're hearing the Browns
are Campbell.
The Browns are taking Mason Graham.
LSU. Will Campbell is a New England Patriot. Okay, yeah.
And then it's already reports now that the Browns are going to take Mason Graham at 5.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it here first. Mason Graham at 5 for the Browns. That's the word we're getting. Word on the street. So I'm sure we'll see their pick being in pretty quickly. But okay, let's react. We just got some breaking news from Shelby. Mason Graham, right? You said
Mason Graham
at 5 for the Browns. Shelby, how are you feeling about that?
I think it's a good pick. I think we're a little light in the D tackle room.
Yep.
And so I think anybody that can come in and make a difference right away, we're all for it. You know what I mean? we just want to win games in Cleveland. We just want to win games.
Don't we all, right?
Mhm.
That's like that's all we want in life, is to have a winning football team. I mean, I know you probably more than just the fan that sits at home on a Sunday and watches the game, but we certainly want it just as bad as the players do, I would imagine. So Mason Graham, a Cleveland Brown. Would you make it singular?
Yeah.
Brown.
Cleveland Brown.
Well, you
Cleveland
added a
Brown.
D or an ED there. You said a browned. Like it was
Yeah,
past
'cause I-
tense. Like
'cause
I
Cleveland-
browned the chicken. a
A
little bit.
Cleveland Brown just sounds silly to me. It's not really rolling off
He's a
the
brown.
tongue.
It's like a white sock
Yeah.
or a
Oh,
red
yeah,
sock.
one singular white sock, not multiple socks. Got it. Okay. I'm waiting to see Denver's name pop up at the bottom of that screen. Come on now.
We're hearing, yeah, that they're at least on the phones. And this is why I know too, because there's a lot of people that I'll text in that room and have for years. It's a lot quieter, especially on night one, at least last year when they had a pick, because Sean Payton doesn't want anyone on their damn phones, other than the couple people that are supposed to be on their phones or on their, like, you better be locked in, and we don't want to see what we're doing other than if I'm the one, because when you're seeing some of the people that are reporting what they're looking at, they're either getting it from the team on the other side, like, oh, the Broncos keep calling this, and this, or they're getting it mostly from Sean, I think. I don't think he's on his phone that much, but I'm just saying there aren't a lot of leaks unless the Broncos want it out there. And
Well, let's be real. We know Sean Payton loves a mind game. We know when Sean Payton likes a guy, he typically ignores them. He's probably trying to throw people off of his, scent. He's trying to throw people off out there. I would imagine Sean Payton is thinking about this draft in a very strategic way. He doesn't strike me as the type of guy that is not going to throw a mind game or two in there. So whatever we think is going to happen for the Broncos, I would imagine is not going to happen for the Broncos.
do the Raiders, with Colton Miller's contract situation, because we expect now that we're going to, and our guy Jordan Schultz put it out there, you certainly mentioned it, that Mason Graham is going to be your new teammate. Are the Raiders going to stick at 6 because a lot of people think they could grab the big kid from Missouri at tackle, or is Ashton Jeanty a 100% a Raider, or is Shadur Sanders, and it's been a smokescreen because Tom Brady's known him for years?
You don't give Geno a couple years guaranteed especially if you're thinking about drafting at 6. You don't go pay Geno that money, expect and draft somebody. You could do Atlanta Falcon thing, but we see how well that worked out for them last time. So
Right.
I don't think any team is going to do that. But so I think at 6 with the Raiders, you're thinking of more either Ashton Jeanty, which I've always believed that was their go-to, but they're just trying to do smoke screens so people don't trade in front of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
I want Ashton Jeanty for us. Okay, now let me ask you this. A lot of conversations were surrounding Shedeur to Cleveland, but it sounds like that might not be what we see here. Where do you now think, Shelby, that Shadur Sanders is going to end up?
Well, they can always trade back in.
Yep.
I think that's the big thing. They can always trade back in. But you can't help but to see that Pittsburgh's at 21 right now.
I know it. And I actually think Pittsburgh is a great landing spot for Shadur Sanders. I think he's going to need a coach that just knows exactly what he wants and how he wants it done. And Mike Tomlin is that guy. I have nothing. He's arguably one of my favorite head coaches in the NFL. So I would love to see Shedeur in a system that's already established, where he doesn't feel the need to go in there and flex and change the culture. The culture's already established and he just has to do his job. So I love Pittsburgh for Shadur Sanders.
I think it'd be great. It's a place where he's going to have to just go work.
Yep.
Tomlin doesn't play that BS. And
He
so
does
it's going to
not.
be a work-oriented place. Like, it's just, I think it will be a great fit for Shedeur in Pittsburgh, even if they still do go get Aaron Rodgers. Because I think the best thing for him to do would be to sit a year.
Yeah.
And actually just adjust to the NFL game. And so that whatever, team that takes him, though, I do think he is extremely talented. And I think that, we're getting all these negative, all these negative reports about him. But I really do believe that he will be a plus starter in this league.
I do too. And it is funny because the criticisms have been all over the place, but also just the assessment by every team has had a different perspective. And even people from the same team, you hear that the Giants building is split, that maybe the coaching staff doesn't like him as much as the front office likes him, or
there we
the
go.
scouting department. So there is a new teammate for Shelby. That's a guy that's going to get you some some meals, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for the rookie trip.
Yeah, the rookie dinner, rookie grabbing some Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or Burger King or whatever you send them out to go grab. Are there any Ohio only? There isn't really. Like in the South, they have like that place Bojangles.
They have a place called Swenson's in Ohio.
Is that like?
It's like a burger shake type of place.
Kind of like Culver's. Although there's more Culver's than just here.
No, Culver's is a Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, Culver's definitely.
Okay,
Wisconsin
Shelby,
thing. Right.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to look into the camera and give some new words to your new teammate. Like, what do you want him to know about you, about the team, and what do you want to say to him before he gets to Cleveland?
Hey, always saying we're about to go to work, baby. That's it. Like, I don't care where you're drafted. I don't care what you did in college. It's time to go to work because all we want to do is win.
Love it.
You know what I mean? You'll fit in perfectly if you want to win and you want to work.
I love that.
Are you a guy that wants to reach out to a rookie?
No.
So you're not.
That's why I gave him this moment right now. Mason, take that moment and absolutely run with it, because Shelby's he's not a big texter. He's not a reacher outer.
I'm
So
not.
you just got your words from Shelby. Take it, run with it, because I'm sure Shelby will be sweet as pie when he sees you for the first time, but he's not a big reacher outer. So there's your reach out. That's why I put him on the spot on a live show.
You're
Mason.
not going to text Jake Butt to ask for this kid's number to be like, hey, I want to say welcome to the team.
Listen,
not at all. I'll meet him when I go out there, whenever that will be.
there you go. But that's why I put Shelby on the spot on live. So we had to do a live reach out, and I thought it was perfect.
Yeah.
We'll make sure Mason sees it. Mason, welcome to the Cleveland Browns.
That was me being nice.
Exactly.
That's the only time you get it, rookie.
And listen, listen. The rookie, I think the best way to get on Shelby's good side is just show
make
up.
Plays.
Show up, make plays,
and make sure our room has water bottles in it. You know what I mean? I need the fridge filled with water. We need snacks. Sour Patches are my favorite. You know what I mean? So
Mason, you want to get on his good side? Put some Sour Patches.
If you want,
but
all of us you want to be in our good graces, you know.
He's a very disruptive
and we need
player.
a PJ, and we need a PJ to Italy.
Oh
after
God,
the season.
Mason, ignore him.
We need
ignore
PJ to Italy
him.
after the season. D-line trip, baby.
D-line trip is to Italy
or to Aruba, wherever you want to go, Mason. We're like, actually, you know what? We'll just tell you where we're gonna go. But welcome to Cleveland. Can't wait to work together.
As we're gonna see a bunch of Wolverines come off in this first round, because you're gonna see Colston Loveland, you're gonna see Will Johnson, you just saw Mason Graham. There's at least one more that I'm forgetting right now. You're just reminded that had they have had a quarterback, they might have had a chance to go back to back, but they just did not have a QB this past year when Harbaugh left, and so they couldn't repeat or have a chance. Because
their defense was.
I mean, last year they put 18 guys at the combine, and I don't know if all 18 got drafted, but all 18 ended up in camps. And still to have this level of talent in the first round, it's not like those were the only playmakers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good program they got rolling up there. I know that you don't have any love for Michigan one way or the other, but got to be impressed with the guys they put in the league last couple of years.
Yes, Liv.
Carolina has been fielding calls about trading the number 8 pick. Could that be to Denver?
Oh, and this looks just like
right above New Orleans and Chicago, who have both been mocked with Tyler Warren. That's how you go. That's how you go get Bo Nix another joker.
Ooh.
Also, it is somebody you're gonna have to deal with twice a year, just like you did with Josh Jacobs. You played against Josh Jacobs a bunch when you played against the Raiders and you were here, and also with Seattle and Cleveland.
I'm talking about one of the. I didn't play him in Cleveland.
Okay,
but played him in Seattle, and actually I remember his first game was against us in Denver, and he had 100 yards. One of the toughest backs to tackle in the game.
So Josh Jacobs no longer a Raider, but Ashton Jeanty is about to see the Broncos twice a year. Is what's coming down the pike now, that we are going to see Ashton Jeanty in silver and black.
Oh, gag me! Gosh,
you get Pete,
freaking
his running back. Watch him wear 24 like Marshawn.
He's getting drafted. Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders.
Watch money come in.
Freaking
Money Lynch.
Gross. I don't want to see that crap. I don't want to see Ashton Jeanty again in playing for my rival.
Well, honestly, great for him. You know, I mean, this Boise State kid. You know,
it's not about him. It's about me, Shelby.
Boise State kid going.
Oh, damn it. There he goes.
Real.
Ashton Jeanty is a Raider.
Well, the one thing the Broncos do have, a really good run defense.
That's true.
You brought DJ Jones back. You got Zach Allen, although he'd like more money. You got JFM. He'd love more money. You got Alex Singleton healthy. You added just a monster in Dre Greenlaw that if he's healthy, that'll help you against the run. And your guys on the edge are, especially Jonathan Cooper, but they're solid against the run. Nick Benito has clearly improved. Nick,
oh yeah, he's great.
Nick got here right after you were gone, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure you've seen, you had to have, because he obviously played great against you guys, but the jump that he's made is impressive, to go from the guy that couldn't play the run at all to now more than serviceable, but a game wrecker as a pass rusher at times. That's why he was a defensive player of the year nominee. So Ashton Jeanty is going to be a load, and you played for Pete Carroll. And
he's going to run the ball.
And they are going to run the heck out of that football.
His saying is run the damn ball, and that's what they're going to do. And so that's why I said it when we first started. I said they've been blowing a bunch of smoke about the tackle from Missouri, and you knew exactly who he really wanted.
Yep.
Was Ashton Jeanty. Like, this was their dream scenario for the Raiders, was to be able to get Ashton Jeanty, because they did not think he would fall past 5, and they were not willing to trade up. But there are a bunch of good
I don't
backs.
want to see Ashton Jeanty play for the Raiders. Boo!
The Broncos got to see him
I
twice a year.
I don't think they're trading him. This isn't like those NBA trades where they make you hold the hat and like, yeah, he's going. I know it says Cleveland, but he's going to be playing for the Timberwolves. Like, it's not that. He's going to the Raiders. And there is his draft party.
Oh, is that his high?
That's his high school in Frisco.
Oh, come on.
One of the many high schools that plays their home games at the Cowboys practice facility. But Ashton Jeanty, a Dallas kid, could have gone a lot of places. There's former Broncos personnel man John Spytek, who was here, and there's Mark Thews. There's Mark Thews, who was here forever in the light blue shirt. If you're watching this on TV, which I get if you are, and you got us up. Thews is their VP of football. When did he go to
Vegas?
Spytek just stole him away after. Mark Thews is a guy that came here as Josh McDaniel's right-hand man, his best friend from high school. Stayed through every coaching change and front office move because he was that well-liked, well-valued, and handled so many different things over the years. But the Raiders grabbed him to work with Spytek and to work with Coach Carroll. I thought we might see TB12 because we know Tom Brady is very involved in their high-level decisions. I thought we might see him in the draft room, but he probably didn't need to be there because I'm sure his phone works just fine to be like, especially when Jeanty's up. Yeah. I'm not saying he's not texting Spytek and company before every pick and around those picks, but it's probably better for the guy that's a lead analyst on Fox and needs to keep collecting all that money so that he can buy the rest of the Raiders when Mark Davis dies.
So the next pick is in.
I think I just need to, just for a moment, or maybe a day or 2 or 12, I think I just need to mute most Raiders fans on social media networks, especially X.
That might work.
They already are blabbermouths.
The Jets are taking Mimbo.
Taking who?
The tackle that the Raiders were all mocked to the whole time. Well, they said they were going to take from Missouri, Armand Mimbo.
The kid that was a freak show at the combine. Didn't he run a 4.8, 4.8, 4.9? It was wild. How athletic that kid is. So the Jets, who have Justin Fields as their starting quarterback, there's rumors they were looking to trade Breece Hall. I think that might have just been, I don't know, maybe they still trade Breece Hall. I don't know why you would. They obviously have Garrett Wilson. They've got a solid defense. And now you bring Aaron Glenn in. Our guy Darren Muji's their new GM.
I totally forgot about the Jets having Justin Fields. That is going to take me a second to get used to. That just totally left my brain that Justin Fields is a Jet.
Justin Fields in green.
Wow. Yeah.
That's tough.
I guess I just blocked that. Most things with the Jets, I usually block out of my memory because the excitement only lasts like 2 seconds before it becomes like an absolute shit fest. So yeah, I typically don't get my hopes up, but I do like Justin Fields. And I think I don't think we've even seen him tapped into his potential just yet.
He hasn't had a fair shake in the league.
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't had a fair shake. So maybe this is his moment, but I also do think, of course, when you get new coaching and you get new GMs, there's a lot of changes over there, which would lead you to believe that the Jets are on a path to just better decision making. I think for a long time there, we gave Zach Wilson a hard time there. And then Aaron Rodgers had the same exact problems. Like it's not like it was maybe, we know Zach Wilson's not a perfect quarterback, but it was seeming like a lot of the issues that Zach Wilson was dealing with were not maybe Zach Wilson issues. I think there was just Jets issues all around. So you love to see them starting to make these changes. Hopefully, I don't know. I feel like I've been excited about the Jets for years and years and years and just felt let down because I bought into the hype.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, I'm sure Jets fans are sick these days. But
this just came down just a couple minutes ago. Right after drafting Abdul Carter, GM Joe Shane of the Giants said they're picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option because they have until mid-May to decide.
But so you were wrong.
Now
they're keeping him.
No, but the reason you do that is because then he's locked into that if he gets traded. So
it's a 2-year deal.
Yeah. So you're trading to make sure you have him, because once they declare it and let the league know, not that the new team can't also do it, but I don't know the minutia around that maybe you have to, because like Jerry Jeudy, I think was the same thing where he got a new deal, but because he was a 1st-round pick, right? 2020, the Broncos had said they were locking in his 5th-year option, I believe.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. But obviously we're at a point in the draft where anything can happen. There's a trade's going to happen, but I was reading though earlier that they were saying that because Ashton Jeanty since he's off the board, trades are going to maybe slow down a little bit
until you see what happens with the quarterback, specifically with Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a team that likes Shedeur enough, or even Jackson Dart, and they think the Steelers are going to grab one of those guys at 21, because right now their quarterbacks are Mason Rudolph.
Well, is there a chance that
Aaron Rodgers?
Is there a chance that Shedeur slides the 2nd round?
I think there's certainly a chance.
Let me tell you something. If he does, if this man slides to the 2nd round, that might be the richest slice of humble pie. I'm not saying he needs it, but I don't think he is mentally prepared for that to happen. And if it does, I think it will rock his world a little bit.
He tweeted earlier that I'm ready for anything that will happen today or something along those lines.
I doubt that.
This is pointed out by Andrew Brandt.
Sorry, am I being too honest?
Because of how much money the 6th overall pick's going to make, Ashton Jeanty's got a fully guaranteed contract of roughly $32 million, making his second highest paid guaranteed money right now in the NFL for a running back from a cap contract standpoint.
And best part, Nevada no state income tax.
Wow.
Yeah, and but the point Andrew Brandt's making, Andrew Brandt used to run the cap back in the day for your hometown Packers when Aaron Rodgers was drafted. I guess he was his agent then, but then after that, and anyway, he says that it's low value in terms of the dollar value that he was overdrafted for a running back. I don't think he's saying Ashton Jeanty,
but just
for
the
positional value.
Yeah, to be the number 2. It's just like when Bijan got drafted, he was automatically a top 5 paid running back. But you got to, if the Eagles have shown, if you're going to go that route, you have to, really like invest in your trenches and then that running back.
So, all right, there we go.
And Joe Shane's saying that that Kayvon's gonna be here. We're excited to have him. You can't have enough pass rushers.
Why would you say he's gonna be gone?
Yeah. We're trading him. We're looking for.
You lose your leverage the minute everybody. It's just like people like the Falcons with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
we're not gonna release him on this, but you're gonna have a $40 million backup quarterback.
No, he might be your quarterback this year potentially, just because of the Stefanski relationship.
You never know.
And Atlanta having to eat the bulk of that money, especially if they cut him. If they cut him, then I like the chances for him to be a Brown even more, depending on what ends up happening in the draft. Because if you make the trade, they have to eat some of it.
Well, yeah, you got to eat some of it. But I would say this though: right now we have Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. We got to worry. We got to worry about the guys that are in the building.
Yeah,
and it's a bunch of this and that, and that none of that matters because anything can happen. If he does get released, there could be 30 other teams that want him. You know what I mean? And that's the difference. Is we just got to worry about the people that are in the room.
Yep. Absolutely. Really quick, just want to take a second. Shout out to our friends over at Johnson Auto Plaza for taking care of this show and hanging out with us for the night. And we've obviously got a long night of coverage from the NFL draft. That's where we're starting. And of course, we'll be live with you all night long. We'll have special guests, Chris Harris Jr., Nate Jackson will pop in, Jake Plummer. We've already got Shelby Harris, BK, myself, Liv Moods in the studio. So lots of guests kind of rotating in and out throughout the night to cover the NFL draft. And then, of course, we will continue live through the night and cover in a post-game show the Denver Nuggets game. Game 3 against the Clippers. They are on the road for the first time this series. So lots of sports happening, lots of sports things happening tonight. And they will continue to happen all week long. And Guerilla Sports will always have you covered. So make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube, following us on all things socials. And, of course, shout out to our friends, Johnson Auto Plaza. Okay. The pick is in for Carolina.
Who we thinking?
They need so much help. But look, you
BK.
saw Bryce.
What did he
He's like,
say?
they need so much help.
But you saw Bryce Young take a step when he got the starting job back. I think Tyler Warren makes a lot of sense here. Oh, Ted McMillan makes a lot of sense.
No, they're saying the pick is in. It's Ted McMillan.
Yeah, right. Ted McMillan doesn't. He makes a lot of sense. He I think is the most physically gifted receiver in the draft,
except with speed.
Yeah, he's not the fastest, but he's got crazy catch radius.
Isn't it so rare now that you're actually taking the best receiver in college football instead of the fastest guy going first? And because it's usually that's what it's been. It's pretty much like you go out, someone goes to the combine, their tape isn't necessarily the greatest, but they go run a 4.2, and they end up being a top 10 pick.
Well, Xavier Worthy.
And then, what was it? Ross.
John Ross.
John Ross out of Washington. You know what I mean? It was kind of the same thing. And so I feel like we get we fall in love too much with speed. And so just watch the tape. Because the issue is we watch the tape, this kid balls, but then he goes to the combine, you don't love it. Mm-hmm. And so now you're starting to question, is this kid even a baller? Right then because of the speed. But obviously NFL is a different game. Everybody runs 4.2, 4.3. Yeah. So we'll see how he translates.
How that translates, yeah.
But, the kid was a baller in Arizona.
Yeah. I think the combine can be very deceiving, unfortunately, because I just think there's such a difference between speed by whistle and speed by there's someone chasing me that I don't want to break my ribs, so I'm running for my life. There's just like in the actual game, when you're catching a ball and nobody's on you, probably a whole lot easier than when you've got someone ramming a helmet into your side, your obliques. You know what I mean? Like 40s? It's just different.
Why are we running 40s with no pads on?
Why are you doing anything with no pads on?
It's a very different situation when you get padded up.
Bro, because some people, I know some track guys, they'll be fast as hell, but then you throw them pads on, they slow down. Oh, yeah. That little extra weight means something.
Put a backpack on and try to run that fast.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's very interesting, pick. I think if it's the Panthers, but now it kind of shakes some things up later in the draft. Like all these mocks that had Ted over here going in the mid-teens, even some had him going to the Broncos at 20. So, you know what I mean? So who knows? Like now it's kind of everything's up for grabs now.
This is the beauty of the draft, right? Like things are just when you think you've got it figured out. Mock drafts are fun to do and fun to see how close you got. But reality is all of these teams have their own reason behind everything that they do. They've got their own game plan. Like I said earlier in the show, Sean Payton loves a mind game. I have a feeling that whatever we think is going to happen probably won't be what happens, or whatever he's been trying to elude is going to happen is not what he's had planned this entire time. So it really is. It's what makes the draft so fun.
Lion season. I've been saying this all the time. It's lion season because you can't let other teams know who you want because then they know who they have to jump to get the guy that
poker face
at 100%. And that's why I was saying that with Pete Carroll. Pete's known to lie about who he's going to draft. But most of the time it doesn't work. But in this case, nobody felt like they needed to jump in front of the Raiders to get Jeanty, and that's their loss.
Do you know who's on record using the term lying season first?
Who?
This guy, yours truly. If you go back and look NFL related lying season, go on Twitter. I'm the first person. It's like Ryan Edwards is the first person that said Deflategate. He got credited from the Times in London.
Not expecting him to point to himself.
I was not at all.
Yeah. I'm the first
I thought he was going to talk about like one of his friends.
No,
like that.
No. If you go back and you search lying season on Twitter and look at who tweeted that term first, it's like 5 or 6 years ago, but I was the first person that called the time really from the day the Super Bowl ends until the draft, the lying season.
So well, BK's the coolest person we know.
I don't know about that, but how about this? Mickey Loomis is one of Sean Payton's best friends.
Yeah.
Saints need a lot of help. At 20, they can probably get one of those quarterbacks that they still want. Are the Saints open for business on Tyler Warren on 9 with Sean Payton or anybody else that might want Tyler Warren? And they'll drop back to 20, probably get the Broncos second, maybe. Oh, and definitely get Broncos next year, number 1. You got to look at that.
But do you feel like, and that's what I always say, when you trade up for a player, you have to feel like they're going to be that much of a difference maker because you're trading not just this first round, you're going to have to trade the next first round pick. And so you're giving away 2 years of your future for one player.
Yep.
So you have to believe that he's going to be a game changer. And if he's not, then so Tyler Warren has to be.
If he's not, then what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. He has to. You have to think that adding this one player, also signing Evan Ingram. You just signed Evan Ingram.
Look at the text at the bottom of the show.
Oh my God.
Breaking.
It's not breaking.
No, it is breaking news because we didn't know.
I talked to Nate about it months ago.
Breaking news.
Listen.
I mentioned it to Nate months ago.
Listen, BK is, if there is one thing BK is exceptional, not one thing, BK, you're great at a lot of things. He's a great father. He's a great husband. He's a great co-host, all the things. But what he's exceptionally great at is flexing his knowledge like a strong arm.
Saints are drafting Kelvin Banks.
Big left tackle from Texas. And if you throw on that kid's film,
horns down.
Week after
TCU
week.
Girl hating on Texas.
But if you look at just who he played against week after week, it's NFL caliber pass rushers in the SEC, and he handled seemingly every single one of them, even into the playoffs. The
NFL caliber, but they're not there yet.
Yeah,
and that's what I think is the difference.
Yeah, it is.
College kids that are NFL players are different than NFL players.
In your recent memory, feels like there's kind of an obvious answer based on last year, but who's a player that you felt like adjusted, Shelby? It could be someone you've played with or someone that just like first comes to mind that adjusted exceptionally quickly to that difference between college level and NFL level.
CJ Stroud is a big,
I was going to say Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but I was going to say you made that clear,
yeah,
last
I
year.
set that up. Yeah,
but I would say CJ Stroud obviously I would think is one of them, and honestly, one that actually jumps in my mind, which you may not think about, was Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
Bradley Chubb had a hell of a rookie year.
Yeah.
He had 12 sacks. I think was it. He was like did he set the Bronco rookie record for sacks?
He was a half sack behind it because he ended up, I don't think he ended up setting it if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he came out obviously as a 5th pick in that famed 2018 draft with all those quarterbacks and ended up racking up 12 sacks. I think 12 and a half was 12
sacks, and a player that came in, understood the physicality of football and made a difference right away. And I feel for Broncos fans worldwide when we never really got to see Chubb and Von really spin together. We only got such a small sample of that, and neither of them were at their top dog status at that point. And so it was like the vision of when Bradley Chubb was actually drafted and the vision of what him and Von were going to do, like that never actually got achieved just because of injuries. And, I think you might be talking differently about them not taking Josh Allen if Von and Chubb become the dynamic duo that we thought they were going to be.
And then we saw a little bit when they made the run to Super Bowl 50 with Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware. Shaq Barrett was here too, and all he needed was a chance. You didn't have to take Bradley Chubb if you would have just believed in Shaq Barrett a little more. And I give Shaq Barrett credit because Shaq bet on himself. The Broncos offered him the same deal that the Bucs did, and he's like, no, I'm going to go to Tampa. He ends up leading the NFL in sacks, gets a big deal, and wins another Super Bowl, but is a big part of winning that Super Bowl. So, you can do the what-if game with a lot of players, but Bradley and Vaughn together would have been a lot of fun because they were kind of hurt. It was like yo-yoing. One would finally
one would get healthy, the other one would get hurt. Then they get healthy, the other one got hurt. Because I know when Chubb got drafted, then Vaughn hurt his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vaughn comes back and Chubb hurt his ACL.
The Saints pick is in. Derek Carr still dealing with a shoulder injury, threatens his availability in 2025. What kind of a move do we think the Saints are about to make here?
Tackle.
And there's a couple more good O-linemen still on the board, but there's not a lot of first-round tackles beyond. There's a couple more. There's the kid from Ole Miss. There's the big kid from North Dakota State that really impressed at the Senior Bowl. Are you going to take a kid from North Dakota State? But Josh Simmons is a big kid from Ohio State, and Zabel.
But
that's
coming
kind
off an injury, though.
Yeah, that's kind of about it. Could they go Jalen Walker and add to a defense or add Shamar Stewart, perhaps? Those are 2 pass rushers. But it looks like, no, they're going to go Kelvin Banks. Oh, sorry. Kelvin Banks is still there. So that's your pick. Kelvin Banks.
Momentarily, we will also have Chris Harris Jr. joining the show to give his thoughts on Travis Hunter, where Travis Hunter is headed, maybe some of his predictions for Travis Hunter's season in the NFL as a rookie, and also just his thoughts overall on what we've seen so far in the NFL draft. So reshare this live stream, send it to your friends, make sure you're tuning in. We're going to have new voices rotating in and out of this live reaction show to the NFL draft. So Kelvin Banks Jr. to the Saints. Booyah.
Let me
Just
ask
like
you.
that.
Let me ask you this
Damn,
now.
that chain is-
What are you doing with the Bears pick at 10? They've got wideouts. They could always use running back help, and they're not going to take one of those running backs at 10. Is Tyler Warren about to be a Bear? Or are you going on defense with one of those edge guys? And Jalen Walker's kind of inside outside. He can play both. He's got that versatility, and so we're not sure his projection. You get bigger in the middle with Walter Nolan.
I think they either go Tyler Warren or they go one of the Georgia guys at them.
If you're not taking Tyler Warren and you're the Bears, do you trade back? Are the Bears open for business right now?
Well, I think they're taking Tyler Warren, but if they weren't, they're in a position where you could have, and there are certain teams that we know Indy's looking for a tight end help. Obviously, the Broncos looking for tight end help. You can leverage that pick and end up, getting more picks in general. But we'll see how how this kind of shakes out. But I believe the Bears will end up taking Warren, just because. Or if they don't, you're going to see teams try to jump in front of Indy. And that's where you're going to see a mad dash of really.
Could be the Broncos for sure.
Yeah, the Broncos for sure, but there's other teams that need tight ends too. But you only do that, though, if you think he's going to be that guy. Right? Because tight ends taken within the top 10 haven't usually fared well.
We've seen a couple in Sam Laporta. Well, he went a
Sam
top
was
10
second.
pick.
No, Sam
Yeah.
was. No, it was Hawkinson. You had Noah. Well, Noah was.
Noah was 20th.
Yeah, but then you had Hawkinson in the same draft, and then you had Kyle Pitts.
And yeah, Kyle Pitts was a top 10 pick.
And their pick is already in, so
Yeah, we'll see what direction they're going. We can cheat on the Twitter machine and see. Oh, how about this? They are going tight end, but it's not Tyler Warren. They're going with another Michigan Wolverine. Colston Loveland is set to be a Chicago Bear opposite of Cole Kmet.
Wow.
And when you talk about a guy who is a pass catcher first, Tyler Warren, they think could be a little more complete, like George Kittle, perhaps, or even like Laporta and Hawkinson. Colston Loveland is an Evan Ingram kind of clone, if you will. Like, he is a pass catcher first and second.
Well,
he's big.
Wow, that is, I'm not gonna lie to you, that's actually very surprising. So that changes everything. You will see if Denver's serious about a tight end, you will see them try to jump Indy.
I sure hope so. All right. We do have, I'm already 5 steps ahead of you, BK.
Yeah,
you were the one blabbing. We have a special guest that is joining us. Chris Harris Jr. is going to come in and give us his thoughts on the NFL draft so far, as well as Travis Hunter being a Jacksonville Jaguar. Chris Harris Jr., welcome to the show. I don't know if we've ever been on a show together, so nice to virtually meet you. But really, really excited to have you here. And what are your thoughts so far? Yeah, we got you. There we go.
Good.
There we go. Yeah, what are your thoughts so far? Anything that shocked you, surprised you? Is it kind of trending how you thought it would? And then how are you feeling about Travis Hunter?
I didn't like the Browns trading out for Travis Hunter. I really think that would have been a huge piece for them to be able to add that with that stout defense that they have, already good corners. And then you actually have a number one receiver now that you can add in with Judy. So losing that pick, I know Shelby's definitely hurting over there. The Raiders pick, that definitely killed us. Them getting Jeanty, that's going to be a tough running back. He's a great kid. He's down here in Dallas and training with my trainer that I trained with, pretty much going through a lot of the same program I went through. So I know that kid is ready to roll. His mindset is unbelievable, off the charts. So we're going to have to deal with him forever. And, so right now, that's probably my only two major surprises. I didn't like the Mason Graham pick for the Browns because it's like, man, they didn't get a game changer that they needed. Other than that, it's been going pretty solid so far.
Okay.
Man, so Chris, well, first off, what up? You already know. What up? You already know. But so I don't know if you heard this, but the rumor is with this pick right here with the Bears, it's going to be Colston Loveland instead of Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
So
Well,
how you feeling about that?
They're pretty even. You know, when you look at both their playing styles, they're very similar. But I love the way the guy from Penn State, what's his name?
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, him. He's just so versatile. You can put him everywhere. He's a tight end mismatch. You know, and Loveland's kind of that, you know, inline tight end guy. So it just depends on what system you're running, and probably fits better with the Bears and their offense and what they're doing compared to having a guy like Warren. You know, it's kind of, you know, a guy that you can put anywhere on the field.
Well, so Chris, as we keep trying to speculate what the Broncos might do, we're hearing they could be in play to trade up. We heard that they were even looking to try to get into the top 10. I think it's for Tyler Warren. I think they would have loved Ashton Jeanty, but weren't going to be able to get far enough. Well, on top of the Saints and Mickey Loomis being a friend of Sean Payton's, his best friend, he calls him all the time, no move there. Then the Bears are about to take Colston Loveland officially, and we're already hearing that Michael Williams, the pass rusher out of Georgia, is headed to San Fran. So the Niners, even though there's certainly strong ties with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, maybe they're still a little bitter about the Dre Greenlaw thing, as well as Hufanga. Are you excited to see if the Broncos try to jump, say, the Colts and get to 12 or 13, call the Cowboys, call the Dolphins to try to get Tyler Warren, or do you just want them to stand pat at 20 or maybe even trade back?
If I'm the Broncos, I'm going to try to stand pat, right? They got a lot of picks in this draft, and I think Loveland just went off the board. But I think you can still get a nice offensive weapon there at 20. You know, there's a lot of good running backs in this draft. It's a lot of depth. Hopefully the North Carolina kid there, Hampton, is still there, because that'll be a game changer too if they're able to get him. Or just be patient. You know, we got a running back in Kansas, all-time leading rusher, a guy named Devin Neal. Right? The real deal, Devin Neal. If they can get him in the third round, that is a steal for anybody. Right, I've seen it too many times with this guy. So I think the Broncos definitely got to get a running back or a receiver.
Also, I just want to put this out here. It was just announced. The NFL will announce the 2025 schedule on May 14th.
Ooh.
So just so everyone knows, May 14th is when the schedule will be released.
We're gonna plan our travel around that. Like the day that comes out, it matters to players because you want to know when your bye week is, and you want to know what your back-to-backs are, or 3 on the road whenever you have that, or 3 at home. The Broncos are rumored to be potentially playing the Colts in Germany, the first game in Berlin this year, I believe.
I played in Munich. So
yes, you played in Munich. So that's a possibility. You're going to find out who the Chargers will play in Brazil. They're a year away from announcing an Australia game. But it's funny, the NFL just fell into the schedule thing being a bigger deal in May because of COVID. They normally release it usually like a week before the draft is when it
That's what I thought, yeah.
And then in the COVID year, they were just trying to piece it all together. They waited until mid-May and got all this excitement and like, oh, another month that we can now have a big event in. And so it's really only June when the mini camps end. July is the only non-NFL month we know because once camps start, or early July. And so they own mid-May now because even though baseball's in full swing, basketball, hockey playoffs, lottery in the NBA, everyone wants to know when your team is playing in Vegas, when your team's playing in New York, when you're coming to Denver. It's always fun.
Dude, so these draft rooms kill me. It makes me feel like it's like Family Feud when they tell you like you have to scream like you had a good answer, even though we all know it wasn't. Like they're all just sitting there.
Great pick.
Okay, Chris, I've got a question for you. Is there a chance, we were kind of talking about this a little bit before you hopped on and joined us, is there a chance that we see Shedeur fall to the second round?
I don't see him falling past the Steelers. I think Mike Tomlin and them, they don't have a quarterback at all. I think only Rudolph, I believe, is on. I can't name a backup quarterback they have. So I think that I see him falling to the Steelers if nobody else grabs him. And that would be a steal, right? This guy has been a playmaker at all stops. I think he's going to be definitely an impact player in the league. You know, just his athleticism. What might hinder him is probably what's hindering him in the draft right now is just him not just being that freak athlete at the quarterback position. But, you know, back in the day, you know, 5-10 years ago, they would have loved a pocket passer like Shedeur, right? He would have easily been top pick, right? So just now we can see the evolution of the game now that you want a quarterback that can run, that can extend plays, that can do those, you know, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen type plays, and Shedeur just isn't athletically like that. He just can't do it like them, But in the pocket, he can make the throws. And so I see him being a good fit with the Steelers. Hopefully, they're able to, be able to get him. And I think that's just the best fit for him.
I agree. And I also wonder too, a little bit outside of just like the game plan of how to utilize him there. I do think a lot of concerns that teams had about Shedeur was maybe the attitude or the ego or that little sense of cockiness. I do feel like if any coach can kind of rein that in a little bit and also, be on the same level in terms of like they understand each other, they have a mutual respect. It feels like it's Mike Tomlin. Like that also feels like a good fit in the sense of, I don't want to call it an attitude, but that's how it's perceived by many. The attitude problem of Shedeur that I think people worried about feels like it's a really great coach to have when it's Mike Tomlin. And that's something that you're maybe worried about when he's a rookie.
I never had an issue with quarterbacks being like having an ego driven like that. Have you, Shelby? You really don't. I can't think of me. Well, you play with other guys, that kind of have some.
No, but I haven't had a quarterback who really, most quarterbacks come in and they just kind of are quiet at first and they just work and then they kind of find themselves once they start playing well. I think the Shedeur thing, I think the best thing for him would be to go to the Steelers. I've said this before, and I'm telling you now, Chris, that I think it'd be best if he went to the Steelers and they still signed Aaron Rodgers. I think if he got to go there and sit a year and watch and learn, and we don't know how much Aaron Rodgers is actually teaching, but if he actually just got to watch and learn behind an all-time great like Aaron Rodgers, it would do nothing but help. But we're in a day and age now where first-round picks are supposed to play right now.
Yeah.
And if they're not playing right now, even quarterbacks, then the next year we might go draft another quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. But I think the best spot for him would definitely be Pittsburgh.
Well,
I agree.
They do have Skylar Thompson on the roster also.
For Miami.
Yeah, K-State guy. So Chris and I can only be so nice. But Skylar Thompson, Mason Rudolph's not scaring you. If the Broncos stand pat at 20, you talked about running back. It just feels like Sean Payton doesn't, even though his daughter said that they're going to take Amari Hampton.
Again, he's throwing us off.
Doesn't want that value. So let's go non-running back. What would you like to see them do at 20 if they don't make any moves, don't move back because someone wants to jump the Steelers or whatever?
Man, my favorite corner is Will Johnson, right? If it wasn't Travis Hunter at corner, my number 2 corner is Will Johnson. And guess who he looks like? He's a Patrick Surtain 2.0.
Woo!
Right? Another 6'2" corner who's very smooth, has great ball skills, won a national championship. I think he might have been one of the top players in that game last year in the national championship. So if Will Johnson is there at 20, you cannot pass that up, right? To have 2 6'2" corners out wide, right? Who's going to throw on the Broncos?
Nobody. And they like Riley Moss's ability to move inside. They're not opposed to taking a corner because they think Riley can play inside. I think they like Jaquan McMillan. I don't think they love him. So that wouldn't surprise me if Will Johnson's there. Even the Barron kid from Texas, Jade Barron, who I think is going to go to the Cardinals. It's just a gut. But I think corner could be in play for sure. Or if Walter Nolan, the big D lineman, slides, I think he could be in play too, even though they're really good up front.
See, I've heard that Walter Nolan went over to the Broncos, and it makes no sense because you want to put together a player, you want to draft a player who's going to impact your team day one.
What about a wideout? Because wideouts can often transition right away. So if Golden slides or the Burden kid or a Buka.
See, Burden, I keep hearing is going to drop the second round. And so in that point, you got to figure out which one will actually be there and which ones you can actually wait on.
Right.
Because it's going to be a lot of, especially always at receiver, it's always going to be talk of like which receiver someone wants. But the issue is, though, is that teams are so split on their receiver rankings that teams are just like when Jalen Reagor got drafted above Justin Jefferson. Obviously, the Eagles liked Jalen Reagor more than like Justin Jefferson. So these teams all have these different, rankings when it comes to this. So it's so many receivers. It'd be interesting to see how it works out.
Yeah, I agree. Any final thoughts from you, Chris, on maybe predictions, any hot takes you have, maybe not even just for the draft, but for the upcoming season? Any teams on your radar? Anything that you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, I definitely think the Jaguars could be scary on offense with Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas. You know, those two at receiver could be a problem for a lot of teams, a lot of matchups. But we don't know what they can do at quarterback. You know, the quarterback hasn't been consistent at all since he's been in the NFL. But he's got paid. You know, they treat him like a superstar down there, but he hasn't really done anything. Right. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays with those two guys. But with those two dynamic receivers that can score anytime they touch the ball, you know, it's going to be tough to play the Jaguars. I seen Michael Williams getting drafted to the Niners.
Yes, and he's emotional, and I love that.
Well, with Robert Saleh on defense, one more pick that just came in right down. You live not too far from where the Cowboys practice. They are replacing Zach Martin retiring, going right away with the big kid from Alabama. Tyler Brooker is probably going to slide in and start day one in place of Zach Martin. So what do you think about the Cowboys not going with a wideout to give Dak another weapon, but helping protect Dak up front with the Booker kid?
Well, their O-line hasn't played good the past 2 years. They definitely needed some new, fresh legs up there. Those guys, you know, Tyron Smith. Well, who else did they have? Frederick. They had a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah, three guys retire.
Yeah, all those guys, you know, they played a lot, man. Played tons of snaps and, you know, had a hell of a career, Hall of Fame career. So it's going to be tough to replace those guys. But I think that's a good start, you know, getting a big physical guy from Alabama. And Cowboys are always trying to get that 330, you know, that big old lineman to kind of move the piles, you know. And so I think he fits the mode of what Cowboys try to do.
Well, you know, we have one pick. Well, obviously, you know, Dallas is taking no lineman.
Yep.
I'll just say you only have the Denver only has Miami to trade up with if they do want to make that move at tight end.
Yeah, because
which I don't necessarily understand as much because you did go get Evan Ingram.
Yeah,
but he's 30. It's a 2-year deal.
You didn't. Well, yeah, but also like you did just go get him. And once again, if you're going to have a first round pick, especially a pick at this level, at this range, they need to play right away.
Hey, and I brought this up earlier. So you're down the street and you hear plenty of criticisms of Jerry. I grew up in Dallas. I know how long it's been since they've even made a championship game, let alone the Super Bowl, same year, obviously. But Stephen Jones and Will McClay have drafted in the last 8 years 7 first-rounders that have made an all-pro.
Yeah.
Wow.
They do know what they're doing.
And up front, especially, you know, you mentioned Frederick. Lots of people had 4th-round grades, and we're killing Jerry on that. The guy went to like 5 Pro Bowls.
And actually, it's funny because me and him came in together in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Travis.
When you met him, you're like, oh, this guy's going to be a multi-year all-pro.
No clue at all.
Yeah.
He came from Bigfoot, Wisconsin.
Hey, real quick, Chris, before we let you go.
Yeah, I lied. We have more questions.
We know what a big hoop fan
I got
you are.
two more. I'm good. 2 more. I'm good.
Well, your Lakers got back into the series. We know Shelby's Bucks
Hey,
aren't
hold
where
on.
anybody wants
Leave
them to
my
be.
Bucks out of it.
We'll leave the Bucks out. We'll leave the Lakers out of it too for now. But what do you think happens with the Nuggets and Clippers game 3? MPJ is going to play, but don't know how much that shoulder is going to limit them. They're back home. Clippers have their own new building. So who wins tonight in the pivotal game 3?
I think the Nuggets got to change around their defensive scheme, right? They let Kawhi pretty much play iso ball all day. He wasn't in any rush, you know, dribbling all day. And then he finally pulled up for a pull-up, right? It was cash all day. But it's because they let him take his time, get into his rhythm and get into his play. So I think if the Nuggets can kind of rush him, double team him, force other players on the Clippers to beat them, they should be able to win this series. But the last game plan, you can clearly see without Mike Malone, they're not the same. They're not coached at the same level as they were in the playoffs in the past. The Bucks are done, Shelby. I'm sorry, man. You know.
Hey, hold on. Hey, how about taking straight?
Well, we did see today where somebody tweeted that they don't know why the Bucks traded for Kyle Kuzma, and Giannis liked the tweet. So that can't be great.
I love that. I love shady business like that. That's good stuff. I mean, 0 points in a playoff game, Shelby. We already talked about this. It's despicable.
You know, going back to football.
We're on the draft part of our
He's done. He's done.
No, going back to football. Do you think Travis? Chris? Do you think Travis Hunter would be able to play both sides of the ball? Screw y'all. That's it right
now. It's gonna be extremely hard. I think it's gonna probably have to be like a week-to-week basis, right? He thinks he can do it every week. but it's going to be hard if he has to deal with a top 5 receiver, then come back and deal with a top 5 corner in the same day. That's going to be hard, right? And it takes – people don't understand. It takes all your energy to cover these damn receivers, right? It takes everything you got to cover Tyreek Hill. And then you're going to have to – then you got to get ready to go get open on Jalen Ramsey. Like, that would be very hard. So I think he can do it. I'm not going to say he can't do it, but I would say it's going to be hard for him to do it every week.
I agree with that. I agree. Okay, well, Chris Harris Jr., thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Yeah, you're being called a hater, but just ignore him. He's still licking his wounds. He's still dealing with it.
The series is not over.
It's not. You're right. It's not. But we need Dame back.
Just because Chris said it's done, don't mean it's done.
You're
now,
right.
Chris, I will reach through the screen. That's that
Late show, man. We 1-1 too. Late show, we 1-1. You know, we're gonna bounce back this game. We got to go to Minnesota and win on the road. So that's gonna be interesting there.
I've got Minnesota upsetting in that series. Don't take it personal. Anthony Edwards, he's a bad man, and in the playoffs, he is scary. But that's also coming from a Nuggets fan who I did the girl math in my head, and I said, well, we've owned the Lakers and the Timberwolves have owned us, so I'm thinking the Timberwolves could just own the Lakers as well. It was girl math. It was more just maybe I don't want to see the Lakers. I don't want to have to deal with Lakers fans on X.
And I'm thinking the exact opposite of you. I'm thinking as, hey, Clippers, handle business with the Nuggets so we don't got to see the Nuggets, right?
There we go.
That's what I'm saying.
You want to run from the team.
Right.
You're running from you know what? We want that Pacer smoke.
Well, you're getting
You're getting all of it, Shelby.
We
You're
want
getting
that
all of
calf
it.
smoke. You know why? Because we're going to be okay.
Hey, Chris.
Don't worry about us. We're going to be good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what these haters over here say, Chris, you know what? Like, and no matter what your hating ass say, the Bucks are going to be okay. And you heard it here first.
We're not haters. We're realists.
I'm taking
Shelby.
any and all bets.
Okay.
Actually, no. Hold on.
Pause.
I'm in.
No, but I'm taking 2 bets. That's what I said. Not any and all.
Take 2 bets.
There we go.
Two
Yeah,
bets.
there's
Chris,
criteria.
Chris and Shelby and Ryan Harris, such a big part of what we're doing here at Guerrilla. We're the Harris's. Season 2 will come in the football season.
Ready, man.
Certainly the plan. I know you're ready to go, but I think we're going to check in with Chris tomorrow on our special Friday off field that Nate Jackson and I are reviewing round 1 to get Chris's thoughts on what the Broncos end up doing, because it doesn't look like the Dolphins are making a move and the Broncos are jumping into 13.
The pick's not in there.
So we'll see. We still got 3 minutes.
Dolphins are taking corner, man. They probably take Will Johnson.
Then they can trade Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, if they probably trade Ramsey, then they probably need a corner and receiver because they want to trade Hill too, didn't they?
Well, I think they'd like to because he, for as awesome as he is, they've got Waddle and he can be a bit of a headache, even though he's extremely talented still. And I know the toughest person you said you ever had to cover in your time in the league, at least certainly the fastest. That goes without saying. But Chris, this was awesome, man.
Yeah, man. Y'all let me know, man. Tomorrow, man. Just let me know, man. We'll see if I'm free.
Man, you know you ain't got nothing to do.
Oh,
man, I got 5 little girls.
Except be a Bucks hater. That's all you doing.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, man.
Thank you soon. Thank you so much.
Later.
Right, see you later.
Awesome. Okay. Wow.
Hating
what a treat.
asses. Every single one
Shelby,
of y'all.
Relax.
Y'all, I noticed the NFL draft show, but I'm tired of the hate.
No, we're
well,
not
it's
hating.
an extravaganza.
We're
We're talking draft, and we're going to transition into hoops.
It just reminds me of this whole like Dave Chappelle skit. Hate.
Also, I have to say one more thing about the Nuggets because we do have that game kicking off in 30 minutes. While I do understand that the Clippers are trying to distract Nikola Jokic with this horse hat thing, I actually feel like it might just be a little bit more motivating. He's going to feel like he's at home. I think this might have the reverse effect than what the Clippers are hoping for. Nonetheless, it is a brilliant strategy, and I absolutely am giving all my kudos to the Clippers for this one. But I feel like we might get a 60-piece triple-double from Jokic tonight when he sees horses in the stands.
Wow,
I'm just
60.
saying.
That's a bold.
Well,
so you know,
this man loves horses.
You going to bet it?
Because he's cold. he's too
you know,
cold.
he is struggling in this series. That is a fact. He has done some uncharacteristic things, and he hasn't been on his best. But this is also still the best player in the world. So I think that on any given night, you can expect him to refine some things and button everything up. And of course, you guys, 30 minutes from now, the game will be starting or beginning to start. Usually, if it says 8 o'clock, it's usually 8:10. So
well, tonight, no, because
you
on
can expect
NBA
that.
TV and altitude, it's an 8 o'clock tip. There's no sliding.
8 o'clock.
TNT decided to stick with OKC and Memphis, even though the better game
because everybody
is
loves to
certainly
watch a
going to
freaking
be-
blowout. That is
Wait,
lame.
so the Nuggets are NBA TV today?
They're NBA TV tonight.
Damn, so I can't even watch it on my Hulu.
You can watch. Yeah, I guess not. But you
No,
can,
and that's and that's.
Can you watch on
altitude?
altitude?
You can watch on altitude.
Okay.
And they have a free 3-day Altitude Plus trial that I saw our pal Vic tweet about.
You know, I don't do good with those because I always forget to redo
I guess to
it.
set an
I
alarm
don't do
for the
good with those,
morning
he says.
and
No,
on your
so
way to
it
the airport.
seems like obviously the Dolphins are staying at 13,
Yeah.
and at 14, the Colts are. It's already said. It's already known. The Colts are getting their guy that they've been looking at this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be
Since
good for Steichen and Chris
first
Ballard.
round. There's the what was the first round tight end since Eric Ebron?
That sounds right. That sounds right because they haven't had any that have come through.
No, so that's what I'm saying. Eric Ebron was the last one, but
and Dallas Clark
the
before
Colts,
him.
the Colts are
obviously.
going to get their guy, and it's been known he's been attached to the Colts this whole cycle.
It also looks like the Dolphins are going with another Michigan player and adding defensive lineman Kenneth Grant. So not adding corners. They haven't traded Jalen Ramsey. They haven't traded Tyreek Hill. And now out of Indy, one of the guys that covers the Colts, I'm seeing, like you just said, Tyler Warren is going to be a Colt. Tyler Warren's going to be a Colt, which makes me think that the Broncos are done calling about trading up. And now they're going to probably listen to calls about trading back for one of these quarterbacks, potentially, if someone wants to jump the Steelers.
Yeah, and it kind of actually works out now that everything kind of fell the way it did, because now the Broncos are in a prime position to really do whatever they want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're going to have to show them a pretty penny in order to get them to move now. And I'm all for it. I think the Broncos did exactly what they kind of set out to do. They weren't trying to give up more draft capital for really anyone. And I think if anything, obviously we're talking about them trading up, but I think the biggest thing, the most likely thing that they could have done was trade back.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we've seen them trade up before. They traded up for Marvin Mims. George Payton, who was in Minnesota all those years, traded up for Javonte Williams, rather, which wasn't something we always thought, oh, he trades back. Sean Payton is known for trading up. He has no problem trading up or trading back in to the first round, like when he got Mark Ingram after getting Cameron Jordan back in 2011 and trading up to go get Marcus Davenport and trading next year's number one a few years back. But maybe this is the first time we see Sean happily trade back, because as much as those running backs all kind of make sense, Omarion Hampton, Travion Henderson, we know that Sean would much rather talk to us about Alvin Kamara in the third round and finding that gem versus
He loves a diamond in the rough.
versus the first rounders that fell to them, like Reggie Bush falling to 2, as crazy as that sounds, and Mark Ingram being available, falling past because Cam Jordan fell. That's why they then went back, because they really loved Mark Ingram. I just don't see them, when you talk about positional value, taking a running back at 20. But one of these corners might be there now.
Well, because my random question I've been looking at is, obviously I'm going to do tackles, so I'm looking at all the D linemen and stuff getting drafted, and it seems like, though, we're in a day and age where arm length is getting thrown out the window.
On both sides up front?
On both sides, because before, having 32-inch arms was a death sentence.
Yeah.
And
so we saw Mason Graham get drafted at 5 or 32, and then even now Kenneth Grant has 33s. And so I just think it's interesting how just the evaluation of players in general is changing over the years, because that, right, like you said, there was a death sentence before.
Yep.
And so now it's just more of a change in the philosophy of a lot of these teams.
How about Will Campbell, who's going to be the blindside protector for Drake May, presumably for a while? 32 and 5/8, so not even 33 as your left tackle. Those aren't very long arms for a left tackle.
Remember at LSU they gave him 33. His arms grew 3/8 of an inch at LSU.
No, they dropped 3/8.
No, at LSU.
Oh, at LSU.
At LSU's pro day, he measured 33.
Well, again, the humidity down there, maybe he had some beignets to get ready for the pro day, and so that's why Will Campbell's arms got longer.
But also, I'm just saying, like you said, though, on both sides of the ball, though, it seems like arm length is not becoming as important as it was before.
You know what is important, though, I think, that we're seeing? And there's a couple of small school guys that are.
Oh, here it goes. Tyler Warren officially
official.
to the Colts.
Who?
But
Okay, so then what's next for Denver?
Corner
oh,
or
I
receiver.
think it's corner or
What if it's
receiver.
Matthew Golden? You can see a Matthew Golden type if he's there, but
You don't think they'll take advantage of some of the running backs left?
No, I just don't
Not
think they're
right
picking at 20.
now.
I think Sean wants to tell us that.
if it is, it's going to be Henderson.
Yeah, and I think it's Henderson over Hampton as well. But what we're seeing so far in the draft is what's kind of become the trend. And look, you started a big school, finished at a small school. But as we go through this list of who's been drafted other than Ashton Jeanty, Miami, Colorado, Penn State, LSU, Michigan, Boise, Missouri, Arizona, Texas, Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, Penn State. It is all Power 4 conference school products
Well, yeah,
because
top 15.
Yeah, but because they're like, but we've seen, Tyree Wilson, from Buffalo.
No,
And
well, Mike. Okay, I'll tell you this: if Mike Green did not have his off the field stuff, he would have been a top 10 pick.
and here's the other thing too, in the transfer portal era,
Mhm.
guys are all starting wherever. Incarnate Word for Cam Ward, then Washington State, not a top tier Pac-12 school, and then Miami. And
Yeah.
so I think the days of even though this big kid from North Dakota State, Gray Zabel, maybe a first rounder, and like you said, Mike Green, that's about it for small schools. Boise is kind of the anomaly of small schools as they've been for years, but we're not going to see too many of these small school first round picks.
Well, because the guys from the small schools are going to end up at the big school.
Yeah, they get
Mhm.
And
they
that's
play
just
well.
that's just the day and age now. Because I'm sure, like you said, you looked at Cam Ward being at a D1 AA to start, and you're going to see a lot of guys they're never going to end at a small school because one, small schools don't pay as much as big schools are, especially when you're big dog on campus.
Right.
You know what I mean? So when you're a big dog, small schools aren't paying, giving you $500,000 to come transfer.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's why you just like in March Madness, you didn't see any really small schools make it past the Sweet 16 because all their best players year in, year out are going to transfer.
Yep.
And that's just what you get with the transfer portal.
Okay, I think just for a quick moment, if it's okay with our producers, we're going to take just a quick little commercial break. I know that we're waiting on right now the Falcons pick.
To take the Georgia
But
outside linebacker.
I actually have to get out of here. I've got to get in my car, drive home because the Nuggets game is about to begin, and I want to make sure I can deliver you guys the best content for Game 3. Nuggets on the road taking on the Los Angeles Clippers. So I'm going to get home so that I can do some live tweeting. I think the fellas here at the studio, whoever's sitting down, will be tossing to me at halftime to give a little update on all things Denver Nuggets. And I think the Broncos pick is very near. I wish I could stay through it, but I truly just have to get home, and so I can go cover this Nuggets game because it does begin in about 20 minutes. So I think we're going to take a quick commercial break, mute the mics, give you guys a nice little background to look at for just a moment. I'm going to get out of here, and then the stream will continue. So don't go anywhere. You are going to see things pause for just a moment, but we will still be here and we'll be live momentarily. I'm going to head home so I can get you guys the best Nuggets content, hopefully tonight, and hopefully it's a win for the Nuggets. But thank you guys for tuning in to the first chunk of this live watch along for the NFL draft. Don't go anywhere. We have plenty more where this came from, presented by Johnson Auto Plaza. We will be back in just a moment.
All right, the show has gotten significantly less good-looking. I'm taking over for Liv Moods here. Jesse Montano, BK, Shelby Harris in the house. Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker. We are 5 picks away from where the Broncos are selecting at 20. Any thoughts here on Falcons?
I see Falcons going either receiver or DB.
Well, no, they just took Jalen Walker.
No, the Falcons.
Falcons, yeah.
The Cardinals
Falcons.
Cardinals
okay. Falcons.
yeah.
I like it. It's just once again, it's another pick where I feel like the crappy thing about this draft is like all the anticipation was about Ashton Jeanty and Travis Hunter. And now no one cares about any of this other stuff. And now I'm like, where's Shedeur going?
Right.
You know what I mean? I think everyone's just like, all right, let's get to the Broncos pick and see if someone trades back up for Shedeur.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but great pick, great pick by the Falcons. A good pass rusher, a guy who, good speed, good strength, and it's going to be obviously everyone knows the Falcons pass rush was abysmal last year. So this is a pick that's really going to enhance, that pass rush and really help them out.
Well, especially because they've invested so much on offense with all these first-round picks. Obviously, Michael Penix last year, but Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, they're pretty well stacked at your skill spots. I know Kyle Pitts can be up and down, but Bijan's as dynamic a runner as there is, and Drake London, what do you have, 1,300 yards or something last year? I mean, that dude's the real deal. And so I think that they have needed help on defense, because it seems like they only have Grady Jarrett every year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, and Jesse Bates and our pal Justin Simmons were pretty good on the back end last year, especially Bates, and the corner Terrell.
Did they sign a D tackle in free agency this year?
Maybe.
Because with Grady Jarrett leaving, that leaves a couple holes in the middle.
Yeah, their most updated depth chart doesn't look like I guess they add Morgan Fox at DN. But no, I don't think they added anybody up front of note as I look at it. Maybe they're in the market, though, to trade for Trey Hendrickson, depending on what the Bengals do here at 17. Because Shamar Stewart's still out there. There's a couple more guys, that can rush a passer. They said that up to 6 edge guys could go in the first round.
Well, if you see Cincinnati, draft
Plus
the
Mike
edge
Green.
guy, if you see Cincinnati draft the edge guy, you know right then that means that Trey Hendrickson's probably gone somewhere.
And
well, also, I guess because also Sam Hubbard did retire, so they do need another DN. But the man has done everything has been asked of him, plus more, and you don't reward him with a new contract. And I guess it has to be so frustrating because you're seeing all these other guys that necessarily haven't proven as much as you getting the deal.
Yeah,
you're seeing the Milton Williams deal. You're seeing these guys who Trey Henderson has years of work in this league. So I understand where he's coming from, but it'd be interesting to see by the end of this draft if he's gone or what other players could be drafted because throughout this whole couple days of draft.
Yeah. All right, pick is in for the Cardinals at 16. So we're 4 away, but really, Shelby, to your point, like the story is now shifting towards what's going on with Shedeur. At one point in this college season, we were talking about potentially a first overall type guy. I believe it was the Saints who we were all kind of saying, like, if he gets past that, could potentially even fall out of the first round. So teams that could potentially trade up into where the Broncos are at right now in 20 to get in front of the Steelers. Do either of you have thoughts on any teams that might want to? I mean,
obviously the rumor has always been Cleveland,
right,
going back in,
and maybe the Giants with their love of Jackson.
It could be the Giants, but also that's the thing. Just because you trade in front of the Broncos, in front of the Steelers, does not necessarily mean you're trading for Shadur Sanders. Yeah. And that's the thing, because you're hearing a lot of Jackson Dart love. Tyler Shook.
I just don't see him going there.
But at the end of the day, like if you feel like if you don't go there, you won't get him. Like I said, like you claimed and you made sure that you phrased it's lion season. So
coin the term. I coined that term.
Phrase. Yeah,
I coined that term.
Yeah, but okay. Arizona Cardinals take the DT. Walter Nolan, who's also. He was linked to the Broncos at one point too. So
and if I'm the Broncos, I have to be thinking as much as I would trade that pick potentially. Now I've got not 1 but 2 corners available. Perhaps we got to see what happens at 17, 18, and 19. And the Bengals, they could add Derek Harmon, the D lineman from Oregon. They still could add one of those edge guys. They could add Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. the Broncos, I don't think, need to add a linebacker right now because they still like Drew Sanders. And I'm saying an inside off the ball linebacker. They've got Drew Sanders that they're working on back inside behind, obviously, Alex Singleton and signing Dre Greenlaw. But one of those corners now in Will Johnson, depending on what the Seahawks do, but we know they're set at corner, your one-year-old teams. I think that corner could very much be in play with Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron there from Texas, giving you a lot of options with a really good defense to make it even better, especially when you're trying to beat Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and the rest of the AFC arsenal of QBs in the playoffs. Could be Burrow again. Could be you guys if y'all get there. Certainly Josh Allen, the MVP, Lamar. You can never have enough good corners.
We're hearing some rumors that they could be potentially looking to move up to get in on Jeanty, which would have been a move that they really would have helped. Would have helped them a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, he's gonna help everybody.
He would have helped any team he went to.
But especially with just what we saw out of, especially later in the season, it felt like the running game that struggled all year really ran out of gas for the Broncos, so it really helped. So we got corner Shelby for the Broncos. Is that kind of defensive side of the ball, or like
I would say corner or receiver, and
See,
you're
that's
kind of
where I'm
pushing their hand right now.
Yeah,
because all the other players that they kind of wanted or were waiting to get to them are kind of getting taken.
Right.
Walter Nolan just got picked. And then obviously they were Jeanty and then Warren. So now you have to see, is Will Johnson going to be there? But you have teams that need corners.
Right.
Seattle has two good corners. They can always use one more. Cincinnati could use more corners, and Tampa Bay could use more. So then, what is your plan B if Will Johnson's gone? Because honestly, the way I've realized about the draft is whoever you want, it will be gone. We'll get picked one pick before you. One pick before you.
Like a fantasy draft.
No, I'm talking about, dude, like even in my Madden league before, like, I'm like,
yeah,
I'm on the fantasy draft stuff. It's like you're over here in the draft, like, I have this one guy, and then literally one pick before you, just always. And so if you can trade up, you got to trade up. But I think the Broncos are going to be happy with, I think they have a couple options here, and trading back is one of them. I think they're going to be happy with either of them.
Well, to your point, that you're starting to have guys fall off that are probably on their board. At what point do you get to the level where it's just like, it makes more sense for us to trade back because there's not really any guys on our board here?
Well, because you're going to have a draft grade on guys, and then a couple guys are gone. It's going to be like, it's not worth us picking here. Like we're not going to get the value that we want here, and so that's when you're like, all right, let's trade back and try this again, pretty much. But because obviously, the Broncos have been linked to running backs, but is 20 too high for a Henderson or Hampton? You know what I mean? Like that's where you decide, okay, if I trade back to a couple picks, then maybe one of those guys will be gone, but not both of them.
Right. Well, and I think that's where I always start to have that conversation of, and I think you avoid drafting for need in the first round. You take the best player available, you take the highest player rated on your board. But again, that's where I think teams can get themselves into troubles if you really, really talk yourself into wanting a back. And you maybe end up reaching at 20, where that was a pretty emphatic no from BK.
I'm talking about he meant that.
I just don't like the positional value because we've seen, other than Saquon Barkley this year, the last time the best rusher in the league won a Super Bowl was Terrell Davis in 1998-99 Super Bowl. Yeah. The time before that, the only other time in the history of the NFL was Emmitt Smith with the Cowboys. So having the best rusher in the league, and look, this guy may not come in as the best rusher in the league, but the point is you can find Alvin Kamara in the third round. Yeah, Josh Jacobs was a first rounder. Christian McCaffrey was a first rounder. Derrick Henry, but Bucky Irving was a fourth rounder last year and was the best rookie running back of the whole class. So we think Jeanty's going to be really good, but he went 6, and top 10 guys like Bijan has lived up to that hype. Marshall Faulk a couple years ago, I remember hearing him say, now he's the CU coach, that I would still be a top 5 pick, top 8 pick because of how great Adrian Peterson, Reggie Bush, guys like that. I just don't think Hampton or Henderson is worth it at 20.
Wait, hold on. You said Reggie Bush? You think Reggie Bush lived up to where he was drafted?
No, but he made total sense based on what you had seen. They won a Super Bowl with him.
With him, not because of him.
Right. No, but he was on the roster.
Okay, well, another edge rusher is set to go to the Bengals now. It looks like Shamar Stewart out of A&M is headed there. You've played with the 2 best pass rushers in the history of the NFL from Texas A&M and Von Miller and and obviously now with Myles Garrett. So can Shamar Stewart live up to those guys? Those are big shoes to fill in terms of Aggies in the pros, but he's going to go and play in Ohio just like you, just down the road in Cincinnati. They need help up front, but I think your point about Hubbard retiring, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's kind of, it makes perfect sense though. You only have Trey Hendrickson, now you get Shamar Stewart, and you really shore up that pass rush. And the issue is, and it has always been, is Cincinnati's defense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and with the way that they signed all their offensive guys of Burrow, Chase, and Higgins, there is no way they can build that defense up unless they do draft it. And so it's a great move for them because they're able to lock in a player that could be a great player for them and lock him in for 5 years. And then you go and try to, this draft for Cincinnati, it's going to be a lot of defense.
Yeah.
A lot of defense because they obviously have the offense. It's going to be O-line, it's going to be defense. Obviously, it's not going to be receiver. It's not going to be quarterback. So I think you're going to see O-line and you're going to see a lot of defense guys because that's where they have to be cheap at. And so where you can get good players cheap is the draft.
I think that the Bengals are going to load up on defense. What's interesting, though, is they fired the defensive coordinator. I know that's part of the thing you have to do when your offense is record-setting or the best in the league at times, and your quarterback has a great year, but your defense is bad. I just don't think Lou Anarumo is a bad coach, which is why the Colts snatched him up immediately. I don't think it was his problem. He was the problem as much as he just didn't have a lot to work with.
He didn't have the players to fit his scheme.
Even with the guy who led the NFL in sacks, he's only one guy in Trey Hendrickson, and Hubbard obviously clearly at the end of his rope. That's why he decided to hang him up, but didn't love their corners, didn't love their linebackers. Saw him in person in December, right after Christmas, before New Year's in that game in Cincy, where the Broncos, of course, lost in overtime, but the defense, they were running all over them when they wanted to, just like most teams did. So I think you'll see lots of Bengals defense, like Shelby said.
Shelby, what do you think about the Bengals, just in general?
I hate them.
Who do you hate the most? We're going to rank your AFC North hatred.
I hate them all. Screw them all. You know what I mean? But
like it's a preseason favorite last year. They stumble out of the gate. Feels like I'm even selling it short for what they did.
Yeah.
But then there's like that late season surge. You have all the Joe Burrow MVP talk. To your point, if they can build up O-line, build out that D through the draft, and then fill in around the fringes here the rest of the way in the offseason, where are you at with these guys? Other than hating them.
If they can shore up that defense, they're a team to be reckoned with. But also, not just the defense, they got to shore up the O-line.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow is one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the league year in and year out.
And that's not from him just holding onto the ball too long.
It's literally because O-line are getting beat like drums.
Broncos had 9 in that game.
Yeah, so that's why the biggest thing for them is the trenches. Obviously, the trenches on both sides, but then you just have to. They have to invest in the O-line. They have to invest in their D-line, and then they have to, go draft all these other positions. And so, like I said, they're going to maybe have to try to draft for more picks or trade for more picks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and somehow just gain more capital because they do have a lot of holes on their defense where they struggled last year. And you can go with those guys, which is fine. Or it's always a reliable veteran that's sitting on the market at this point, not wanting to do camp. Trust me, I've been there. So that's why I get it. But I think right now, this is the perfect pick. It was either him or Mike Green out of Marshall. And so this is probably one of the best picks they could have had. And I'm actually excited and interested and intrigued to see kind of where the rest of their draft goes.
Yeah, how they build it out the rest of the way. All right, so that was pick 17. The Bengals, Shamar Stewart. So we got 18, Seattle Seahawks, 19, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then 20, where the Broncos sit.
It feels like Seahawks are going O-line.
Well, hold on, let's also go back to this pick real quick.
Yeah.
12 games. He had 31 tackles, 5.5 TFLs, 1.5 sacks. And this tells me the NFL does this all the time. They draft off of potential.
Yeah.
Off of what they think a player can do is more, they think, every coach in the NFL thinks they could be the one to unlock somebody's potential. And this is one of those type of picks where they have a guy who's not really a pass rusher, more of a disruptor, and they think, hey, with a little bit of our coaching and fine-tuning, we can make him the guy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the guy in college. So that should be very interesting. And then I'm not saying he's going to be a bust, but then these scouts and everything wonder, why didn't this player show up? Why did he disappear? I wonder the hell why. And I always say these guys make their jobs a lot harder than they need to. Watch the film. You know what I mean? Like, watch the film. Like, I get it that we love these athletic freaks. You know what I mean? Like these guys that run 4.5 at the end and once again, I'm not talking about him.
Right,
I'm talking about prospects in general. These guys make the job way harder than it needs to be. You know what I mean? To get the guy that goes out there and balls. Like all the haters that hated Josie Jewell because he didn't test well. Look at him now. Still balling in the league.
Tackling machine.
Always around the ball.
And so the prediction that the Seahawks would go O-line and take a guy that maybe doesn't have the big school pedigree, Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State, who we saw play pretty well when they went toe-to-toe with the Buffs here in Boulder. He's headed to the Pacific Northwest now to protect Sam Darnold and whatever other quarterbacks they're going to throw out there the next few years. So the Seahawks stand pat. They were open for business. We're here in the Bucks at 19, another playoff team that has a pretty good roster on both sides of the ball, open to moving back. So are the Bucks going to be a team that one of those quarterback needy teams, like perhaps the Browns, looking for that young QB, the Giants, the Saints, are they going to jump to 19 to throw the Steelers off and potentially the Broncos move off? And if you're the Broncos, as much as you want to trade back, I think with these two corners that are now available, it's going to be hard to pass on one of them.
Well, and I want to get back to that because you just put out a tweet a few minutes ago about the two corners that are left, and now you've only got one pick between you and where the Broncos are at, so one of them will be there. But just really quick, Shelby, I want to go back to what you're just talking about teams, that draft or acquire players, however, so like, oh, no. Once we get this guy in our scheme with our coaches, and it is just, it's just funny to hear you bring that up because I feel like you see it in every sport with every team every year. Someone does something where they take a big swing, they pay a lot of money, they give a bunch of assets for a guy that everyone on the outside of that building is like, yeah, I don't know about that. And it's fun to see teams even in the first round of the draft.
And sometimes it works out. Most of the time it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where GMs lose their jobs.
Yeah.
Is you got to think when these first round picks don't work out, that's when you see the changes of GMs. Because if they don't work out, more likely your team ends up being like crappy. Yeah. Because you're relying on these picks to come in and really change your team and enhance your team. And so when you see all these teams go and grab guys who are projects, if you and teams need to know this, and they need to be more aware of if they have the infrastructure to even develop these guys.
Right.
Like you want to bring in, like you say, a project at quarterback. Let's even talk about Anthony Richardson, but do you have the QB coach to teach him how to be a real QB? You want to bring in Shamar Stewart. Do you have the D-line coach or the pass rush coach that's going to take for him to be great? Or are you just going to say, hey, figure it out? Because I know a lot of teams that do that.
You're right.
They just throw you out there and, he'll figure it out eventually and not give him the extra step he needs. Like Trey Lance. I always think it's funny. Trey Lance is my biggest one that it blows me. The 49ers traded up for Trey Lance. And then gave up on him because everyone knew he needed reps.
Yeah.
That was the one that he needs reps. He didn't get reps.
Yeah.
And they still moved off him, and they got lucky because Brock Purdy came through and ended up being good, because otherwise those guys are gone.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Like those, like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan might be gone if it's not for Brock Purdy, because they're in a tough situation at quarterback if it's not for being saved by Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the scary part.
Well, then not only is sometimes that infrastructure not in place, like you said, to develop these guys, but there's also, especially like in the case of what we just saw here with the Bengals, like you now have the pressure of being a first round pick and the expectations that come with all of that, and it just all seems like it runs together. BK, two corners that you like for the Broncos still on the board.
And Chris Harris loves, he told us as much, with Will Johnson. Could you imagine having another 6'2" corner? And Riley Moss is 6'1". He's big, but they do like the idea of him moving inside. That's something that has been talked about really since the combine, as the combine's the week that you're around kind of the entire Broncos brain trust, all the coaches, all the personnel people. So you start to just pick up on things. They obviously love PS2. They like Riley Moss a lot. I think they're okay with Jaquan McMillan, who played really well 2 years ago and was just okay last year. But if there's a corner that they love, unless they're about to get their socks knocked off by one of these teams, the Bucs didn't make a move. The Saints weren't going to probably trade with the Bucs. Very rarely at the top of the draft do you see teams in division trading. They'll trade later on because they just need a player, need a pick.
Pick is in.
Because it was a pick that
Wow.
was discussed to being traded.
Yeah.
Like really pretty much this whole time, this pick is in. So be very interested to see.
You know who's smiling right now is Baker Mayfield, because Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State is set to join Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Bucky Irving.
And that's who I thought would have been perfect for the Denver Broncos.
Absolutely. But he's now your heir apparent to kind of both. I mean, Godwin's obviously younger, coming off the injury. Mike Evans isn't going to play forever, but he's got another year or two. But now you're set up with a first-round wideout that whenever Mike decides to hang it up, or if they decide to move on from him before his career's totally done, you are seamless right there with a frontline receiver.
So then, all right, now we know who the Buccaneers are picking. The oh-so-great Denver Broncos are on the clock. After this, obviously,
with both corners available, because Barron can play inside and outside, but is one of the guys that you can really send after the quarterback, kind of that big nickel. And
I'd rather just have a guy that does his job and his one job extremely well.
And so, especially because they just got Hufanga, who's going to play down in the box plenty.
So you're making this pick. If you're in the war room right now down in Dove Valley, you're making the pick. You're not.
No, I'm open for business. I think only because you could just use more value. You want to get that running back. You're in good shape at corner. You're not, you could upgrade, but another pick or two. If somebody wants Shadur Sanders, you're calling the Giants right now. You're calling the Saints. You're calling the Browns, or they might be calling you just to make sure.
Okay.
And Dion tweeting, Dion Jr., Bucky, tweeting, the rejected will be respected.
They always say that. So, no, so my biggest question, I guess, is if Pittsburgh does not take Shadur Sanders, because this is a good possibility. You never know. Where does he fall?
Without those teams trading up, is there a team in the first round that would take him? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I think that the Rams
could.
With Matthew Stafford might look to go that direction.
Interesting.
Because Stafford, we know, got the new deal, got it extended or whatever, so 2 more years. But I think that they make the most sense football-wise. Otherwise, it's still those teams we talked about. And it may not be till tomorrow, but it's the Giants, the Browns, and the Saints.
Yeah.
If none of them trade up because they're all kind of playing chicken with each other, or one of them likes Jackson Dart. Because the Steelers, look, they've got Joey Porter Jr., but there's about to be 2 good corners available for the Steelers too.
Yeah.
And we know that they like defense.
Oh, don't forget they have Darius Slay.
Oh, they do. They did sign Darius Slay. So a quarterback, one of those 2 quarterbacks does make.
But the one thing I do
sense.
want to just make sure that everyone knows there's nothing wrong with being a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick or just getting drafted in general. This is still, no matter what, going to be these guys' best days of their life. And I understand why Shedeur didn't want to be in the war room with this, because it was going to be a slide. And, the cameras are just going to be – he's not even there, and they keep going to his draft party. You know what I mean? So no matter what, this is going to be an amazing process for Shedeur. He's going to finally live out his dreams, become an NFL player, and then get in that NFL locker room. And then that's all that talk and stuff goes out the window then. Then it's just the work is really all that matters. And so I'm excited for him to get his chance wherever he is. And no matter where he gets drafted, still a hell of a college career, and then good luck in the pros, no matter where you are. And I think there's too many people that are wishing bad on this kid and just doesn't like doesn't like the confidence. They say he's arrogant. Isn't that what you want in your quarterback? Don't you want him to be confident? Don't you want him to be no, he's that guy? Aaron Rodgers walks around like that, and nobody's, and ever since I say the COVID thing, that's when people started saying he was arrogant. But before that, though, he was always that guy, and nobody ever said anything bad about that. But Shedeur walking around, walking the walk, talking the talk, doing it all. You know what I mean? And that's why I just think let's just enjoy these guys. Let's stop comparing them. Let's stop doing all this. Let's actually just be happy for them.
Yeah.
That's more important than being right. Or you know what I mean? I think if we lose focus of this, of being right and all this, like this is the best days of their life.
What's funny is that people
true.
have taken it personally with Shedeur's persona when it doesn't really affect you unless you end up covering the team that he plays for, or there's a player you wish ended up on your favorite team that he goes instead of. But like getting excited about his slide through the first round just kind of talks more about the type of person you are. If you want to see him fail because you don't like him or don't like his dad or don't like his family, whatever it may be, because ultimately it's going to be decided wherever he goes. He's going to prove that he can play in this league or not, just like it is with every single player that's come before him and everyone that's going to come after him. And so this came out just a few seconds ago from our guy, Jordan Schultz, the Seattle guy. His dad, by the way, started Starbucks, but Jordan, good NFL insider. And he's a big Shelby Harris fan as well. Says the Giants are trying to move back into the round. Is this the place that they go to make sure that the Steelers don't jump ahead of them? We know that the Broncos are on the clock. Let's say the Broncos stick. Let's call out a position right now.
Hold on. Before we move on from Shedeur, really fast. Nate wrote that piece last week saying that maybe sliding a bit in the draft would be good for him, give him that chip on his shoulder a bit. But I just want to know from you guys, why is he sliding? Like, what is it about him that is causing the slide?
It's just for the magnitude of the pick, you have to get the player that fits the pick. And I just believe that this year with the QB draft not being as strong as possible, before, last year's draft, you see QBs going 1 or 2, just over and over and over again. But this year, though, teams realize how important these first-round picks are, and they realize that if you draft a quarterback in that first round and he doesn't turn out, more likely you're getting fired.
Yeah. So
now people have to figure out, like, is this guy worth his pick or not? But also, I am going to go there. I also believe that Shadur Sanders would not be getting most of his hate if he wasn't black. As a black quarterback in the league, you get a lot of different criticisms that other players don't, and a black quarterback in general. And so I get it. He has a personality. He's confident, but let's let his play do the talking. Let's not be haters before he even touches the field.
All right, so we're about 2 minutes, maybe less, away from the Broncos either trading or making this pick. If they make the pick, how do they stick? I'm saying it's corner, but I won't be surprised if it's wide out. But I'm saying corner if they stick.
I think the Giants are going to trade.
Maybe so, and maybe we're seeing this any second now. The one thing we know is the Broncos aren't leaking much out of that draft room. What position would you like to see?
I think corner. I liked what you were talking about earlier about getting another big guy to pair with Riley Moss.
And
you've got two guys that you really like that you can pick from. It's not like you're just taking. All right, well, who's left here that fills this positional need? You can take the guy that you like better.
They still, Matt Golden's still up there too. I can see it either be corner.
It looks like they're sticking with the pick is what's coming down the pike.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
corner, or what were you saying, Shelby?
Corner or receiver. I think, obviously,
get some weapons for Bo.
Yeah, either get the biggest thing that the Broncos are doing, and which they needed to do, is you have a quarterback on a rookie contract. Like, a rookie contract. You have to build around him. You have to build around him while you have the opportunity, while he's cheap. That's how you're going to build the best team to be able to compete with Bo. Like, you saw they made the playoffs already, and that was in Bo's first year. So,
and they were in salary cap hell.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting more money back, and you have all your picks. So it's time to really start building this team around Bo Nix. Pick is in.
Picks in. All right. So they're
all right.
taking
So who
the
you
pick.
thinking, BK? You saying
I
Will
think
Johnson?
it's Will Johnson, but I won't be surprised if it's Barron, and maybe it is one of these wideouts like Burden or Golden.
What do you think, Jesse?
I like Johnson. I like Will Johnson.
Okay.
You get a PS2 clone.
I'm gonna be different.
You gonna say running back?
I'm going to say Henderson.
Okay, but you're going running back. So even Omari Hampton wouldn't surprise you either. He's going running back. We're both at corner. Wideout won't surprise me. The D-line.
Broncos are taking Texas corner.
There you go. Jahdae Barron.
Nice. All three of us are wrong.
Yeah.
But he gives you that versatility we talked about. And I think that's going to really help this defense.
No, it's a very interesting pick. So I just wonder what is attributing to Will Johnson's slide, because before he was considered the first DB on the board before the season started, and even halfway through the year. So I know he's not the fastest guy in the world, but
no, it's a bad day for Jaquan McMillan, though. Not to move on from your Will Johnson thing, because Riley Moss isn't going anywhere. He was a Sean Payton pick. Jaquan came the year before as a undrafted free agent that I think even started somewhere else, but got there in camp. And I think they liked how he played 2 years ago. They didn't love it. And so I said, really from that week we got back from the combine, that it won't surprise me if there's a corner available. And this is a guy that can play inside and outside. And just like they want jokers on offense, you want versatility on defense too. And so with Hufanga too, because they still like the safeties they have with Brandon Jones, with PJ Locke and Skinner, it gets really interesting. And you add Barron, who really good tackler, really fast. Not like blazing, but plays quick to the ball. And it was good at blitzing the quarterback. I think if you look up his draft profile, you're going to love a 5'11" corner that can kind of do everything.
Well, and you know what's interesting for me with the construction of this Broncos team, because what Shelby was talking about with building around Bo and getting him some weapons. You for the first time in feels like forever, you're not in the market for a quarterback in this draft, and you're here to, you can build some pieces around him. But it's the defense that has been the story of this team for the last, ever since they won the Super Bowl, and to continue to bolster that. Is that an identity pick for you? Just continuing to build on that. And I know you're probably very pro defensive picks.
I love them. I love them, but I only love them if they're needed. You know what I mean? If that's like the best, if you feel like that was the best player available.
Well, you watch that Bengals game, and I get that he was coming off an MCL sprain, but they could use a little more help covering T. Higgins because Riley
a lot of people struggle covering T.
Right. That's why he's making $30 million.
Like, it's easy to pick one game and be like, oh, he struggled there. Well, Jamar Chase is one of the best in the league. T. Higgins is one of the better receivers in the league. Like, and that's the thing is, like, that's what you're going to have. Pat Surtain is going to be there for, the Jamar Chases. You know what I mean? But this pick is like, we need a guy who can go and get the number twos. Because number twos now are getting paid more than number ones used to. You know what I mean? So now it's just like you're going and you're stacking up on receivers now. So I think this is a big thing now. A lot of teams are going to do. They want two dogs at corner. Look at the Seahawks. They have Woolen and they have Witherspoon. You know what I mean? Like, teams are priding themselves on trying to get two, really dogs, I would say, just at corner that are going to, lead the team and really shut down the opposite number two.
By the way, there's a lot of Longhorns on this team and on this defense. Brandon Jones, Longhorn, PJ Locke, Malcolm Roach. They just lost a little Jordan, so I guess I had to replace him. I think the special teams kid that they signed also that they brought in, I want to say from Carolina, is a Texas guy. This kid runs 4.39, by the way. So he's 4.39.
29-inch arms.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there because I haven't seen really 20s in a while.
He's a corner, though. So
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He's obviously not a press corner.
No, but he's got plenty of athleticism. You can see that he just finds the ball, and you can't teach that. And so I think that, he's going to have a great opportunity in a really, really good defense to come in and contribute right away. The comparison to Cooper DeJean, look at what that kid did in his rookie year. Now, he was on the best team in football and they won the Super Bowl, but he fit into that defense perfectly and made huge plays in the Super Bowl. Now he was a returner. You don't need that.
Well, before anything, the Steelers are up.
Yeah.
And now I guess the time will tell. Is a quarterback on their horizons? Is it Shedeur? Is it Jackson Dart? You know what I mean? Like, we will see. But
is it Will Johnson?
This is it was a quick pick. This is the pick that everybody kind of was waiting for.
And Shedeur isn't being handed a phone right now.
Well,
but
this also could be,
we don't know, exactly how this technology works, as we're keeping an eye on it on the draft as well.
Going back to the Broncos pick, though, is from everything that's saying, he's really a nickel.
Yeah.
He can play inside and out, but also the issue is he doesn't have a lot of exposure in man coverage. So
neither did Riley Moss.
It's going to be a learning experience for all of them. But I think it's a good pick for the Broncos. I think it's a pick that will further cement their defense as one of the best in the league.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, though. If their defense plays really well, depending on what happens, there's certainly a scenario where Vance Joseph is a head coach again in a year, and Jim Leonard takes over that defense. That's why Sean brought him back, named him one of his many associate head coaches. I think he has 4 of them now, or assistant head coaches or whatever. So giving Jim Leonard more weapons potentially down the road, but stockpiling the defense so that if VJ moves on to a head gig, they're in really even better shape than they were already in really good shape.
Or do the Steelers go Will Johnson?
Wow.
You know,
defensive line. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah. Oregon tackled Derek Harmon
for the Steelers.
Yeah, 21,
who was supposed to maybe go to the Bengals, is now a Pittsburgh Steeler, which makes you think that who knows what their conversations with Aaron Rodgers are.
About a lot of people had injury concerns about Derek Harmon. That's why he dropped. But it seems like, like you said though, it seems like they kind of feel like Aaron Rodgers is going to come and he's going to be their future the next, the quarterback of the next year.
See, but you said something earlier, Shelby, and I know you got to get out of here in just a few minutes, so we'll kind of wind this down and take another break. But you said something earlier that I could not possibly agree with more. When you said, I think that would be a great situation for Shedeur. Let him sit for a year, let him learn the pro game, let him learn from guys who have been there. Watch the speed up close. He does seem like a guy to me that would have really benefited from playing in that type of situation.
Yeah, just not every quarterback needs to play right away. Some quarterbacks are really good at just sitting for a year, learning the NFL, offense, just learning the NFL in general, and then just move. And then when it's their time, just like how Aaron Rodgers did,
right?
It's just like Jordan Love did. And that's why I just growing up a Packer fan. You see, I've seen it and I've seen it work. Yeah. So it should be really interesting. And then this pick for the Steelers is actually very interesting because they had a rookie from Wisconsin last year that was Benton, Keanu Benton, who's one of their starters. But they run a 3-4, obviously, and they have Hayward. So then Harmon, I guess, is going to slide right in. But it's a very interesting pick. But once again, shows you don't know anything about what's about to happen.
So, all right, we're going to take another quick break here in a minute. But just real quick before we do that, Chargers are on the clock next. Then you got Green Bay, followed by Minnesota, Houston, LA, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, then Philly.
Well, I'll stay until after Green Bay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
The Green Bay fan as a kid is going to stick around.
Yeah, because I might as well see who they're going to pick.
Well, then we might as well do a hold through here, and then we can break as soon as Shelby.
So we'll hold through the next 2 picks. But all right. So Shedeur, it was kind of felt like if he fell to 20, he would go at 21 to the Steelers. That'd be the end of it. They had him up on the screen right before. He doesn't. You said the Rams. This is feeling like he's
the Rams
probably heading for tomorrow, right?
Well, I think I think a team might trade with Houston. Houston's a team that could trade back.
Houston could still use
Houston could trade back.
Minnesota could trade back.
Minnesota technically could trade back.
They need running back help, I think, and they've got JJ McCarthy. So if you're Minnesota at 24, you can trade back with the Browns or the Giants and feel good about landing a running back because Amari Hampton's still on the board for now.
You have all the backs really, other than Jeanty. Jeanty's the only one that got drafted. So right now, like this, they've showed that they're believing that how deep this class is that you don't have to jump for a running back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I've been wrong on these last 2 picks, and so I'm ready to be wrong for the next 2.
Well, that Steelers pick, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting there's a handful of other things, and like you said,
that's the most Steelers pick, by the way.
That's what makes today fun is drafts in general, just that you don't know what's going to happen. BK, do you have any thoughts on the Chargers?
They obviously are set at
Division
quarterback.
For the Broncos?
They did lose
Asante Samuel Jr. is not back yet.
Asante Samuel Jr. as well as Joey Bosa. And so I think that there's an opportunity to bolster your defense still. Will Johnson might make sense, losing Asante Samuel Jr. Their cornerbacks right now are Cam Hart and Dante Jackson, who was undrafted a few years ago. And so I think Will Johnson makes too much sense here. Also, by the way, who do you play for in college and won a national championship with? Jim Harbaugh at Michigan.
Oh,
So it feels like
it kind of feels like it'd be kind of perfect, a perfect place for him to fall.
There's no way that he was going to be there, so that's why he wasn't mocked there. I think maybe.
No, everybody had him in the teens. You know what I mean? So now we're over at what, 22 now?
Yeah.
And so this just shows you the draft is unpredictable. You know, all the mocks I've seen, I haven't seen anything like this. Well, I don't think I saw a single mock that had Cleveland trading with Jacksonville. You know what I mean? Or anything like that. So, you know, but I just think it's very interesting that this draft of all drafts is the most different, because I feel like most of the time you kind of have a good feel on where everyone's going.
Mm-hmm.
After the first 2 picks, it was kind of after the first 3 picks, because I will say, because everyone knew Will Campbell was going to the Patriots, and everyone knew Abdul
Carter,
everyone knew it was going to be Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. We just didn't know what order it was going to be.
Yeah.
But after that, it's been nothing but a toss up.
Well, I appreciate it, because there's a lot of talk in the this week leading up that this had the potential to be like the most boring, just kind of going chalk draft. People aren't really moving around. Let's actually go back to that number 2 overall pick, Travis Hunter, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They acquire that pick from your Cleveland Browns. Shelby, how would you have felt had the Browns kept that pick and taken Travis Hunter? I found him to be fascinating over the last month. Just some of the stuff that we've heard out of the combine. He goes on that podcast a month ago saying, hey, it'd be fun to stay in Colorado and just have the Broncos draft me. Him being adamant that he wants to play both ways. I've had the opinion recently, I've talked with Nate, that like, man, that feels like this might be one of the first players that we see coming from all the NIL stuff, that this might be an interesting adjustment to the pros.
Yeah, I think that he's a very interesting case study, because to be completely honest, I don't know what he's going to be great at.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the hell he's going to play. You know what I mean? It
feels like he's a receiver first, but
then you have some teams that say he's a DB first. And that's what I'm saying. Some teams are saying receiver, some are saying DB. Like, nobody really has any clue. Everyone's like claiming they would use him differently.
But the hardest thing to do is put the ball in the end zone. And that's why Jamar Chase is getting $40 million and the guy next to him is getting 28.5. And that's why when you look at the top players in the league, other than the couple of edge rushers like Miles getting paid, non-quarterbacks, it's been wide receivers the last few years. It's been Tyreek Hill getting a $30 million deal. It's been Devontae Adams getting that huge deal. And so because that's the hardest thing to do, I think that he's a receiver first, and you figure out what are the best ways to use him at corner. How many different ways can you get him in the game? But I think that and Nate always says there's not enough meeting time, that you need to be in both meetings. Isn't the meeting time really just dictated by the player? Like, yeah, those are long days, Wednesdays and Thursdays. No, but I'm saying extra meeting time beyond that. Like his Monday and Tuesday.
No, but I think what Nate's trying to say, though, is there's players that have all the meeting time in one position and can't even get it.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So how are you going to get knocked down 2 positions in the same amount of time if you're not going to dip into your personal time? You know what I mean? Like, there's something like you're going to have to really make your meetings, schedule your meetings a certain type of way where it's like all the info that you need is going to be in the beginning of this one meeting. And then on the defensive meeting, all the info you need is going to be on the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're going to make it that, but then it's just, I'm a big believer of give him one thing and just have him do it good, and then if he does that good, then add the other stuff on. And not just be like, hey, go play both sides. You got to go master one playbook before you have to learn 2.
And that's probably the approach. So it's where do you start him? And if you need Trevor Lawrence to live up, to the hype and to the expectation, and give him another weapon to go with Brian Thomas, and if Etienne's healthy, then you're saying, okay, come play receiver, and we'll continue to use you on defense because we need to. But way less snaps in the NFL than in college, longer TV timeouts. And again, I still think that Monday and Tuesday can be spent. I understand Monday's game planning, but like quarterbacks are in there every Tuesday, player off day, quarterbacks are in there. He can be in there too with both position coaches for a good chunk of the day. And with his quarterback in the QB room, hey, this is how we're going to use you. It's not that we don't want you in that meeting. I think he needs to be in the defensive meetings more, because you need to be talking about everything you see from everybody. The offensive meetings, and I know you've only spent most of your time, if not all of it, in a defense, but the offensive meetings, you can't sit with the quarterback and QB coach and wideout coach on Tuesday when everybody else is out of the building and have the whole offensive game plan just like the QB does.
So that's what you're asking, though, is for him to – this is all extra.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Time.
that's it. That's the point. If you want to play extra, you got to put in the extra work.
No, I guess, but is that what you're doing though? Is you're
Okay.
making it that he has to work extremely harder than everyone else, and I get it because you're going to have to play both those, both sides of the ball. But I just think that you're going to overload him by literally having him in meetings every day of the week.
And it just feels like to me, and maybe this is just me going over with it. It feels like there's like a little bit of like a lack of respect for what the pro game is and what that preparation takes to get there and all of that. And I don't think that's like something exclusive to Travis Hunter. I think there's a lot of people that you don't realize till you get in. It's like, oh shit, I can't. I don't have time to do
even
all
the
this.
training aspect of it, of how we have to prepare our bodies in the off season, the skill specific training that we do.
Yeah.
And it's like, I focus my whole off season on this. And here's the thing though. He could be the unicorn. He easily could. It's just something that we haven't seen in a long time in NFL. And I think something that a lot of people doubt. So, I'm not necessarily saying I doubt it. I'm just waiting to see what can actually be.
So you talk about overworking him.
Oh, Chargers select Omarion Hampton.
Yeah, I saw it come in. As they were talking.
So another running back off the board. So they replaced J.K. Dobbins with Omarion Hampton. And how you feeling?
One of the best running offenses in the league last year, and they ran it all over the Broncos in game one, especially through 3 quarters here in Denver. And then in that game in December, where the Broncos jumped up to a 21-0 lead on that very busy Thursday night. Last time we had a big extravaganza like this with the Avs and Nugs playing as well. They ran the heck out of the ball in the second half as they got back into that game and ultimately won it. So now they just got better at running back with a more versatile pick.
This is one of the most important picks of the draft because we all know how reliant the Chargers were on the run game, and when J.K. Dobbins got hurt, how they fell apart.
Yeah.
So this right here fits the Jim Harbaugh mode, even though you were wrong about the Will Johnson thing, because obviously I get it though, the Michigan ties
made a lot of sense to me.
You know what I mean? But like, don't forget how Pete Carroll did it when he went to Seattle and didn't draft a single USC player.
Yeah.
So it happens. You know what I mean? So
he took Earl Campbell instead of the safety from USC.
Taylor Mays.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor comp isn't bad here.
No, and Jonathan Taylor did show us last year that when he was healthy, you're like, oh, that's why that guy's making $12 million.
Also, Jonathan Taylor, it's he had the same knock that Omarion Hampton did. Fast, but not quick. You know what I mean? Like, not really like
twitchy.
A change of direction type of guy, but straight line, has the speed to break away. And that's what you're seeing right here. So I think this right here, and I know we don't want to get too early on or anything like that, but I think this will be the most impactful pick you might see in the draft, because they're going to use the hell out of it.
Well, and it's a playoff team that runs the heck out of the ball, that has a really talented quarterback. It's a weird line to delineate between good and talented. We've seen plenty of great moments from Justin Herbert. We've seen some questionable ones, certainly some turnovers that make you think about his predecessor in Phillip Rivers. But now you're giving him a true frontline back that I guess he kind of had with Eckler, but Eckler isn't an every down back. This kid is. And I don't think Herbert and Melvin Gordon even really played together, did they? Or if they did, yeah. And so now you're giving him, not since LaDainian Tomlinson, which is I think who he might draw a comparison to. I need to double check what our guy Landis Erline said the comparison was. But if you got the next LaDainian Tomlinson in the place LaDainian Tomlinson called home and had a Hall of Fame career, I realize it's LA now, but good for them. And just like the Broncos having to deal with Ashton Jeanty, now they got to deal with Omarion Hampton.
All right. So we got Green Bay Packers on the clock right now. Host team, Shelby's childhood team. Quick update on the Nuggets. They're up 26-22 with just over 2.5 minutes to go. Oh, a 3 for the Clippers just now. 26-25, just over 2.5 minutes.
What's we were just talking all that trash earlier. The Grizzlies are up on the Thunder 65-37.
The reason why that matters
in the second quarter.
The reason why that matters the most is because you want to see the Grizzlies take OKC to 6 or 7 games. If the Nuggets do advance, you would love the Thunder to be, or the Grizzlies, either to be tired, especially if you can win it in 5 or even win it in 6, because the last thing you need is OKC sweep where they're chilling from Saturday on. When other teams are playing games 3, the Nuggets series and the OKC series are game 4s.
Packers are on the board right now.
Who do you want to see them add?
I think they're doing Golden. I think it's Matthew Golden.
Yeah, give them a true weapon.
I think because the Christian Watson experiment has been I think a positive one for the most part. It's just that he hasn't cemented himself as a wide receiver 1, also mainly because of his injury issues. And so with you adding another receiver, they already have a shit ton of receivers at in Green Bay. Jaden Reed, you know what I mean? So they have guys, Dontavius Wicks.
But they have guys.
They have guys, exactly. They need the guy. And we'll see, because the Packers have actually struggled with first-round picks lately, with their first-round picks not really turning out. So
not since Jordan Love, really.
That's it, exactly. So we will see what actually happens, but I think they go to the Texas receiver here.
I need to clarify. Ashton Jeanty was compared to LaDainian Tomlinson, even though he's a little smaller. Talk about not having blazing speed. The comp on Omarion Hampton is Ramondre Stevenson, who's a really good back, but he's not. Comp? That's his comp is Ramondre Stevenson. So if he's Ramondre Stevenson, who's a guy that'll help you on some fantasy football teams on a Sunday fighting the end zone, but isn't a frontline guy, then maybe Travion Henderson, if the Broncos could find a way to get him. Now I think he could end up in Minnesota too, because they need a running back to go with JJ McCarthy.
Some info on Will Johnson from Adam Schefter himself. It says Michigan cornerback Will Johnson Jr. has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams. It helps explain why he's still not been selected.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
The knee thing will scare you off, and there's plenty of guys who have fought through bad draft medical, pre-draft medical. I think of a guy you played with in Ron Leary, who did you play with Ron?
I played with Ron. I played with him twice in Dallas and Denver.
Coming out of Memphis, like as he was coming out, you're like, oh, this kid's a first, second round pick. There were knee concerns.
Went undrafted,
but then played like 5 or 6 really good years. And then when his body broke down, it still wasn't his knee. It was, I think, other parts of his body. Yeah, but his knee never was the problem. So I'm not saying Will Johnson's knee.
He always did his maintenance. And that's the thing, is like when you do have issues like this and you have issues with your body, you just have to make sure you take care of it.
Yeah.
And I think going back to Travis Hunter, I think that is what's going to hold him back from playing as much as he thinks he will play both sides of the ball, is because he's the number 2 overall pick. He is an investment.
Yeah.
Like people have to realize this is a business. He is an investment. He is their biggest investment. He's their biggest investment this year. So what they're going to do, though, is they're going to say, you're going to play one side of the ball, and then just be happy with that. And then we're going to throw away packages for you to go help on the other side of the ball. But you are our number 2 overall pick. We have over $35 million invested in you. We can't risk you being out there 100% and getting hurt, because there is such things as overuse injuries. There's things as being hurt when you get tired. So it should be very interesting. But that's why, in general, people get scared off by that type of thing.
Right. Well, and for Johnson to be falling this, much further than we thought. I think you had him mocked 10 or 11.
Yeah, somewhere.
I think 11.
Yeah, something like that.
That says to me that's not like he won't be ready for the start. He won't be ready for camp. That's like and every team. This is a concern.
It's going to be more of like an injury that's not going to go away.
Right.
So it might be like he's bone on his knee, lacking cartilage. It's whatever. It's something where it's going to be a lot of maintenance in order to keep you playing. And so that's how you fall from number 10 overall to
and that's the thing about the
TBD.
You'd be 33. See, that's the thing. So interesting thing is obviously like the Giants and Cleveland on the first 2. Cleveland and Giants are the first 2 teams to pick. So then you might see the Shedeur thing early second round, and none of the teams really in front of them need a quarterback. So teams might just be like, oh, we'll just wait.
Or you jump up, because you don't have to give up too much at that point because of how much the points have dropped to get that 5th-year control. So we may still see the Eagles. They're not going to trade with the Giants, but they might trade with the Browns and just go back 1 pick.
Yeah.
If Shedeur is still there. But 2 things real quick. The combine, that's where they do all the medicals. So every team has seen this on Will Johnson. It's like one team found it out. They all saw his medicals, and maybe it wasn't out there until today because some teams may have liked him or they want you to take him, but they all saw the same medical. And then we're about to see folks in Green Bay go really haywire, get really excited. Shelby nailed the pick, as it looks like the fastest receiver at the combine this year. He did not beat Xavier Worthy. Both Longhorns. When's the last time they took a first rounder at wideout?
Was it Javon Walker?
Was it Javon Walker?
Was it Javon
in
02?
02.
It was 02. They just had
it had to be Javon. It had to be Javon Walker then.
Former Broncos.
Javon Walker 02, because that's why Packers fan. I know Aaron Rodgers is somewhere throwing a beer can because he's like, I've been asking for a damn receiver in the first round the whole time I was there. You get Jordan Love, a receiver, the second year he started.
And
But
so,
no, I think it's very special, the fact, and let's not lose this, that the draft is in Green Bay. And, obviously it's a lot of hate. I heard Cam Ward's comments about Green Bay. There is not much to do in Green Bay.
it's a little sleepy,
But the best part about it, though, is the people in the community of Green Bay. That's what makes Green Bay so special. And,
it's like a
and
college
that's why
town.
you're seeing the people show up at the draft like you're seeing them now, because they show up for any event that their team or their city is throwing. And so let's not lose fact of this. Seems like it's a very fun. Like, I have a lot of friends, obviously from back in Milwaukee, that a lot of friends are in Green Bay right now, and they're all drunk as hell and having a great time.
And they're about to go nuts if they haven't
I
checked
know,
their
because
phones.
and of course it's Mark Murphy giving it, because they've been giving him so much crap for not drafting.
Yeah. I mean, dude, look at that crowd.
I mean, over 125,000. They had to cap it. They had to stop letting people in.
That looks
They sent out
awesome.
an alert early
Mhm.
in
And
the start of the
Hey,
draft.
Wisconsin does it right.
Yeah.
Wisconsin
Man, so
does it
many
right.
Cheese curds are getting eaten tonight.
Dude,
But having been to a couple games there,
best place in the NFL.
it's as good an atmosphere. It really does feel like a college town. You park on people's front lawns.
Unfortunately, we played them in Cleveland this year, but I always love going back to Green Bay. It's just you feel the nostalgic feel the minute you walk into that building.
Even in like January, February.
Yeah. No, honestly, I was
Nobody's
born.
never played there.
I was born in August in Milwaukee, and it was probably a snowstorm. So, but I honestly, I'm just happy that the curse of no first round wide receivers for Green Bay is over. Matthew Golden is going to be a great fit, because we all know Jordan Love could throw that deep ball, and then now you're getting a guy with the speed that just opens everything up, and also it takes a lot of pressure off of Christian Watson. He doesn't have to be the guy. He can just go and kind of fill in number 2, number 3, him and Jaden Reed, and they really can just go and be the best they can be for Jordan Love. I think this is showing this is a team that is going to be aggressive in building their offense for their quarterback.
Well, and not dissimilar to what we were talking about. If you're a Broncos fan, you want to see them doing and building around your young quarterback, giving them weapons that they need. And that's what the Packers are doing here.
This might be a situation that we look at, and purely just because of the quarterback situation, where you're looking at the Carolina pick and you're wondering, damn, they drafted him 8 overall, but then Matthew Golden ends up having a better career just because of the situation that he starts in.
Yeah, Matt LaFleur is obviously a heck of an offensive coach.
I'm not gonna lie, every time you say Matt LaFleur, I think of Gucci Man LaFleur.
But Matt LaFleur is a really good coach. Grew up under Mike Shanahan, working with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and that whole tree. And they've had really good offense. Aaron Rodgers, 2 MVPs with Matt LaFleur. Jordan Love, maybe in line for an MVP. When they came into practice,
man, look at the guy on the screen. They got Green Bay. Man, Green Bay just does it right.
Yeah, they had a guy in a mariachi.
They just do it right.
Mariachi yellow outfit.
That's look at that right there. Just shows why Green Bay is special, and I all the hate that just shows right there why they have an NFL team, because they can show up better than Nashville did. They can show it better than Detroit did in this small ass town in northern Wisconsin.
I don't know what it was like when the Packers went to a couple Super Bowls, and those had to be big nights there for the NFC title champions, or when they won a couple. But there's a chance this kid has the best night in Green Bay that anyone's had in a long time.
That's not hard to do.
He didn't have to go anywhere.
Go to Ho Chunk Casino, have a grand old time.
Yeah, apparently a lot of folks were at the casino last night. And he hadn't signed a contract yet, so he can go there even though he's at an NFL event. And it's in his town.
Well, he's not on a work trip.
Yeah, it's not, because he doesn't work for the NFL yet.
It's not on a work trip, so he can go do whatever the hell he wants to.
Yeah, he's not an NFL employee yet.
I know Mark Murphy's back there grinning.
Yeah, Mark Murphy, I think, is the outgoing president after all these years. I think he finally has to, by law, their team bylaws, he's been the team president there really since Bob Harlan stepped away. Is that right?
No, there was somebody else before.
Oh,Ron Wolf was there. Was Ron Wolf when the president?
There was somebody else before.
Yeah, you're right. But either way.
Because honestly, the guy just what'd you call it? Just stepped down.
I thought that was Mark Murphy that just stepped down. It was Bob Harlan, then it was John Jones. And not that this is the most exciting thing to talk about, but that's who made the pick. And Mark Murphy, again, Ed Policy, who's I think related to Carmen Policy, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Ed Policy is
Wait,
Carmen Policy's
They got him
son.
talking to the crowd. Were they all talking to the crowd, or is it just because he's Green Bay's pick?
I think
Yeah.
the
I
other
think
one
it was
just goes
I
straight.
It's
think
just
it
because
was
he's Green Bay's pick.
Yeah. Which is cool. He obviously was really productive. If you watched the Longhorns play, whether it was Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning under center, you saw Matthew Golden making plays.
Well, you're gonna have a better quarterback throwing the ball this year than Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love's certainly farther along than Ewers, who we'll see where he ends up getting drafted, if at all.
I think he ends up being like a 4th or 5th round pick.
Yeah, I think so too. And then Arch Manning, certainly still plenty of room to grow. If you do want a Nuggets update, they're down
run here for the
down
Clippers.
12 at the start of the second quarter. So
I think the horse heads are.
They're
I guess
getting
they're
to
working.
him. They're getting to him.
him.
All right. Green Bay at number 23 takes Texas Longhorn. Matthew Golden. Shelby nailed it on the pick. Shelby, you got to get out of here.
Oh yeah.
We love having you in the studio.
Well, I
Love
appreciate it,
having
man.
you.
I always have a great time here.
It's been fun. We got still 9 picks to go here in the first round, so we're gonna keep breaking it down. We're gonna take another quick break here. This is our NFL Draft Watch Line. I think it's the first one we've done, presented by our great friends over at Johnson Auto Plaza. Make sure you go check them out just north of E470 on Highway 85. Great friends of ours, and they're helping us bring you guys all this great coverage here tonight. Jesse Montano, BK, Shelby Harris. We still got Jake Plummer stopping in. We still got Nate Jackson coming into the studio while we go the rest of the way here. But Shelby, thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well,
This is interesting.
like Jordan Belfort, Shelby's not leaving because we have some breaking news here, BK.
We do have breaking news. The Giants traded back in. The Vikings pick is in, and we haven't seen who it is. Nobody's all the NFL information people haven't told us. They traded with the Texans. I saw the compensation, but they get the Texans get 34, a future third, as well as number 99 this year in is that the fourth round? Third round. So they're going to get a pick in the middle of the third round. And also now the Giants are getting Jackson Dart.
Fourth round.
32, right? 96. Oh, so
there's some comp picks. There's comp picks too.
Yeah. So maybe that's one of the compensatory picks actually at 99 because it comes at the end of the third round. Yeah. So either way, Jackson Dart, not Shadur Sanders. And there was a social media post from Joe Shane's son, who's a teenager, that mentioned Jackson Dart that got deleted. Joe Shane's daughter goes to Ole Miss. So he's been on that campus plenty this fall and seen some of their games. And they now have a quarterback of the future, as well as Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston to help them win now and save their jobs, and then a kid to develop, because there's only $15 million guaranteed to Russ and Jameis combined. Jameis feels like he could be there for a couple of years if nothing better comes along. But how about that? Not Shadur Sanders.
Man, all this talk of, the Giants trading back and trying to get Shedeur, it turns out it's actually Jackson Dart, which actually leaves Shedeur right there at the beginning of the second round.
Yeah.
If nobody else trades in, you can always see a Kansas City trade out. They're known for that. But if nobody else trades in, you'll see maybe Shadur Sanders going to Cleveland. This is I would say this is a little unexpected.
I think so.
Just because the whole thought of them trading back in was so they can get Shedeur, not Jackson. But this turns out that Jackson Dart is going to get drafted ahead of Shadur Sanders, something that I don't think any of us would have said at the beginning of this last season.
Well, and that's the part to me that's so, I don't necessarily want to say unbelievable. I don't want to be that dramatic, but yeah, it's not even that Shedeur is sliding at this point, but it's that here we are at, what is this, 2025, and there's about to be another quarterback taken that's not Shedeur. Like that's the part to me where this is getting a little bit interesting. Is I figured if we got into this portion of the first round, and a team was walking up there looking for a quarterback, it's easy. That's Shedeur. Talked about him as a top 5 guy for a lot of the year. To trade back in and pass over
the most accurate passer in the history of college football
for Jackson Dart is just it's interesting.
And Jackson Dart's a kid who started his career at SC, was one of the top recruited kids in the country, and then it didn't really work out there with Lincoln Riley and company. Ends up at Ole Miss playing for former USC head coach Lane Kiffin, and had a really good couple of years there, especially this past year, and won some big games and played really well against as good a defenses as you'll see in college football. And so, Joe Shane and Brian Daboll get their quarterback of the future if they're around, and they've got Russ, and they've also got a bunch of pass rushers, including maybe Kayvon Thibodeau to stick around with Abdul Carter. What's going to be interesting now is it doesn't feel like anyone else wants to go get Shedeur other than maybe the Saints. We don't know. So if the Saints don't jump into the first round, are the Browns at the end of the round at 33, where the points difference, the drop off there on the points chart is 590 to 580. So you're swapping a 5th or a 6th at most.
And they still remember, they just drafted, they got 2 extra seconds.
Right. And
so they have 2 seconds now.
Yeah. So. And they've got next year's number 1 from Jacksonville. But if I'm Cleveland and I'm Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski and Jimmy Haslam, your bosses, I'm thinking, okay, if it gets to Philly and we've got the first pick of the second round, but we want to get that 5th-year control on Shadur Sanders if they do want him, then I'm definitely calling up Howie Roseman and saying, hey, Howie, whatever guy you want still going to be there. We want Shedeur. You've got Jalen Hurts. Let's make this deal so that we can secure our 5th-year quarterback contract.
Also, do you know why it would actually be Philly that would do the deal?
Because they love trading back?
No, because all of Cleveland's front office is from Philadelphia.
Okay, yeah.
All of Cleveland's front office is from Philadelphia, and so it makes sense. So they already have a good working relationship. So that would make sense of why, Philly would be a team. I always say Kansas City is a team that is notoriously known to trade out of the first round because they're always picking 31st or 32nd. You know what I mean? So trading and getting an extra second round pick, just to trade back a couple of spots doesn't hurt them. They're not going to lose a player they really want. So that's a team you can also watch that could trade back. Buffalo's another team. You know what I mean? Like these last 3 teams, Washington has some pieces they need. So I would be surprised if Washington's the team to trade back.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take a running back.
Yeah, and Detroit probably the same way. I don't really see them traded back. They can make some picks that will help enhance their team, but Kansas City and Philly, I don't see that happening. And it's official now. Jackson Dart to the Giants. Man, something that was so unexpected when the draft first started. Everyone was all talking about Shadur Sanders, Shedeur. And if anybody was going to trade back in the first, it was going to be for Shedeur. It's Jackson Dart now. How are we feeling?
I just can't help but feel, and maybe this is shallow of me. I just can't help but feel like a lot of what we heard from his interviews, the pro day, that there were coaches who didn't like him, didn't like his answers, didn't like the arrogance. I can't help but feel like that's what like nothing changed in like who he is as a player between the bowl game where they got kind of smoked and now, but like I just can't help but feel like this is a result of the fact that teams didn't like what he had to say. What was the quote last week from an anonymous assistant coach?
And that anonymous garbage. If you're going to do something like that before the draft, put your name on it.
Put your name on it.
Like don't be so soft and all scary and sit here and trash a kid and not have the balls to put your name on it. You trashed him and ruined and shit on his name.
Yeah. So
have the balls to fight for it. Like use your platform to shit on the kid. Well, put your name on it.
Yeah. Well, because he did shit on him. Because it was.
I'm talking about white man shit on him. Didn't even use toilet paper. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dog. Like that was bad. Like it was uncalled for.
Dragged his character. Dragged his playing ability.
And I think it all somehow comes back to he's Deion's son, and I think that he gets negative. People compare him negatively because he's Shadur's son. And that's not, he's a Deion's son, and that's not necessarily the right way to do this. And so we'll see.
Man, that's a busy.
I'll tell you this though, they didn't necessarily protect their jobs making this draft pick either, because if Shedeur goes somewhere and actually has a good season, they're all getting fired.
Yep.
I think they're all getting fired. A lot has to go right for them not to get fired this year, but they're all like, this is them doing that, trading back in. And you better hope that none of these other quarterbacks that you did not pick end up going crazy. But a quarterback that might end up above Shedeur might be Jalen Milroe.
I think so.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of teams like his skill set and his athleticism. The biggest knock on Shedeur has been his athleticism and his arm strength. But I'm saying his athleticism has really been the big thing. Well, there's no question about Jalen Milroe. They're pretty much saying if we can get the right coach with him for his reads and stuff, we have the next Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But we throw that around way too often. Just want to let that known. I play Lamar twice a year. That man is a doggy. A doggy. One of the hardest players to play against because he just hurt you in every facet.
Oh, another trade. Falcons jumping back into the first round with the Rams. Are they going to take Shedeur to battle with Michael Penix? I'm kidding.
For one second, I was like, what?
Honestly, you know who they're probably going to get? Mike Green.
Maybe so, because they do need a pass rusher.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Mike Green.
Or James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, another pass rusher.
Ooh.
So I think it could be James Pierce is the way it's looking. But the Rams are going to to get next year's number one from Atlanta.
They said it was a pricey trade.
Yeah.
They're second this year.
Which is in the top 10.
Seventh. And their next year first for 26. They gave up next year's first for 26.
That's overpaying, depending on where it is. It could really be overpaying
for a guy who. Wow, I get it. Pierce everyone knows is athletic freak, but the importance of the locker room is such a big deal. You cannot bring cancers into the locker room. They can ruin, one person can ruin the whole vibe of a locker room.
Yeah.
One person can ruin, like you could have everyone getting along. One person comes in and just ruins everything. And hopefully all these reports coming out about him have changed, and maybe he will finally figure it out of how you're supposed to treat people and how you're supposed to conduct yourself at work. But from the reports that have come out, it's not good. So this is a very interesting pick. And it seems that also, I would tell you this, I don't see Mike Green dropping out in the first round. I see one of these contenders getting him, and then watch Casey get him.
Yeah.
And then you've got
And
somebody.
then you have a
You have somebody
ridiculous pass
outside
rush.
with Chris Jones, because Chris Jones hasn't ever really had a true outside tag team partner. Like Karlaftis is a nice player. Well, I guess they had who's the guy that came to Denver for a
Frank
year?
Clark.
Yeah, they had Frank Clark, and so that you had Frank Clark, but that's been it. And Chris Jones has been dominant for a long time. I know Aaron Donald obviously has been the standard at your position, but I imagine that Chris Jones, similar to Jeffrey Simmons, who's Simmons is bigger. Chris Jones has to show up every time you see the Chiefs defense when you're looking at the other team's offense.
Yeah, 100%. But then one thing I will say, though, is I think James Pierce Jr. is actually the best rusher and the best D lineman in this draft. It's just his character issues is what dropped him.
Robert Ayers is his coach, former Broncos first round pick.
Yeah, so this happening and him going to Atlanta, they're getting the steal of a talent. Now we just have to worry about him in the locker room.
Well, and given the price of what you just paid to get back into this spot here and to take him, to your point, Shelby, like you better have done your homework on this kid to pay the price they did, which includes next year's first round pick. Like that's not a pick you can make and then be like, oh, well, hopefully he gets it figured out. Like you got to know,
because you're still projected to be shitty.
Right.
So I don't mean that like I do kind of mean that. But that's the thing. So that pick will end up being a top 10 pick.
Yep.
Like, because they just have so many holes in that defense, and their offense isn't necessarily fully put together. They have so much that they have to put together. So you're hoping this turns out.
Yeah. All right. BK's got to get down to Dove Valley. We kept you a little bit extended, so we'll let you get out of here, Shelby. But
or you can stay until Liv hops on at halftime in 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I was gonna say we're gonna chat with Liv. 54-40 Clippers on top of the Nuggets right now,
and we know Nate's coming.
Belt the ass.
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk to you guys from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
There we go. All right, BK. We'll be we'll be talking to BK again here in just a little bit. We'll bring him in from down there, but. Shelby, we'll let you go for real this time.
Well, no, I thought might as well.
Want to hang out?
Since BK left, we got a couple picks left.
All right,
I can stay and kick it for a little bit. Might as well, make it interesting. You know what I mean? Because obviously, we're going to start seeing some interesting stuff happen. We have 5 teams. We have 5 teams left, 6 teams left, and each one of them can make a trade.
Well,
and so this is where it's going to get interesting to see if there's a certain guy you want and you want to have team control over him. And I think that's the biggest thing. Trading back into the first round to get team control over somebody for 5 years instead of 4.
Yeah.
And like BK was saying earlier, that's very important.
It's valuable.
But I wouldn't be sorry. I'm telling you this right now. Baltimore is choosing an O-lineman.
Yeah.
I'm just going to guess they're going to get somebody for Derrick Henry because they lost McCarry to the Jags. They need to get, and their O-line really struggled last year at times anyway. So I think they're going to end up going to go get an O-lineman and to shore up their O-line, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So you mentioned, just for folks that don't know, the difference between a first-round pick, second-round pick, you get that team control, you get the extra year. Can you just explain that a little bit for folks that don't know what, because there is a significant difference between being drafted in the first round, second round, third round in the NFL, not only in terms of money you can make, how big your contract can be that first year, but also, fourth, fifth year options, things like that.
Man, I just want people to realize what the Falcons really just did. I don't think it's being said enough how much they just gave up for James Pierce Jr.
Yeah.
Like that for a late first round pick, you gave up your next year's first round pick and this year's second.
Well, and to your point,
and this year's second.
It's not like you're the Chiefs giving up next year's first round pick where you're like, that'll be in the bottom part of the first round.
There's a chance it's a top 5 pick.
Right.
It's a chance. There's a chance it could be the number 1 overall pick.
For a kid with potential characters.
But like still, no matter what, trading back into the first round is not worth giving up a potential top 10 pick.
Totally.
And I get it. He might not have been there. I would have waited till he got off the board and tried to go get Mike Green. Or if one of the other goes off the board and you try to go get the other one. But man, you're giving up the house. And that, for a team who's starting quarterback for his first year.
Yep.
And then you're not in your roster in general is not in a position yet of being able to really compete.
Yeah.
Like if you really think you're going to win a championship this year, then that would make sense, but it doesn't. You're
or
not
even
going
be a playoff team.
Yeah, that's man. Like it's definitely a splash.
Well,
but also look at who just came and got Jacksonville. The Giants. What did they give up?
Yeah.
What did they give up?
I got it right.
They didn't give up anything close. You gave up more than a team that jumped in higher than you did.
Right.
That's bad business.
So the Giants to get in at pick 25, give a second round pick number 34, pick number 99, and then a third round pick next year. That's what the Giants gave up to get into 25. Falcons gave up second round pick this year, seventh round pick this year, and then their first round pick next year. Now they did also get a third round pick this year, so they do add another pick in this year's draft. Like I said, don't, because they gave up 2 for this. But yeah, like you said, you gave up less to move into a higher spot if you're the Giants.
Man, if I was Atlanta, I would just trade it up there and went with the Giants and took that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there's no logistical reason for you to pay more later.
Well, and especially
like giving up like we were talking about earlier, you're in the end of the first round. A couple seconds will do. Like the point system, you went way overboard for that. But then also the pick is in for the Ravens. They're taking Malachi Starks from Georgia. A good safety, actually perfect safety option for
what they need
for the Ravens, because pair him next to Kyle Hamilton, the kind of jack of all trades with Swiss Army knife, and perfect pick. I think the Ravens actually nailed this pick.
Well, and at this point in the draft, and I think this ties in not only to what the Ravens just did, but you saying that they need O-line help for Derrick Henry, but also just not to just continue doubling down on what we just saw the Falcons do. Like at this point in the draft, like there's like you can get guys that you still really like a few picks later, top of the second round, if you want to make those types of deals. So the Ravens can still upgrade their O-line here over the next handful of picks going into tomorrow. I'm with you. I like this pick here at safety. Sounds like we maybe got someone. Oh man!
Oh, look who's here!
Oh man!
Be back though, huh?
Oh, I thought I did.
Oh, you did.
Oh my god!
Oh, what's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? Oh, dressed to the nines,
You
dressed to
look
impress.
fantastic.
It's draft day. So, I wasn't gonna.
Is that a haircut I see?
It's just-
Oh my
it's not
god!
a hat.
Clean shaven.
It's not a hat.
You look like you came straight from the war room.
I did.
Yeah. All right.
George and Sean were like, "What do you think we should do here, Nate?" I was like, go corner. Go corner. And they did. They took my advice.
Well, we're gonna get into that. We're in the thick of talking about a couple big things that just happened.
This is a great setup.
Well, yeah. Did you?
Not bad.
Well, were you around? Did you see the Falcons trade?
I heard about it on my way here.
They gave up.
Do you want me to read it off again? So
well, also comparing what the Giants just traded to get back in, to get Jackson Dart, and what Atlanta traded to get back in.
So they gave up a first round,
a future first,
So-
like next year's first round.
to get in at the end of this first round.
Yeah.
That's
So the-
pretty wild.
And Atlanta's in a position to be a top 10 pick next year.
the
Yeah.
Giants traded back in one pick ahead of them. They traded back in to get to pick number 25. The Giants gave up pick 34 and 99 in this year's draft, and then a third round pick next year. That got them pick 25.
Wow.
One pick later, the Falcons gave up their second round pick this year, their seventh round pick this year, and their first round pick next year to get in at 26.
Wow. They must really want that guy. They got an edge guy, right?
Yeah, they got James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee.
Yeah.
No, but the issue, I guess, is if you're not in position to win a championship, you can't give that next year's pickup, especially to trade back in the high 20s.
Yeah.
I think that's where the issue is regarding the value, because you gave up a pick and that could possibly be even the number 1 pick overall. So the Falcons, they must feel really strongly about James Pierce Jr. They really feel like he's, a blue chip prospect who, they probably feel lucky that they even got him at that point, because you have to feel that way if you're going to trade all those picks for a guy that you feel like, screw it, he's going to be worth this all.
Well, and you got to be really confident that he's not going to be there at a spot where you could get it. I mean, where were they? Pick 33, I think the Falcons were in the second round. So, I mean, they're right at the top or yeah. So I mean, like that, or I'm sorry, 46, way off. But still, you're in the first half of the second round. You have to be really confident that we can't get this guy or someone that we even feel is pretty close, given what you just gave up to make sure that you could get in there and get him.
And Brian Daboll knows that this is the year he needs to show somewhere. He's going to get fired.
Yeah, 100%.
This is going to be his fourth season. He made the playoffs in his first season. They went like 9-7 or something like that. They won a playoff game.
Beat Minnesota.
But they've been pretty much, poo-poo ever since, right? and he knows, like, it's rare that a coach has that much leeway and that he can have 2 bad years in a row. Owners, GMs are quick to pull the trigger on firing a coach. So Brian Daboll probably knows that this is his chance this upcoming season. Whether this young rookie is going to be able to help him make the playoffs and have a winning season is yet to be seen. But could it also be a reflection of like next year's draft and them thinking that next year's draft isn't very strong?
Well, the general consensus about it is that next year's QB draft is going to be way better.
The QB draft?
The QBs in the draft, the thinking is that the QBs in the draft are going to be way better next year. And so what the Rams potentially just did is they just potentially set themselves up to draft a successor of Matt Stafford
at the top.
At the top, and that's the thing. The Rams are not going to be cheeks this year. They'll be a competitive team.
Yeah.
And so what you just gave them is just another way of skipping the line. Like how we look at the Chiefs when they got Xavier Worthy. We're just like, what the hell were you doing, Buffalo? You know what I mean? Everybody was like, what the hell are you doing, Buffalo? Like, that didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs, they find a way to do it. And this year we're seeing the other teams do it too.
It's crazy, man. And Shedeur still on the board.
Yeah, so that was going to be the next thing I
Crazy.
got your thoughts on is that, not only is Shedeur still on the board, but the Giants traded back into the first round to take Jackson Dart.
Didn't get
not Shedeur.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
For not a future first round pick also. I don't think you realize how monumental that is. They traded a future first round pick to get back in the 20s.
Yeah, for like 25 or 26.
Yeah, but like also like when you're a team who might be right back looking for, like, you don't know what you're gonna be looking for next year, and you're gonna be that could be a top 5 pick.
No, but they think they're gonna be good, apparently.
Obviously, they have to believe they're gonna be good.
Right, yeah.
They have to be going all in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But also go back to the thing about, Daboll or whatever. And surprisingly, obviously, I think that Daboll couldn't get fired because Joe Schoen's about to get fired. So they're both in the same board. Was like, I guess we're going to go out together.
But it's also, as a coach, if you take a shot at a rookie quarterback in the first round, you're an offensive coach. You can make the case, even if you have a bad season. Look, we're building for the future with this guy. Nobody really expects a rookie quarterback. Although Jaden Daniels did it, but for the most part, rookie quarterbacks on bad teams don't make the playoffs. And so you kind of and I don't know if Jackson Dart's going to play in New York because you got Jameis Winston, you got Russell Wilson, but they obviously think he's the quarterback of the future, or else they wouldn't have drafted him. But when you're a coach and you got a young guy, you can say it's going to take us some time, so let me develop him.
I like this pick. Detroit selects Tyleek Williams out of Ohio State. And I've gotten lucky that obviously living in Ohio half the year, I've gotten to watch him play. And I was actually very surprised that he was considered a low first-round draft pick, because I think he actually will end up being one of the better D-tackle prospects in this draft.
How important is it for a D-tackle to end up in a system that favors his skill set?
Well, if you're a doggy like Shelby Harris, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But honestly, though, it means the world. Because, a lot of guys will come into the league and they've only played one system. And so you draft them for a system. But when you try to change them, they've had the old system and they've been playing it for so long, you have to break old habits.
Yeah.
And so you only certain players can go and play any system, any position.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think, though, that the best thing, it's so tough just because of the way the game is now. But I just think that, I don't know, I'm a big believer in draft guys that fit your system. Don't try to make your system fit guys.
Yeah.
Draft people that fit your system, and don't be mad. And if you do draft somebody that doesn't fit your system, don't be mad that they don't work out, because they've never done that crap before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like trying to literally, it's a big difference. And a lot of people don't know, like, between a 4-3 defense with 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers, and a 3-4 defense with 3 down linemen and 4 linebackers. Usually in 3-4, you need bigger guys and you're going side to side more. And in 4-3, it's more of an attack. So you're going up the field more. And so it's like trying to tell a 3-4 guy, like a guy that's 330, hey, we need you to attack up the field now. And then at the end of the season, when it doesn't work out, I'll be like, I wonder what happened.
Why didn't he?
I wonder why that didn't work.
Have you played in both systems?
Yes.
And which do you prefer?
I don't know. So honestly, the whole beginning of my career, like when I was in Denver, we were always a 3-4. And then when I went to Seattle with 3-4. My first time playing in a 4-3 in the NFL has been in Cleveland. And it's fine. I think a 3-4 is easier for D tackles. You can be a little lazier because you're going side to side. And so it's like you're able to play more because you're not exerting as much energy.
You're not as tired.
As a 4-3, you're just constantly just hitting upfield. That's obviously just imagine doing a track start 40 times.
Just smashing into those big bodies in front of you.
3-4 though, it's just side to side. It's just so
it's that easy. You could do it, Jesse.
Yeah, right. See, yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
All 5'7" of me. I'm sure I could do it.
Hey, you know what? Probably.
Hey, let's actually we got Live Moods on. It's halftime. Denver Nuggets, LA Clippers. Let's check in with our great friend Live Moods. I came on the show and I was like, yeah, the show got a lot less good looking. I took over from Liv.
Hey, give yourself some credit, Jesse. You look fabulous.
Hey, thanks, Liv. Thanks, Liv. All right, well, so we checked in on this game, and I believe the score was 28-25. And then the next time we checked in on it, it had really gone wrong. What's happening there for Nuggets?
The horse
not
heads.
going well.
The horse heads.
Yeah, right.
Seem to be working.
I thought the horse heads were going to work in favor of Nikola Jokic, given that he is such a horse lover. I was like, he'll feel right at home. It'll be great. No, honestly, the Nuggets had a really great start to this game. Aaron Gordon coming out very, very hot. His threes were falling. He took 2 3-point shots, both of which fell, and he had 11 points very, very early in this game. And they came out pretty strong with a lot of aggression, which is what you need against this Clippers team. This Clippers team is stinking good. And then just like that, in true Nuggets fashion, it felt like their offense and their defense left the building at the same exact time. They're 41% from the field right now and 28% from the 3-point line. So you just can't have that when you've got guys like Kawhi Leonard and James Harden who are getting whatever they want offensively. We've seen this Nuggets team struggle a lot this season defensively. So the one thing that they've had that works in their favor is offense. And we're not seeing either of those things now. They're down by 18 at halftime. And it's tough when you're on the road and you're not at home. And, here in Denver, you've got that altitude element. Shelby, you've played in Denver. I know you know what I'm talking about. It does give Denver sports teams a bit of an advantage. So when you no longer have that working in your favor and you look like the team that's super gassed by halftime, it's definitely not a good feeling. I did take to my Twitter and said, this series feels over. And then I put in parentheses, I'm being dramatic. Let me vent. Let me have my emotions, because this is what I do. I overreact, but it really does feel like game 3 is going to be that momentum shifter. And I really feel like if the Nuggets can't get it done in game 3, it's going to be really tough for them the remainder of this series.
Hey,
you know what? Can I say something about the altitude? Like when you train at altitude and then you go down to sea level, you're supposed to be in better shape than everybody.
Right.
And these guys are not looking that way. So there's something wrong there.
Yeah. They're looking gassed.
Right. You actually make a lot of sense about that, because honestly, like whenever I go back to Cleveland, I feel like a Greek god.
Yeah.
You are a Greek god, Shelby. Come on.
Thank you. Well, hey, Liv, I'm still here, but hey, what can the Nuggets do to slow down James Harden? He has 20 at half, and obviously Kawhi Leonard only has 9, so it's a James Harden show right now. So what can they really do to really try to shut him down? Like, can they switch? Can maybe put a MPJ on him? Like, what do they need to do to slow him down?
This Nuggets team is based a lot on confidence. Their mental state really does determine. I think that goes for athletes all over the place. But I really do think this Nuggets team needs confidence more than anything. They don't play an aggressive game first. They get there when they get frustrated and when they start to, get that rhythm and that groove. We need to see that earlier. You just can't allow Kawhi Leonard and James Harden to get hot. Peyton Watson had what I would call kind of a ticky-tacky foul called on him. And then after that, you saw him kind of get insecure and not play that aggressive game that we know he knows how to play. So they just have to keep being aggressive. You have to force guys like Kawhi Leonard to get uncomfortable and make uncomfortable shots. And right now they're just having their way. So you just have to play a little more physical, go body to body and not be scared of a whistle. We know NBA officiating is BS across the board. It has been for years. It's not going to change anytime soon. So you just got to play the game you know how to play, and they have to play more aggressive.
I think it was game 1 that they were dealing with a 15-point deficit at one point. So this isn't necessarily like a super unfamiliar place for them. They're able to come back in that one. you tweeted that you felt like the series was over. Do you feel like this game's over, or do they have enough in the tank to at least get themselves back into this one, make it interesting?
Listen, the Nuggets have been doing this all season long. They are down at halftime, and then you get that superhero in Jamal Murray. We have yet to see Jamal Murray's heroics yet in the playoffs. I know it's only been now 2.5 games, but you're kind of waiting for that moment where Jamal does what Jamal does best, and that's that third quarter, fourth quarter play where he just becomes a hero. We haven't seen that yet, and we haven't necessarily needed him to be that, but in the first game on the road against this Clippers team, who the series is tied. I think if they get this one, they've got the momentum in their favor. You really need to see Jamal Murray heroics in the third quarter, which we know he's capable of. He's done it many times before. So it's not like it's not possible. And I don't think they're out of this game by any means, but there's going to have to be a lot of serious conversations at halftime about what everybody needs to do to lock in a little more. They just don't look like they're fully dialed in, and some of it does look like exhaustion, but and again, no excuses, and Jamal Murray didn't make excuses either, but it sounds like game 2, this Nuggets team was dealing with a cold bug that was going around. They all were under their weather, even coaches were under their weather, and honestly, that's what it looks like. It looks like they just don't feel good. They're not completely dialed in. There's not a whole lot you can do if you don't have healthy bodies, but this is the difference between good and great teams. You just dig deep and find a way.
If I would have told you that about the Bucks, you would have laughed in my face.
Oh, shush.
And now you're over here saying, oh, they're sick.
You know what's great? You know what's great about this, Shelby? You know what's great about this? It's not about the Bucks right now, Shelby. Okay. So if you want to do a show tomorrow, I am happy to sit down and talk about
the hypocritical.
No.
Oh, they all have the sniffles. And,
Shelby, I already told you I've got the Bucks coming out of that series.
I know.
So I need them just as bad as you do.
Yeah.
I know. It's true. No, you're right, though. It really is not an excuse. And that's why I say it's the difference between good and great teams. Like every team at this stage of the season is dealing with an injured body or the sniffles or whatever it is. Like we all have to go to work when we have the sniffles. Like it is what it is. And these guys know what they sign up for, and they're built for these moments. They just have to, at halftime, find a way to get their confidence up and just dial themselves in a little more, because they are definitely not themselves right now. And it's very clear. But again, what's so confusing about it is they started off really, really hot. I mean, the second I got home, I turned the game on. I missed none of the game, by the way. I got home in just enough time.
And fed home.
Right. I am sometimes I am Danica Patrick on the interstate. I'm not proud of that, but it is true. I have a heavy foot, let's put it that way. But they looked great in the first quarter, and then I just think they let the Clippers have their way offensively and couldn't find a way to keep playing confident basketball. So hopefully there's a lot of pep talks in the locker room right now, and they can come out strong in the second half.
Who's giving that pep talk? I mean, who's the one who's standing up on the table, throwing the Gatorade bottle against the wall, knocking stuff around, saying, that's not good enough, guys. We got to come up with something better because our series is on the line here. Who's giving that speech?
There's only one right answer, and that's Russell Westbrook. That's the 17-year vet that is constantly bringing effort and energy no matter what the score is, no matter who they're playing. Listen, Russell Westbrook is not a perfect player. We know that. He turns the ball over. He misses wide open threes. He misses free throws. These are all things we know. But with Russ, you take the bad with the good, and the good that he brings is constantly having that do or die, back against the wall energy, and he brings that in his game, and I would imagine he also is bringing a little bit of that to the locker room. Now it's a matter of, are they going to listen? Do they hear that and feel motivated, or do they hear that and feel frustrated? I would hope it's motivation, but I would imagine it is 1,000% Russell Westbrook giving some energy to that locker room right now.
I'm just going to throw this out there, and this has nothing to do with basketball. It has to do with the draft. I would not be surprised if the Buffalo Bills draft a running back
right here
after James Cook's outrageous demands.
Oh yeah,
asking for Saquon money.
Is he now?
I would not be surprised if they end up drafting a running back first or second round.
Just move on from him.
No,
right.
Because
at that point,
why? You can use him for another year and pair him for another back, take his usage down, and let him hit free agency.
Not for long. They don't care about it.
I will say one thing about the draft. I tweeted and I said that I felt like it was really good for Shadur Sanders to have a little bit of humble, and then in parentheses I put falling in the draft pie. And there's a few people on Twitter that think that tweet by me, which I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it, is racially motivated. And I want to just squash that immediately right here, right now, because I could not stand Baker Mayfield out of college. And I made the exact same statements about the fact that I felt like he needed to be humbled before he got to the league. And it has nothing to do with Shedur's talent. We know how high level he is when it comes to being a quarterback. What I really mean by that, just for those, 11,000 people tuning in, is that I think that the approach that a lot of these rookie quarterbacks, I think what bodes well and what works the best is a quiet and humble approach. And we know that Shadur Sanders, just given how he was probably raised, has a lot of confidence. But confidence is such a fine line. And I think sometimes in a locker room full of vets that have been there, done that, confidence can read cocky. And so that was my only point in saying what I said about Shadur Sanders. I still to this day feel like Pittsburgh was a great spot for him. I don't know what Pittsburgh is going to do with their quarterback situation. If it's Aaron Rodgers, so help me God, I will lose my mind. But I do think that it is sometimes good for these quarterbacks that have been on top and been that guy and have the attention and all those things to just dial it back a little bit and understand that in a locker room full of vets, sometimes that energy can be off-putting. That was my only point. I had to address that because people, of course, ran straight to me trying to disrespect or, speak poorly on a black quarterback. And that is simply not the case. I said the same thing about Baker Mayfield. So just had to put that out there.
There's some news. There's a trade that just happened. And I don't want to do, there's a trade that just happened. Kansas City and Philly just flip picks. Don't know why.
Still trying to figure it out.
You know what it is, though? I bet because here's what it is. Because Kansas City's going to trade their pick. And so Philly actually wanted somebody, so they traded ahead of Kansas City in order to get him.
So they don't trade it to someone who jumps in front of them.
Yes, exactly. So Philly and Kansas City just changed, traded picks. Philly's picking next. Buffalo just picked Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky.
Wow.
Safety corner.
He's got a pretty fly suit on, too.
Yeah, great. He brings the speed.
Doesn't look as good as you, but
He brings the speed.
I was going to say, Nate, I didn't get a chance to say you are looking mighty fine and mighty dapper tonight.
Dapper. Thank you.
Dapper.
Like I said, it's draft day. I just came from the war room with George and Sean, and they wanted to talk about what to do. And then I just zoomed over here. So relative to their draft pick. I want to make a comment about Shedeur because, we talked about this a lot, Liv, that he said wherever he goes, he changes the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the NFL. This is full of executives and front office people and professional coaches and players who make a ton of money, been doing this for a long time. They've established a culture. I don't think they're looking for a guy to come in and do that. And that might be a little bit off-putting, like you said. And so a little bit of humble pie is going to be good for him. And it could be his origin story for his superhero moment where he has, like Aaron Rodgers, right? Aaron Rodgers thought he was going top 5. He thought he was going number 1 overall to the Niners. They drafted Alex Smith. He fell to the end of the first round, ended up on a good team, had to sit for a couple of years. But, of course, Aaron Rodgers is still playing, or at least he might be. And so, this is going to be a disappointing night and a good disappointing experience for Shedeur, but it's going to be a good learning experience, and it's going to show him that he's still got a lot to prove, and he can, get to work and prove those doubters wrong.
I don't even necessarily think it was about his attitude. I just think there's very true concerns about his arm strength and now at quarterback, his athleticism, which is crazy because back in the day, give it 15 years ago, they were like 15, 20 years ago, they hated athletic quarterbacks. They didn't want quarterbacks to run. That meant you weren't a good passer. And so remember, Michael Vick was an anomaly, but I think that Shedeur is going to go and like Liv said, and like Nate said, I think it's going to be good for him. I think it's going to make him actually want to go out there and work and prove everybody wrong. You know what I mean? It's something to prove all the haters wrong, which is good for him. Really happy. Like I'm not happy that he's sliding. But I'm excited for how he's going to respond to this.
Exactly. And that's literally what I meant. I'm not celebrating the fact that he hasn't gotten drafted yet. It's just, I think sometimes these are the moments that become your origin story. He's going to use this as fuel, and we know he's a great quarterback, but I think it's going to be really good for him. And I think wherever he ends up is going to know exactly how to utilize him, and it's going to be exactly where he's meant to be. And, I think maybe blessing in disguise here for Shedeur.
Atlanta, that's how you do it. You trade your pick and a 5th round pick to move up, not your next year's first, this year's second, and what was it, 5th or 7th?
7th.
I think I'm just like, sheesh. Man,
Yeah, I was just gonna say
this
with,
is like Madden.
with Shedeur, like if you are not an athletic quarterback, you better have a strong arm, and if you don't have a strong arm, you better be an athletic quarterback. If the question is that he's not either of those, not strong armed enough and not athletic enough, he broke 100 school records at CU, but they went 13-12. The system was set up, to allow him to pass from the pocket, quick pass game, and throw the hell out of the ball. But GMs and coaches and organizations are wondering if the cards were stacked to make him do all that there, or if he could be a system quarterback in an NFL system. And CU was an anomaly. It was sort of a circus. Yes, he put up huge numbers. Yes, he transformed the program. But how does that translate to an NFL situation where every team spends the same amount of money on players? They both they're all involved in the draft. They all, there's free agency. There's parity everywhere in the NFL. You're not going to just show up somewhere where you can bring all the Louis Vuitton luggage and nobody else has that luggage. There's Louis Vuitton luggage everywhere in the NFL. Yep. So how are you going to assimilate? And I think the question is around Shedeur. What's that?
That I got some of it.
Yeah, exactly. do you have like the whole set? Like, what do you got?
Miles, as I said, Miles took care of his D lineman.
Oh, is that right?
Love that.
Miles took care of his
guys. Is Shelby going to take care of his coworkers here at Guerilla? That's what I want to know.
The way my bank account's set up.
That's a great
point. Also, right now, the Eagles are picking Alabama linebacker Jahad Campbell. That's their pick. That's who they traded up for.
They want to move up for. Liv, we're going to let you go. Third quarter is underway. This stream right here, where 12,000 of you are watching right now, will be flipping over to Liv once the Nuggets game is done. We're going to keep breaking down the rest of the first round here. We're going to get Nate's thoughts on what's going on, or who the Broncos took, what's going on with Shedeur, all that. But Liv, we will see you after the game. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
I will not be here.
It hasn't really improved in the first few minutes.
Perfect. We'll see you guys after. Thank you so much.
I'm supposed to leave or live.
Please don't leave me hanging. Please don't leave me hanging. Please don't leave me hanging. I was trying to say thanks for staying.
I did stay. That's why I stayed.
I see you. You're here.
I wasn't supposed to, but I'm here though.
Look at you, man.
My wife hates me.
All right. So we're a minute or two behind on the TV here. Who did you say the pick was for?
Oh no, it's just they haven't announced it yet.
Oh, okay.
But the pick will be Jahad Campbell.
How do you know? You're getting like,
baby, I
know what's going on?
They haven't announced it yet. Everything. You don't ask for a man's sources. What? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What else do you know? Like,
so the lottery number.
Yeah. So Shelby, you did say earlier that you thought that the Chiefs would likely trade back. Mm-hmm. They have already technically.
I guess I was right.
You were right. I mean, do they move it again? And
the only reason this trade happens is because they felt that the Chiefs were about to trade back. And because if the Chiefs really wanted that player, they're not going to trade with the guy that wanted him. Right. So this is a move that's specifically meant to be like, all right, let me get in front of you before you trade that pick.
Yep.
Because whoever comes up, because obviously there was a lot of first-round grades on Jahad Campbell. So whoever comes up is going to be the guy who, I wonder who they're going to get. So is it a defensive guy, or we really don't know, because the trade up to get the linebacker, you have to assume somebody else wanted him. Right. And you had rumblings that somebody else was going to come get him. So very interesting trade between the Eagles and the Chiefs, but I would assume that the Chiefs are going to trade back. But otherwise, it doesn't make any sense unless they just bluff the Eagles like crazy. But like I said before, though, if that's who they wanted, you're not going to give up on him for a fourth round, like for an extra fifth round pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not what's going to happen. So I wonder what's actually going to happen when the Chiefs come up.
Shelby, let me ask you this. You got a lot of knowledge, okay? You've been doing this for a long time.
Say that again. I hope my wife's listening.
Shelby has a lot of knowledge. Shelby's a very smart, intelligent football player. Been playing for a long time. A lot of guys play for a long time, but they don't sort of absorb all this knowledge that Shelby is spitting to you guys today. So I'm wondering, do you want to get involved with like the front office of a team? Do you have aspirations to do this kind of stuff?
I would love to. I think it would be something that's a way to stay in the game and not actually be in the game. I just think that, once again, especially around this time of year, it's a lot of long hours away from the family. And I think my biggest reason for when I do retire from football is to be with my family. And so any job that requires me to be away from them too much, I'm not going to really want to do. But being in front office, I would love that because I have no problem taking responsibility for
decisions,
the big decisions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's either because of you or of it's your fault.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
Like, so no matter what, so I would be all for it. But once again, you know, a lot of front office guys have thin skin, and I talk a lot of trash.
Yeah,
I talk a lot of trash.
So what about like, because you're in Cleveland now, does anyone there in the front office reach out and say, hey, Shelby, like, what do you think about this? Do they appreciate that knowledge? Do they understand what they got down there?
I'm not that important, but I wish they would.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. Some things would be different.
What did you think of what Cleveland did?
I think honestly, okay, I believe because of the Deshaun trade, trading down and gaining that extra first round pick is huge. Because once again, we aren't really sure about Jacksonville. So with Jacksonville, you might be able to get another top 5 pick,
right? Because
of you know their roster situation. Mason Graham can develop into a really good D lineman, but the issue is, I always say this about D lineman, you really don't know until you get them there. You know, college O linemen are nothing like, you know, NFL D lineman. Every D line, every O lineman in the NFL was their best player on their team.
Right.
So you have a bunch of the best players going against the guy. So you really can't tell with D linemen until they get up there. But I just think the pick, it seems right now it was a good pick, but then I'm just saying also on top of that, the addition of all the other picks. You get a second round pick this year, another first round pick for next year. I just think you're replenishing your draft because of, you know, the Deshaun trade. You lost out on all those first round picks that could be making a difference on your team, and so now you go back and you kind of recoup some of that.
Yeah,
but you did, and here's the thing: it only all makes sense if Travis Hunter does not turn out to be a generational player. And that's what I think people have to realize. Like, if he turns out to be a generational player, you know,
you missed out.
Yeah, because I saw a tweet earlier. It said something about the Browns about how you didn't like Julio Jones, so you traded off for Phil Taylor. You know what I mean? Then you ended up with so trading down does not always, you know, necessarily mean you're going to get a good player, in that you might be missing out on a generational guy. So we'll see how it all works out. But right now, it seems like it was a great move by the Browns.
Yeah, the idea, and it was a surprise, right? It was like the Browns are going with Travis. Everyone thought that it was going to be, it was a done deal, and then boom, anything can happen on draft day.
Oh, and now actually the Chiefs are picking.
They are. All right.
They are picking in the last round, and so officially, Shadur Sanders will not go in the first round.
Wow.
And they are picking. Drum roll, please. Josh Simmons, O lineman, Ohio State, who actually would have been the number 1 O lineman in this draft if he did not get hurt.
Wow.
So the Chiefs taking a chance on the guy from,
what was the injury?
Ohio State. I believe, was it an ACL?
Okay.
I know it was a season-ending injury. So we're obviously hoping that he's healthy, but I actually think a very good pick. For the Chiefs,
need help, right?
They've had a revolving door at left tackle.
So he's a left tackle. Yeah. With a bad knee.
So wow. All right. So
Nick Benito's gonna eat.
So Shedeur falls out of the first round.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I guess it's not technically official yet, but officially he'll fall out of the first round. I guess let's just kind of start unpacking it here a bit. Nate, I guess I want your thoughts on where the Broncos go.
Yeah.
Let's start with that.
Yeah, they went with corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so they go with
it's like Zadeh or something like that.
Is it Jade?
I heard it being
because I'm the
pronounced.
black guy.
No, because you said it earlier. You said it earlier.
I said his last.
Wow, damn it.
No, it was BK that said.
Okay, all right, it was BK. All right, well, shit.
You look right at me. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, because he asked me, and I was like,
No, I was listening to the radio on the way here. I heard it pronounced Zadeh.
Okay,
Zadeh. How's it spelled?
J-A-H.
You know, here at Guerilla, we care about the pronunciations of names.
We sure do.
We sure do.
That's
unless your name is Brandon. Unless your name is Brandon Crystal Light. You know what I mean? So,
then we don't really care. You got an S and a Z next to each other. What?
Crystal Light is
Crystal Light. Oh yeah. I thought you said, "Are we still live?" I was like, "Hell yeah,
are we still live?"
12,000 deep, baby.
That's right.
Better
That's
be.
right.
So the Broncos going for a corner. So everyone was thinking, running back, offense, Sean Payton, maybe a receiver, tight end. But I think what they did was they chose the best player that was available out there and a guy they thought would help them immediately. Riley Moss had a good season, okay, but he's been injured in both of his last 2 seasons. And can you count on him being available every game? No, you can't. And it's great to stock that room with as much talent as possible. I like the pick. I like getting a cornerback. You know you're going to use him. You know you're going to need him. And the guy opposite Patrick Surtain, the defensive player of the year, is going to get a lot of attention. Yeah. Riley Moss had some really good games, but he also got picked on a little bit as well. And against the Bengals, yes, he got rushed back because he had an MCL injury, and they pushed him back a little too fast. I don't think he was quite ready. Still, he got torched in that game. And so I think that, look, they took a look at that. They wanted to add depth to that room, and they clearly believe that they can fill some needs later in the draft. The running back that they need, they probably have a guy they like that they're going to get tomorrow. Maybe a tight end as well tomorrow. But I like the pick, and I like, it supports Bo Nix. Yeah. You the best way you support a young quarterback is build up your defense and your running game, and they did that with this pick. I like it.
Well, one of the bigger questions I guess I have is, what do you make of Colson Loveland going before
that was
Tyler Warren? Because I don't think I saw a single mock or anybody actually talking about the idea of Tyler Warren not being the first tight end off the board.
I don't know enough about those dudes and their skill set, but clearly, it was the Bears, right? Who selected
the Bears?
Not the Bears.
The Bears took Loveland.
The Bears took
Loveland. The Colts took Warren.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a system thing. Maybe they fits into the system. But shoot, man, I mean, that's what makes the draft exciting. Like, people think they have it pegged, and this guy is clearly better than this guy. But there's teams who don't believe that. I mean, remember Michael Penix last year got drafted ahead of Bo Nix, and so there's always surprises on draft day. A tight end is a hard position to come right away and produce as a rookie. There's so much to learn. I made the shift from receiver to tight end in my 3rd season as an NFL player, and mentally it's a very challenging position to learn. You got to know the running game. You got to know the passing game. You got to know pass protections. You got to know the offensive line calls. You got to know these defensive fronts and these blitzes. You basically have to know everything that a quarterback knows, but you have to know the practical application of it. So tight ends are actually smarter than quarterbacks. That's what I think. Maybe not, but they're very intelligent, or they have to learn a lot. And so a rookie to go out there and think he's going to be your jack of all trades tight end, it's going to take a little bit of time. So they must have seen something in that young man to feel like he can be that guy. Maybe not right off the bat, but both of those guys I think are going to be great pros.
Well, in Tyler Warren, there was a lot of chatter about him to the Colts for a while, right? So, so again, you do wonder if it's a system thing when you see,
Can we pretty much? Are we feeling Shedeur is going to be a Cleveland Brown?
All right. Well, so
the Browns have the 1st pick in the 2nd, and then also the 4th pick in the 2nd.
Wow.
So because of that trade they made with the Jaguars, they got their pick too. So are we feeling Shedeur to Cleveland?
Are you feeling Shedeur to Cleveland? I mean, how do you feel about Shedeur joining you guys?
I wouldn't care because I feel like we have the vets that would, nip that in the butt.
Would you make fun of him about?
I'm making fun of everybody.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not exclusive to him. Yeah.
How bad would it get for him? Because rookies get it really bad. Like it used to be a lot worse. Yeah, exactly. At practice, like every time he throws a bad ball, you guys are all up in his. Oh
yeah, we're going to talk shit, but that's like the whole. That's what. Yeah. We do because it's going to be worse on game day.
Is it? It's
going to be worse on game day.
Shelby, is it different at all that this guy's coming in with more money than probably 90% of the dudes in that locker room? Does that matter at all to like when you're trying to haze them and mess with them?
No, because that money ain't going to help you in this locker room.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That money does nothing for you in this locker room.
Carry my pads, rookie.
The thing is, like, no one cares about how much money you have in your bank account. The thing is, we care about the respect that you show. And then just all like being a real pro, but also it's like just respecting guys that were here before you.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like we don't want to hear you. Any rookie coming in trying to talk crazy to an 8-year vet, a 10-year vet, like none of that. It's okay to be confident, but don't be a jackass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that's the biggest thing. And from what I've heard, I really haven't heard that Shedeur's a jackass. I just, it's what the media is trying to say that he is because they don't like the way he conducts himself. But from his teammates, I hear he's a great guy. So I don't think there'll be any problem with any team that he goes to.
I also think with Shedeur, he's just been with his dad for so long that like they're paired together and that, Coach Prime is a bombastic dude. He's a huge personality. He makes a lot of grand declarations, and then he goes and does it. And Shedeur been with him his entire life, and so he's had to sort of make good on all his dad's promises and embody that sort of bravado and just kind of go walk hand in hand with him and say, "Yeah, Dad, let's do it." So whatever you say, I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to embody that. And now he's going to be on his own, and so I think we're going to see a different side of Shedeur. He's going to be able to come into his own. I think he's smart enough to know exactly what Shelby's talking about, to go in there and be humble and not talk a bunch of crazy stuff. He's not going to do that. He's smart. He can read the room. He knows he's a rookie. He knows he's got a lot to prove, and especially falling out of the first round is going to make that clear to him.
Yeah. Well, and for me, I do. I think Shedeur ends up in Cleveland tomorrow. This is one of those instances where, we talked about, do the Browns potentially trade back in to get him? He just fell into your lap. That's one of those moments where, you take what you would perceive as, take the error and you say thank you, and you.
But if they really liked him, wouldn't they make sure that they got him in the first round? I mean,
I'm still confused by this Chiefs-Eagles trade. Absolutely no sense.
Flip it.
And you got an O lineman, and so that made no sense. But so the Eagles must have really truly believed that the Chiefs were going to trade, and so that's why
that
they
is
did
very
that.
strange.
But it really didn't make any sense. But no matter what, I hope this puts a chip on his shoulder. But no matter what, he will get drafted, and he will have a chance to compete as a quarterback in this league. And honestly, I can't wait to see it, because I think everybody that that gets drafted or undrafted and comes into that locker room, they have a shot to do something special. So I'm excited.
All right, well, let's take a quick little break here. We'll kind of get reset. Shelby, I think, we appreciate, man. You hung out way longer than we thought. So love having you in here. I'll give the whole spiel again. We love having you in the studio.
Love you, Shelby.
Thanks for stopping by.
God, thank you guys.
We're going to take a quick break. Nate and I are going to come back, keep breaking down what happened here in the first round. And then as this Nuggets game winds down, we'll keep an eye on that as well and see what's going on. It is not going well for the Nuggets right now.
Down 24, I think.
Yes, let's see. Let me get this.
Woo! 24 points.
82-58. Nuggets are going through it right now. 4.5 minutes left in the third quarter. So still time, but
It's still time.
maybe start running that clock.
It's still time. They can fight back.
Yeah, you can fight back. Like the Bucks are going to tomorrow.
Yes, I agree with Justin.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick little break here. Don't go anywhere. 12,500 of you guys hanging out. We'll be right back. We're not done talking NFL draft. We're going to be talking some more Nuggets. Jesse Montano, Nate Jackson, Shelby Harris in the house here. Give us just a couple minutes. We'll be right back with you guys. All right, we are back. Jesse Montano, Nate Jackson. Was our first ever NFL draft watch along. We've done a couple of these throughout the year, Nate, but here we are. It's draft night. You look great.
I feel great.
And it's all thanks to our great friends over at Johnson Auto Plaza for helping us bring you guys this great night of coverage. We're going to be going straight from the NFL draft right into Liv's Nuggets post-game. And I'm 100% certain, Nate, she's going to have a lot to say about what is going on in Los Angeles.
Wait a second. They've cut it to 18, though. They're only down 18, man.
They're under 20.
You got to believe.
They're back in it.
Believe it. Believe it.
We got 47 seconds to go in the third quarter of that Nuggets-Clippers game. So we'll be checking in with Liv, and then she will be taking over this stream when it's all said and done. But, Nate, you and I still have a lot to unpack here. We actually are also waiting to hear from the Paytons.
Yes.
Down at Dove Valley. Our very own BK is down there right now, so we'll wait to hear from them. I'm sure we'll talk to BK at least one more time before we get out of here. But while we wait for all of that, let's go back to the top of the draft with where everything started. Cam Ward goes to the Tennessee Titans, pretty much as expected.
Everyone was ready for that.
The first kind of surprise came not in who was picked, but what team selected. The Cleveland Browns end up trading back. The Jacksonville Jaguars jump up, grab Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
I guess just your thoughts. I guess just your kind of broad strokes thoughts to start on Travis Hunter ending up in Jacksonville. Then we'll dive a little bit more into what he's capable of doing.
Yeah, so Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner, generational type of talent. And he wanted to, or at least he said he wanted to play both ways in the NFL level. And he said it was kind of a deal breaker if he didn't. I think that could have been just him trying to create some leverage so to get as much playing time as he possibly could. And then maybe someday down the line demand a record-setting contract. Because if you think about it, Jamar Chase makes $40 million a year. He's the highest paid receiver in football. Okay. Derek Stingley Jr. makes $30 million a year. He's the highest corner in football. But what if Travis Hunter becomes the best receiver and the best cornerback in football, Jesse, and he plays both sides of the ball every single snap? What kind of contract could he demand? 40 million plus 30 million? Could he have a $70 million contract? Probably freaking not. But he could demand something higher than any receiver has ever been able to demand, or any corner alone has been able to demand. Maybe a 50, maybe like a quarterback type of salary. And Coach Prime.
Do you think so?
Coach
I don't mean to interrupt you, but sorry, keep going.
Coach Prime is his mentor. It's his advisor. He's the guy who set him up to be this guy. And so he's putting that in his ear about the kind of walls he could break down, not just on the field, but money, if he were able to succeed doing that. And so, he's trying to leverage it to be able to be as involved as possible on both sides of the ball. That said, he's going to an NFL team that has a lot of other players and a lot of other interests other than one guy. And so he knows that wherever he goes, they're going to use him how they want. He's not going to say, no, I don't want to do that, I'm leaving. You're in the NFL. You just got drafted. And the second pick of the draft, you're going to go to the team that drafted you, and you're going to play your butt off. And that's what he's going to do. I don't like that he ended up on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, interesting.
Because they are not a good organization. Okay, they're not. They haven't been good, even though they have Trevor Lawrence, who was like the generational quarterback, who was a surefire can't miss. He hasn't lived up to potential. They just fired Doug Peterson, their coach, who was a Super Bowl winning coach in Philly, and they hired this guy who's a first-year head coach. Okay, that's why I don't like Travis Hunter to the Jacksonville Jaguars, because he's going to a first-year head coach who ain't going to know how to use him, and he's going to say, "Here's my shiny new toy. I'm just going to throw him out there willy-nilly." It's going to put him in a position, in my opinion, that's not favorable to his talent. What I think would have been the best landing spot for him is a place with a sort of, a Sean Payton type of coach who has a plan for him, and is not going to say, "Yes, Travis, I'm going to do what you want me to do." No. I have a plan for you, and here's what it is going to look like. Sean Payton is the type of play caller who's going to take advantage of defenses by using the skill set of his offensive players and setting them up to succeed on his side of the ball. And he also uses guys as decoys to set up defensive players. I think Sean Payton would have been great for Travis Hunter. Obviously, they would have to move mountains to get him. That was not very conceivable. But
that type of coach.
He's going to a guy without a lot of experience and who's, already has some doubt cast upon him and his ability to lead an NFL team. Like, did he get this job too soon? He was an offensive coordinator. forget his name, but he was an offensive coordinator. And so I just don't know if Travis Hunter is going to be best served on a team with such an inexperienced coaching staff.
Liam Cohen.
Yeah, Liam Cohen. So, Cleveland wouldn't have been a ton better, but I do believe that Cleveland's coaching staff is much more experienced. And they got Kevin Stefanski, who's 2-time coach of the year in the NFL. And they have a bunch of assistants who've been there, done that as NFL coaches. And so I think Travis Hunter going to the Jags is going to be a huge question mark for me.
It's one of those organizations that it just every year you're here.
Yeah.
You're in this same room every year where you're picking at the top of the draft. And
right.
Like you said, you have the generational Trevor Lawrence, the generational Travis Hunter. At what point does the cycle end? I want to go back to what you're talking about with the money, because this is something that I remember there being a lot of discourse around maybe halfway through the season. One of the first times that Travis came out publicly and said, yeah, I'd like to play on both sides of the ball once I get to the NFL. And I actually believe it was Chris Harris Jr., who we had on the show earlier tonight, who was saying, like, no, be a wide receiver. You're going to make a lot more money doing it that way. Do you think that there's any world where his insistence on, and we'll see if he is allowed to play both, able to play both, but like, is there any world where in his attempt to play both, he kind of ends up excelling at neither, which, like instead of combining these two types of contracts together, you end up kind of like subtracting from each one because you're good at
and you're
both.
not, and you don't
You're
get the most out of yourself at either, right? And you end up, being a kind of a shadow of what you could be if you focused on one.
Right.
That's a definite concern. And that's why what I was talking about with the coaching, like he needs coaches who have a plan for him, how to make him excel at one and then ease him into the other. When I became a receiver in the NFL, and I know I'm not Travis Hunter, okay, I didn't win the Heisman. My numbers were better in college than his, but I played against D3 competition, and I wasn't playing on the other side of the ball, okay? So I don't have that claim to fame. But what I'll tell you is the transition from college receiver to pro receiver is a big leap. And it's not just about, so the route running, the technique of the guys who play in the NFL is so good. It takes you by surprise. They're always in the right position. They're fast across the board. So all the space that you saw Travis Hunter being able to work with out on the field at Folsom, that space doesn't exist on an NFL field. It closes so much faster. The field feels very small compared to a college field. There's also the hash marks. People don't talk about the hash marks, the difference of the college hash marks, which are wider than the pro hash marks, which allows you, when you're on the right hash mark, to use all this open field on the left-hand side. It creates a lot more open field. And when you have superior athletes like Travis Hunter is, and you're playing against inferior athletes like they did, then all that open field is really easy to exploit. In the NFL, you don't have that. You don't have those options. Everything happens faster. Everything is quicker. Everything is tighter. And your sense of timing has to be better. Your sense of technique has to be better. And what I have seen from Travis as a receiver, as a route runner, is someone who has a lot to work on. And that's cool. That's fine. His raw talent is unlike anyone. He's a lockdown cornerback with Randy Moss ball skills. That has never been seen before. He's going to be a fantastic player, but he needs the right coaches around him to get the most out of him. And to your point, if you're just like right off the bat, yep, you're playing both. You're going to practice here one day, there one day, or both. It's gonna be too much for him. I think they should focus on one and then sprinkle him in. I think they should focus him on defense, make him a day one starter as a cornerback on defense. That's my belief about Travis. And then start to ease him in on offense and see what he can handle. There's also the mental load of having to learn 2 playbooks.
Yep. So I want to get to that in just a second, because I think that is maybe the one of the parts that I haven't heard enough conversation around. Is like, you got to learn the plays on both sides. But when you were talking there, you know who I was thinking about, Nate, is Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
That was a guy that when the Broncos took him, it's, oh man, this is one of the best route runners already in the league. And you'd see all the tape from him at Alabama. I mean, catching every ball wide open, almost uncontested.
Right. And
it felt like, to me, someone who didn't play in the NFL and, go through that experience of what you're talking about where guys are so fast. It looked to me watching him like, yeah, he's a great route runner and he's shifty and he's hard to hit, but everyone's fast in the NFL. Everyone's shifty. Everyone can stick with you. And he's just like the reason I felt like Jerry Jeudy dropped so many balls, especially here in Denver, was he wasn't wide open. He was having to make contested catches. And so when you're talking about that with Travis, making these kind of, Ringling Brothers catches, I don't know if that space exists in the NFL.
Well, I'll say this about Travis versus Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy does not have good hands. Okay.
Mhm.
He just doesn't. They're not strong. His footwork is very good. His hands are not. And football, your feet set you up, but your hands make the play. Okay. You got to finish with your hands. And that's the case for a lot of American sports. You got to finish with your hands.
Mhm.
And Jerry Jeudy's feet were really good. He came into the league as a very polished route runner. Okay. So much more so than most receivers. And that's why he got drafted in the first round. It was like, wow, this guy is leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else in route running. But and look, he just made a Pro Bowl. He just went to the Browns and he found a good home. And Jerry Jeudy's going to have a good career. But I think his ceiling was a little lower because he was already a very advanced route runner. Travis Hunter is not an advanced route runner, not yet.
Yeah.
But what he does have is uncanny ball skills and an instinct and a nose for the football to go attack it in the air, to catch it at its highest point. He understands where it's going to come down. He understands how to attack it with the angles. He's going to be very, very good at that. But the technique that's required to run routes the right way in the NFL takes a lot of practice. So when are you going to do that practice?
Yep.
Are you going to be able to devote yourself to that? Or do you also need to spend time in the cornerback room? And when it comes to the playbook, are you going to ask Travis to know your entire offensive playbook? If so, he's going to need to be in all the meetings.
Yeah.
And so if he's in all those meetings, well, he's not learning the cornerback stuff because there's always wrinkles you're putting in there. There's always stuff you're learning. So you're sacrificing something by allowing him to play both ways. The question is, are you gaining more than you're sacrificing? Right. Is he that good? So he's going to be on the field and he's just going to be making plays and he's going to mask his the fact that he maybe is not in those meetings to learn all that stuff.
Right.
Does he have the capacity to spend extra time at the facility and do personnel on the team want to also work extra hours to sit there with him and teach him the stuff that he couldn't see because he was in a different meeting? This is one guy. You have a team of 53 dudes plus 16 practice squad members. That's 70 guys. And you're going to make exceptions and change everyone's schedule for one guy. That's the challenge there.
Well, and so I'm so glad you brought this up. Also, by the way, your feet set you up, but your hands make the play. We're putting that on a shirt. I love that.
You got it. I mean, I came up with that too.
Yeah. Oh, I bet you did. Yeah. So, we were talking about the meetings earlier, and it's actually the last part of it that I think of what you just said is the most important part. It's not, can Travis Hunter be in these meetings? Can he comprehend offense and defense? To me, that's not the question. It's what you just asked. Are you going to move everything about the way that your organization meets, practices, plans, and like BK was sitting here saying, like, well, he could be in the quarterback meetings, but then on Tuesdays he'd come in and sit extra with the quarterbacks. And it's like, okay, so what? So now you're gonna change everything about the way that Travis Hunter prepares, the way your team prepares. Now you got a wide receiver / cornerback in the quarterbacks meetings. With that's the part to me where I'm just like, I don't think this makes sense, and I think it's something that you and Shelby have an extra level of appreciation for, having been in those meetings and know what goes into them. Yeah, this isn't like, hey, we run catch-up huddles here, every week and stuff like that with our teams, and it's like, this isn't that. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a very demanding mental sort of gymnastics to take on a new system, a new offensive system that you've never been a part of. There's a lot of terminology to learn. There's a lot of nuance. And look, there's the play that you install where it shows you what everyone does. And then there's the layers that get peeled back behind each player's responsibility on each play. The longer you play, the more you peel back those layers and you understand the nuance. What do I do if this happens? What do I do if this happens? How do I get by a guy who does this? All those things you learn after years at the workbench, over and over and over, watching film, practice, perfecting your craft, working on tiny little moves. You're going to sacrifice something. You can't do it all. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Because football is so very specialized. Now, maybe this ushers in an entirely new brand of football, where now there's multiple guys doing this, and it rewrites the routine and the ritual of preparation in the NFL. But as it exists now, it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a real challenge for that guy, that first-year head coach who's taking this on. He's got to come up with a plan. He's in charge, and he's not just in charge of Travis Hunter. He's in charge of the whole team. And, when Josh McDaniels came in and became the head coach of the Broncos
and took over for Mike Shanahan. He was an offensive coach, a genius coming from the Belichick tree. And the idea was that this was the young sort of whippersnapper guy, genius football mind that's going to take the Broncos to the next level. And he wasn't that, because it wasn't just about your X's and O's and you coming up with a plan. It's about you managing all these people. It's about you dealing with these different personalities, these different athletes, and compartmentalizing the way that you coach and the things that you operate. It's not just on the field, it's off the field. And so Travis Hunter presents a very unique challenge for a first-year head coach to figure out how to use him. Now, clearly they have a plan, or else they wouldn't have done what they did, right?
Right, you gave up assets.
But Travis Hunter is a human being, and you're going to have to take into account how much he can handle. And I know there's this like Superman mythology around him, like he doesn't get tired. His cardiovascular is more than he doesn't bleed blood, my heartbeat doesn't speed up at all. I never sweat, like I'm smiling the whole time. There is a threshold.
Yeah.
And they're going to push him to that threshold. He had some injuries. He got banged up a little bit at CU.
Sure did.
Playing both ways. The NFL is 10x, 100x that type of strenuous nature on the field. These guys are the biggest, fastest, strongest, most psychotic athletes on the planet, and they're coming for you. And another thing, people are going to want to fuck him up.
Right. 100%.
You think like, oh, you're going to come in here and play both ways and be the special guy? Sorry, pal. You're coming across the middle. I'm lighting you up.
Right.
You're not going to play both ways against us. All these defensive coaches who are game planning for a Travis Hunter team are being like, this kid thinks he's going to catch a touchdown on you and then turn around and catch an interception on you. And then we're going to show him what the NFL is really all about. So he has that coming for him. He understands that. I know that. He's ready for the challenge. He just needs some people in his corner and calling plays for him who are able to pull him back and ease him into that responsibility. Whereas maybe 3-4 years down the line, now he has a defined role on offense and a defined role on defense. But I would, as a rookie, not put that on his plate. So
you beat me to my next question there of, is this something that you could potentially see Travis Hunter fitting in, and doing to a certain extent once he's got a couple of years under his belt and he's, like you said, kind of mastered something? And I think that was something that I think Chris Harris Jr. was saying, something similar to what you were talking about, of like, let him perfect one.
Yeah.
And then give him some small bites on the other side. And as okay, perfect. You perfected this one. You can handle these smaller bites. All right, we'll give you a little bit bigger bites over here. And maybe you do eventually elevate him to that. You think that's something that's much more possible than him jumping right in?
Yes. The skill set that's required to excel in the NFL at any position requires a daily sort of pursuit of perfecting it. And it builds on itself, right? Each day you work on something, then you go back and watch it on film. You see what you did. You see what you tried to do. You see what it looked like. You go out there the next day and you keep working on it. You build on it. You build on it. You build on it. My concern would be, do you derail that momentum when you say, all right, now you're going over to the other side of the ball?
Right.
Okay. Because so much of what you do is about the way your body moves on. Like every position on the football field, their body moves a little different.
Interesting.
Their bodies look different. Their bodies move different. The movements that they have on the field are different movements. Like Shelby has a lot of different movements on the football field than a wide receiver, okay, and a quarterback, and a kicker, and even a linebacker. Linebackers are going backwards. Shelby's never going backwards. Travis Hunter's going backwards. He's running backwards as a defensive back. No other position other than defensive backs and linebackers run backwards. Receivers never run backwards.
Yeah.
They're always leaning forward. They're always leaning like this. Their technique is about hunched over, leaning forward, arms tight, doing all that. Where Travis Hunter is a much more fluid athlete. He's running backwards. He's moving this way, moving that way. That's really great for what he did up at Folsom Field. But for the NFL and route running, I wonder if that will compromise his ability to lock into form as a receiving route runner when the very next day or even the very next play, he's on the other side of the ball and he's got to tilt his body the opposite direction and run backwards.
I think that's so fascinating to because I mean you and I we talk all the time. Obviously, I covered the NHL, I cover hockey a lot, and there is that exact conversation about forwards and defensemen. And you can tell when a forward gets caught on D because while they're all elite skaters, you can tell a guy who has spent his whole career skating backwards versus a guy who's just a very good skater, plays in the NHL. Of course, he can skate backwards. You can tell that difference. So I think that's a really interesting thing to call out of, it's your mechanics and it's your habits and it's things like that. And those are all the questions that I think are what these teams are actually talking about when you're saying, can Travis Hunter play both ways? To your point that you made earlier about, like, of course he's a special athlete. Of course he's clearly a physical specimen. To even be able to play both ways to whatever extent he was able to at college, that's incredible. All of that. I really do think, and we have a conversation around the office every now and then. It's kind of fun. I really think that people don't completely appreciate the step from even D1, Alabama, Georgia, SEC schools, from that to the pros. It's not even close. So I think what you're talking about, I think those are the conversations, not can he be a good cornerback? Can he be a good wide receiver? Of course, the answer to those questions are yes. It's everything that's in between that I think is, I just think that people don't give enough credit to.
I agree with you there. And there's going to be a sort of reckoning with the coach prime effect and what that really means at the next level. Deion Sanders was the best. He was a generational athlete, multi-sport. He played in a baseball, and he played a Major League Baseball game and an NFL game in the same day.
Same day.
We forget about that. That could never happen again. We would even if an athlete was good enough, like the owners wouldn't let him do that.
No way.
Right? It was a different era. But Coach Prime has brought that sort of energy to Boulder and created a sort of hysteria around the sport of football. And it's crossed people's minds up to the point where I don't know if they can see clearly. I don't know how I'm trying to say this, because look, Shadur Sanders broke 100 records somehow as a quarterback in 2 years, but he only went 13-12, okay, and got blown out in the big game. So the wins and losses didn't really reflect a guy who's breaking 100 records. Coach Prime did a really good job of promoting both of these guys.
Yes.
And making people believe. Do you believe now? Making people believe that there has never been in the history of the world two athletes like these young men. There's nothing they can't do. Some folks bought in, and it's felt good. It felt really good. The money came flowing, the energy came flowing, ESPN, everybody came to Boulder to see these guys play, right? And they delivered in a big way. Some huge moments. Now, did they win the big game? They did not. Did they win some big games or have some big moments? They did. And Travis won the Heisman, and Shedeur, he's slipping out of the first round. We'll see what happens there. But we're going to find out, based on how these guys' careers go, if that was all smoke and mirrors or if there was something to it. And I think, I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. I don't think that Travis Hunter is going to be, like I said, like a Pro Bowl receiver and a Pro Bowl corner at the same time. I don't think it's humanly possible. And then Shedeur, like, obviously some teams have their doubts about him. So he's going to have to fight for it now. He's not going to be given that, like the top 5 quarterbacks are sort of given it. He's going to have to fight for it, and he's going to have to prove some people wrong who are clearly doubting him. And his father's not going to be around now to say, do you believe now? They're just going to have to go play and earn it out there without each other and without Deion around. And that's going to be a challenge. But it's also going to reveal to themselves this a side of themselves they didn't know they had, right? They're going to have to grow, and they will grow. They're incredible athletes. But I think that like I said, the hysteria around that program the last couple of years, I don't think necessarily was a good indicator of exactly what's going to happen at the next level. It was an incredible promotion of them. It highlighted them. It made them a ton of money. It brought a ton of prestige, or at least attention, to the program. But in no way is it going to matter at all at their next stop. they're going to have to go earn it on the football field. They wouldn't want it any other way, but that's what it's going to be. And so where the rubber meets the road and you see the draft happen and you see what people really think, then you start to see it unfold. But as far as Travis Hunter in Jacksonville, my concern is that the coaching staff is pretty inexperienced and they're not. I'm worried they try to do too much with him too soon.
Yeah.
And don't let him ease into it and perfect, like you said, one aspect of his game before trying to do the other.
One very experienced coaching staff is that of the Denver Broncos, and we have our very own Brandon Cristal down at Dove Valley. There he is.
Wow.
I'm here.
Wow.
You
Is
see
it
me?
the Blair Witch Project? What's going on, dude?
Well,
Shadows. Love it.
There's not a lot of opportunities for us to be able to go live. Everything's inside the atrium, the front entrance that you're familiar with. And if anyone's been over here and sees where the trophy cases are, they don't really let pedestrians in like they used to. And so because we're in there and that's where the press conference was and that's where the media work area is, there are a couple of radio and TV partners are allowed to broadcast inside everybody else. So I've got 4 TV stations that are a little bit closer to the parking lot. I'm right here to the old media entrance, Nate. So you know where I'm standing because I need to be close to the building, hoping the internet holds. But yeah, as they're building the brand new luxurious practice facility across the field attached to the where the team store was and attached to the indoor practice facility for this year's draft, we're going to be here. Hopefully by next year, we're at least in the field house. If not, maybe even in the new building.
Well, this is what these types of events are all about. We got BK outside taking cover, staying just close enough to the Wi-Fi. BK, you were here when the Broncos, made their pick at 20. It was Jahdae Barron. What did the Paytons have to say?
Jahdae. We found out from Sean. Sean didn't even want to get it wrong. Yeah, and you'll hear when you guys play some of the Sean and George sound, but Sean didn't want to get it wrong, so he just said, "Hey JB," and then went with the JB. But then they asked how to pronounce his name. It's Jahdae, so obviously a little French at least influence there for the Broncos' newest draft pick. And what's interesting about this kid is not only what he's been able to do on the field, and as Sean Payton talked about, we have the film. Everybody has the film, but Vance Joseph's brother was his position coach the last few years. I believe he's coaching in New Orleans, but they were able to talk to him. Darren Rizzi, the new special teams coordinator, his son is a quality control coach there. And all they talked about was what a great kid he is, what a great teammate he is, what a great guy he is in the community. One of those guys that really is involved in working with the community there. He grew up in Austin, played his college ball there at Texas. And then even Matthew McConaughey tweeted, the Broncos got a good one. And we know that Matthew McConaughey is an ambassador for the Texas football program. Right. So you got to feel good. And they said he was just too good of a player at a premium position to pass up. And you can never have enough good cover guys. And now they add a really good one who's a really good blitzer, really good tackler. They feel great about this pick and think that there's still an opportunity to grab a good running back here in this draft as well.
BK, our show this morning, we had a listener, Conga Hydra, suggest that very pick. And we were trying to discuss, would they go corner? Would they go defensive tackle? Would they go running back? Would they go receiver? They ended up going corner. What's your sense of, how is that? How did everyone react there at Dove Valley? Are people excited about that pick, or do you see some people who were disappointed and wanted a running back?
Well, I think the people that wanted a running back understand that with Ashton Jeanty gone, even though, and they said there was a runner they liked in there. We don't know if that's Amarian Hampton. We don't know if that's Travion Henderson or if it's a different back, but we think it might be one of those two. But they said that it wait about 6 picks. But I think in general, you understand your premium positions, certainly quarterback, left tackle, edge rusher. You can't have enough of those, and you can't have enough good cover corners. And so we talked to Chris Harris earlier tonight, Nate, before you jumped on. And as we remember, Chris played outside a lot in base defenses, whether he was opposite of Champ Bailey or opposite of Aqib Talib, but then would jump inside and was the best nickel corner in the NFL for the better part of that decade, which is why he made an all-decade team. So it feels like Barron may leapfrog Riley Moss on base downs, and then maybe he might jump inside depending on the matchup. But they said this gives a lot of flexibility to what they can do with PS2 as well as with Riley and even Jaquan McMillan, although it feels like he could be the odd man out until they go into, dime situations with 4 corners.
So, as you were talking about how they had a connection to this kid, Vance Joseph's brother, coached him, Darren Rizzi was familiar with him. It kind of reminded me of the Pat Surtain draft pick, right? George Payton knew his dad, knew what kind of kid Pat Surtain was. Do you think I like this approach. It's not just about this player. We watch him on film. We like the cut of his jib. No, we know people he knows. We know the kind of kid he is. It's not just about what you're going to do on the football field at your position. It's the type of guy you are in the locker room. It's the type of personality you're going to bring, the work ethic you're going to bring. Do you love football? Are you smart? Are you on time? Are you an accountable kid? How much do you think that factors into what they're doing?
I think it's huge, and it's a luxury that you have when you have a good football team that has a bunch of really good character guys and a really good core to build on, starting with that quarterback like we talked about. But once you have that quarterback, but you have the premium corner in the best defensive player in football, you've got one of the best edge rushers in the game, and you have a very good left tackle who's locked up in Garrett Bowles. You can not only go get good football players, but you can look at a character trait and a guy that has a bunch of boxes checked and think, okay, he will just be a great addition, not only on the field, but off the field. We're not gonna have to worry about him. We're not having to take a risk, because I don't think you want 53 choir boys. Let's get that straight. But you also can't have 53. You can't have 53 criminals either. And so I don't think you can ever have enough good guys to go with the fact that they're good players. And I bet if we look this up, and I just hadn't had time to yet, there's a good chance that Jaday Barron was also a captain. He has that sort of character when you hear about the character qualities that he has. So I bet if we Google that real fast, we'll find out that he was a captain, if not even a multi-year captain. But it's funny, Sean Payton said, we're done with Texas players. No matter who's on the board, we're not taking any more Longhorns. But he just replaced little Jordan Humphrey. It's the same amount of Longhorns as they already had.
He was a team captain.
He was a team captain. Well, let me ask you this, because when you it's a collaboration, right? Over there at Dove Valley. It's not just one person making the decision.
Nate knows he just came from there.
Yep, I did. That's why I'm dressed this way, Brandon, if you didn't know.
Yep.
But there's a lot of people involved in this decision, and there's no way they all wanted the same guy, right? I mean, everyone had their own opinion. Maybe one guy wanted this guy, maybe one guy. Who do you think wanted this guy? Do you think Sean Payton really wanted Jaday, or do you think this was a George Payton pick that he pushed for?
I think that it may have been a true collaboration, but because you got the quarterback, because you have these pieces, and because it's such a pass catcher, you added Evan Ingram, and it's such a talent-rich draft, then you're looking at bolstering what's already one of the best defenses in football. And if there's an opportunity, you talk about best player available, he was the guy that was the best player available. You hear that there weren't that many first round grades on a lot of these players, but there is a lot of starter quality from 20 to 70. And Sean touched on that's kind of where the meat of this draft is, the honey hole, as he called it. But when you have a guy that's probably supposed to go,
he loves honey holes.
He talks about honey hole. He talks about turkey hole. We know Jerry Jones
honey,
talks about the glory hole.
Yeah, he loves his holes, doesn't he? Relative to other holes.
Yeah, but I think that it was just too good of a position to pass up. You're locked in not only with Nick Bonito, you're going to have to extend his deal or sign him to a big extension, but Jonathan Cooper too on that 4-year deal. And the other thing that you just have to look at is that you can use them all over the place. But something I brought up with Jesse and Shelby earlier is Vance Joseph may be a head coach next year because of how well this defense could play again. And yes, Jim Leonard's going to be here. He's one of the many assistant head coaches. I think they have 4 of them now, but they kept Jim Leonard on the staff, I think, in preparation for Vance Joseph to depart. And now you've added one more solid piece that's going to be here for a number of years and should be on the field opposite of PS2 and out there with Riley Moss a whole bunch. And if Afunga's healthy, you can get really creative. We talk about jokers on offense. Why not have a couple of jokers on defense? And I think that's what Jaday Barron gives them.
Yeah. So real quick. So what do you think is the fate of Riley Moss here? Do you think he's going to just tell me, what do you think about Riley's future here now that this draft pick's in?
Well, they still obviously have 2 more years on his rookie deal. I think that they like the way he played before the knee injury, and I think they like the way he played more than Jaquan McMillan did a year ago, or this past season, compared to what he did a year ago. And so I think if you talk to the people in the building, and I've talked to several of them, that J-Mac just kind of, I don't know if he took a step back, but he didn't necessarily take a step forward. And we saw what Riley had, but it does feel like, as I alluded to a little earlier, and I'm going to do some digging on this, but that on base downs, he'll be out there with PS2. And then when they go to 3 corners, he and Riley will mix and match based on the matchups. And I think that could be a really fun element of this Broncos defense is that it's not just, oh, he's jumping inside or Riley's jumping inside. Maybe even PS2, if he's on Jamar Chase, he jumps inside because you trust both those guys outside. He's obviously bigger than McMillan, who's, 5'9" on his best day. This kid's 5'11".
And the Broncos led the league last year in sacks. They led the league last year in sacks, and you add another kind of stud corner out there, it's going to be even more time for those guys to get to the quarterback and smush his face into the dirt. So,
and one of the things too, Nate, real quick, is you should feel good about it because he's really good sacking the quarterback. That's one of his traits too, is from the inside, disguising it, but getting there. I mean, he ran a 4.39 at the combine. So I get it wasn't 4.29 like his teammate Matthew Golden, but sub 4.4, you will take that from any player on the field, certainly from your corners. And if you're going to line them up inside, you can get creative and maybe even send them from the outside at times if you get extra tricky with it.
BK, I'd love to keep chatting with you here about what the Broncos did there at 20. But we are up against it a little bit. Liv's post-game live is going here.
Yeah.
In just a few minutes. It is not. She's going to have a lot to say. She's going to have a lot to say about this Nuggets game as they are down 29 right now.
Wow.
But BK, thank you for popping on, getting us the update there. You can check out the full pressers that BK was just there from Sean and George Payton over on all the Guerilla Sports channels. BK, thanks so much. Get home safe, man.
I'll see you tomorrow at 11 because he's talking, Jade Barron's talking around 2 is the expectation as of now. So I'll be ready to rock and roll with you, Nate, at 11 for a special Draft Friday edition of Off Field. And Chris Harris said he'd join us as well from Dallas to talk about the pick.
Love it.
Good stuff, BK.
Thanks, BK. We'll talk to you tomorrow. All right. Just as this Nuggets game winds down here, we'll be bringing Liv in just a few to kind of take over. But
they really took a dump, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was
in LA. That was not good.
Come on.
Down by 31 right now, Nate. With under 2 minutes to play, under 90 seconds to play. Not the performance you were hoping for, but Nate, talking with BK there, I guess anything that you heard from him that he heard from the Paytons. More excited, less excited, or kind of exactly as advertised for what you were thinking for Jade Bear?
Look, at this point, everyone's excited. You're always excited about the possibilities of a new guy. Every single draft, you never like draft a guy and you're like, oh crap, like we just drafted this guy in the first round. I don't know why we did it. No, they are in love with this guy and the potential that he has to come in and make this football team better. Their challenge now is to make that happen. And that involves a lot of moving parts. Like we were talking about in the Travis Hunter conversation.
Yep.
There's a lot. It takes a village to allow one guy to flourish on a team. And this organization is moving in the right direction to do that with anybody that comes in. The ownership is in place. All of a sudden, I mean, they've only owned the team for 2 years. Probably the best owners in the league, or at least up there, right? Breaking ground on a new facility. Talking about a new stadium, spending money on this, spending money on that, bringing in the alumni, supplying helmets to every single high school program in the state. The Broncos ownership is doing it right. Then you got Sean Payton. He's doing it right as well. This guy knows how to win. He knows how to win football games in the NFL. He knows how to create a trajectory, a week-long trajectory that builds these guys up and prepares them to go out, find the edge, and win. So you got the coach and the coaching staff in place. And now you got a lot of talented young players who are playing at a high level and they're playing hungry. You talked about the Broncos last year, young and hungry. Well, now you got another young and hungry player to add to this young core. Defensive player of the year, Pat Surtain, he's almost the elder statesman. Well, in the cornerback room, and he's only 25 or 26 years old. And so you got a lot of young players and a nice young nucleus that this cornerback can join. And like we talked about before, the best way to help out a young quarterback like Bo Nix is to strengthen the defense.
Yes.
And they've just done that by adding this player. I'm a big proponent of the best player that's available on the board. The guy you think is the best football player, you get him.
I said that earlier, Nate.
Right. It's not like, oh, we have a need at running back.
Yes.
So we're going to draft a running back.
Especially not in the first round. You take the best player available.
Right. And this is that guy. As Conga Hydra, our friend, pointed out, people didn't think he was going to fall to 20. And so there's always a chance, too. You never know what happens behind the scenes. There's probably another guy that had he fallen to 20, they might have got him. One of those tight end, Colston Loveland or the Ty Warren guy. Maybe if one of those guys had fallen to 20, they would have drafted him, right? They have a big board and guys they love on it. And when a guy gets drafted, they cross his name off the list, right? And when your draft pick comes up, I think the guy who's at the top of your list still, you get him because you trust your evaluation process. And they were able to evaluate this guy much closer because they know him. Vance Joseph's brother knows him. Darren Rizzi knows him. You know what I mean? So they had more information on this guy. They think he's going to come out in and make their team better, their locker room better, their environment better. I love the pick for that reason. I believe in George Paton and his process and his staff. And so I think this guy is going to make the Broncos a better team immediately.
You think he's going to change the culture is what you're saying? That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I don't think he's going to do that.
And you know what else you were talking about there that I really like? Because, one of the things that we were saying earlier was, when we were talking about Shedeur and where he could have potentially landed. And Shelby was saying that he actually felt like Pittsburgh would have been a good spot for him, especially if Aaron Rodgers was going to come to town, because you would have allowed him to sit.
I thought so too. Yeah.
Sit behind him for a year.
Because culture's established.
Right.
Yeah.
And I feel a little bit the same here with Barron, where he's coming into a defense that's very well established, that has veteran leaders, that has had success, that has a D coordinator who's been very successful with this group. And you're going to be able to insulate him a bit, and you're not going to have to throw him to the wolves and be like, hey, well, get out there and make some big stops. Like, no, you've got structure built around him. You can kind of allow him to get to his game.
You got some players playing at a very high level around him, and it's going to be a great example for him. Even though, he already comes in with a great work ethic, he still has a lot to learn. And guess what? He gets to be in the same room every single day as the best cornerback on planet Earth, and that's Pat Surtain, the defensive player of the year. Defensive player of the year doesn't go to a corner very often. It went to one this year, and he plays for the Broncos. His name's Patrick Surtain II, and this guy does everything right on and off the field. He's a Champ Bailey type of guy. He's always improving, always trying to improve on his craft. Bringing this rookie, Jade, into that room with that type of leader is going to be an incredibly good influence on him. Whereas if he were to go to some crappy team and be like, with a bad secondary and a news call, his ceiling would be a little lower. And his learning curve wouldn't happen as fast. And so I think, to your point, a great situation for him to come in to a top 5 defense. This is a top 5 defense, an opportunistic defense that made big plays last year, and he can come in. And by the way, they added Dre Greenlaw and the safety Hufanga. So Talanoa Hufanga. So this is a stacked ass defense. And then they're going to be ready to pin their ears back and attack. Vance Joseph loves to attack. He's a very aggressive play caller, and they clearly think this guy can embody that aggressive nature and fall in with an already stellar defense.
I love it. I love it, Nate.
I love you.
I love you. I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm so glad that we had the chance to do this here tonight.
Me too, man.
No, this is great. And I mean, honestly, I think, we kind of talked in the lead up to this that, hey, it'd be fun to maybe see some storylines play out. And
they played out.
Round 1 ended up delivering on that, no doubt about it. The Jacksonville Jaguars trade up to take Travis Hunter at number 2. We just spent a lot of time talking about Jade Barron, who the Broncos were able to nab at 20, maybe fell a little bit lower than people were expecting. Opportunity here to kind of take things up a level. And then the storyline that is, I think, the storyline of round 1. Shadur Sanders falls out of the first round of the draft. He will be sitting there if Shelby's Cleveland Browns want to take him right at the top tomorrow. Where I'm going with this was it was a much better night for the Broncos than it was for the Denver Nuggets. And we are going to bring in our very own Liv Moods right now. Liv, so sad. Why don't you give us one positive thought on the Broncos here tonight before we make you talk all about the Nuggets?
Listen, I think the Broncos made a surprising move in terms of what you felt like they needed the most. It was not what I was expecting. That being said, you have a baller joining an already baller level defense. So defense wins championships. There's the positive. I really think we know how important defense is, and the Broncos are stacked in that regard. So feeling pretty good. And at this point, I never thought I would say this based on the last decade, but the Broncos might be my saving grace for happy Denver fandom. And I never thought we would get here, but we're here. We're here, and it feels pretty good. The Broncos are looking pretty solid as we enter this upcoming season. So I'm feeling excited.
Yeah, no, it was a good night for the Broncos. I think you head into day 2 feeling pretty good here, Nate.
Well, I mean, that's one pick. One man who's going to join your team. Like we were saying before, 53 people on a team, 16 practice squad. You got 90 on the roster trying to make the team. So this is one guy. He's going to get there and work his butt off, and they're going to find a way to use him. They're going to give him some opportunities because they clearly like him. But you still got 6 more picks in this draft. So that's and then you're going to sign some free agents, and that group is going to come in and become a part of a larger group.
Yep.
You get about a 30% turnover every year, but 70% of the guys are still around. And these young rookies, no matter where they're drafted, number 1 overall or last pick in the draft, are going to have to come in and fall in and become part of the culture that exists and add to it and become the type of teammates and the type of players that the organization values. And I think that this is a good sign that they took the best player available, the guy they liked the most, and now they're going to continue to do that tomorrow and Saturday, and then they're going to sign some guys free agent-wise that they like, and they're going to bring them in and let them compete. And that's the thing that you want to do. You want to set up competition at every position. Now, if this guy is going to come in, it comes in and Riley Moss beats him out, guess what? Riley's going to play.
Yeah.
Riley's going to start over him. And if he doesn't play as well as Jaquan McMillian or Riley, then he's going to start on the bench. That's just how it goes. That's the meritocracy of what football is, and that's football at its best. He has to come in and earn it, and I think he will.
It's the season of fresh starts and everyone having the opportunity to believe for the NFL. The NBA, right now, all that matters is results, and LIV, the Nuggets got blown out tonight in Game 3. They now fall behind in that series 2-1. We'll officially be turning this show over to you here to take almost 14,000 folks through.
I know. It's going to be a big, giant therapy session. So I hope everybody's ready. They've got their tissues, their glass of wine, their popcorn. The next show is about to begin because there is a lot to discuss when it comes to the Denver Nuggets. And we're going to keep it very real and honest over here.
And we're going to sign off here from the Guerilla Sports Studios. I do want to remind you guys about our great friends over at Johnson Auto Plaza who helped make this night possible. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Why shop 3 different dealerships when Johnson Auto Plaza is 3 dealerships in one? You'll find over 40 acres of Ram GMC and Chevy trucks, Jeep Wrangler, Rubicons, Grand Cherokees, and Wagoneers, GMC and Chevy SUVs, and so much more. Visit johnsonautoplaza.com today and feel the power of the plaza. LIV, we're getting out of here, but I will be listening in the car because I will also need a therapy session after that.
Have a great day. You guys drive careful, and what a show you guys put on. Great job. And yeah, we'll get some basketball talk going here.
Thanks, Liv.
Here we go.
Yes, thank you. All right, you guys, let's just, let's get right into it. Normally we do the little intro video where I kind of get you guys warmed up. No, we're just diving right on into this one because if you are sitting there as a Denver Nuggets fan feeling like this series is over, I don't think you are wrong to feel that way. And I know a lot of people are going to say, LIV, don't be so negative. They're only up 2-1. But there was a sense of this Nuggets team playing like they've already lost. That is how this felt. In that first quarter, you got a really hot start from Aaron Gordon right away, which was a really, really great feeling. Considering what he's been dealing with this season, he's had a very nagging and lingering injury to his calf. And you want to be very careful with that because you know how valuable Aaron Gordon is to this team, both offensively and defensively. But he has been dealing with a injury that just he can't seem to shake. So you saw him with a really hot start and you felt pretty good about what they were going to be delivering offensively. And then it felt like the offense and the defense both just chucked the deuces up and left the building. And it kind of happened all at once. At the end of the day, this Clippers team is phenomenal. They're playing at a very high level. Kawhi Leonard is playing at maybe his prime. Back when we saw him win a title, this is how I felt like he was playing. He just had his way offensively. He could do whatever he wanted, and nobody was stopping him. And that's kind of how this feels. We know this Denver Nuggets team has struggled significantly all season long with their defensive schemes. And I think what we're running into now is Even if under Adelman there are new game plans and there are new ideas and there's new schemes that they are trying to commit to, the rest of the league has been committing to their schemes. They didn't start that 3 games left in the regular season, and this Nuggets team had to. There was so much turmoil and back-end BS and tension within this organization that nobody could get on the same page, and that's kind of what it seems like is happening still with this Nuggets team. There's a lot of selfish basketball being played. We're not on the same page, and it's really tough to win basketball games that way. That feels like the general issue, but now let's get into the box score, the stat lines, the overall technicalities that are falling through the cracks here with this Denver team. 117-83 Clippers. I mean, this was not close. This was not close. And it really did feel like towards the end of this game, honestly, coming out of halftime, you were expecting a little bit more energy, a little bit more urgency, and they were just playing defeated. They were pretty much playing right out of halftime with an energy about them that just felt like they already know how this series is going to end. And that's a really crappy feeling, especially being a fan, especially being on this emotional roller coaster with them, especially being ride or die with them with all the ups and the downs of this season. It sucks. It really does suck. But when you are shooting 27% from the 3-point line, you will not beat anybody in the playoffs. You just won't. Coach Malone made it very clear throughout the majority of this season that he was not going to live and die by the 3. That was not their game, right? They knew how to score in transition, and they were really great at scoring points in the paint, and that's all good and great. But there's a lot of other teams out there that are living and dying by the 3, and when they're up against a Denver perimeter defense that basically doesn't exist, you're going to lose the basketball game. 27% from the 3-point line, and you have the Clippers shooting 46% from the 3-point line. You're not going to win a game that way. Then they were scoring 40% from the field. So if you're not going to score the 3s, you're not going to live and die by the 3s, which is fine. That's your prerogative. That's your deal. We know how dominant this team can be in scoring points in the paint. But then you're scoring 40% from the field. 40% from the field. You're just never going to win a basketball game that way. You also lost the turnover battle, which I said on today's show, if you're going to win this game, you have to tighten up your turnovers and you have to make your free throws. They were 14 of 20 from the free throw line. So they made 70%. I think the last game they were around 68. So you're still not seeing as much improvement with those free points as you'd like to see. A lot of this is just refining. They lost the rebound battle as well. In every statistical category, just about, they lost. They lost. And that explains the score. That explains the score. That explains why we're here. So it really is trending towards, and I talked on the show today about how valuable I felt like game 3 was going to be in terms of getting the momentum. The Clippers just stole the souls out of the Nuggets' chest tonight. That's the sad reality. And I don't like being a Debbie Downer. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. It's not what I'm trying to do here, but what I am trying to do is be realistic. And I think given everything this Nuggets team has dealt with, it does feel like they were trending in this direction, right? So then it does make you wonder this. If they're a first-round exit, was the Coach Malone firing a little hasty? Should you have let him ride it out with this team into the playoffs and then you make that game time decision? At the end of the day, it's too late. It's too late to do the shoulda, coulda, wouldas of this season. But there's been a lot of issues that this Nuggets team has had to fight through. They've been injured. I do understand that in game 2, they were dealing with some sickness. They were dealing with some illnesses, and Jamal was very clear on the fact that this is not an excuse for why we played the way that we did, but it was a factor in how we're all feeling, and that's fine. But at this stage of the season, everybody's going to be a little banged up, except for Kawhi Leonard, of course. He didn't play a lot of the regular season, so he's in really good health. His body is pretty fresh in comparison to everybody else, and there's just really no excuse. You're going to have guys that are banged up, that have been playing a lot of minutes. I mean, I was about 3.5 seconds away from a crash out when I saw Nikola Jokic airballing his shots. I mean, at that point, just shut it down. Shut it down. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch anymore. I'm over it. So, Clips fans are going to be coming for you, Liv. I don't know why they would. I mean, I had my prediction, Nuggets in 6, and based on the last 3 games of the regular season that I got to watch that team play, I was feeling pretty confident. I stand by that. They were playing really excellent basketball, and it's just not lasting. It felt like they got a second wind after firing Coach Malone. They kind of got a little bit of a rejuvenation, a sugar high, if you will, and we're witnessing the sugar crash right now. It just is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and be naive. I'm not going to sit here and apologize for having faith in my team, because I do think they have a lot of the pieces required. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep it very real. And right now, my realness is telling me that this series feels pretty over. That game right there to me was soul sucking. It was. I don't know how the Nuggets play on Saturday and find that confidence that they require to play good basketball. This Nuggets team is, as much as they've got the natural talent and the physical talent, mentally, this Nuggets team requires, I mean, look at the times we've watched them play their best basketball. You shouldn't have to be villainized or disrespected by the media to play good basketball. And it just feels like there is not enough of a mental storyline for them to find that oomph and dig deep and compete at a very high level. They just looked defeated. They did. And I think that this offseason is going to be very telling. I think you're watching Nikola Jokic play very frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's gassed. And you're going to lose Nikola Jokic if you can't figure out how to get him the supporting cast that he deserves. Jokic, I would imagine, is not very happy right about now for many reasons. Maybe a little bit in his own personal performance, and maybe a little bit in the way that this season has unfolded. I mean, it's crazy to say that this wasn't Nikola Jokic's best performance with 23 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists. He still played a great game of basketball, but it wasn't enough. And this Nuggets team for way too long now has been relying on Nikola Jokic to be the end-all be-all and to be the superhero and to save the day. And when he can't do that, you run into an ass whooping. Excuse my French. So it's tough. When you force this Nuggets team out of their comfort zone, they freeze up. They freeze up. They don't know what to do. You make them uncomfortable, they don't know what to do. The whole game plan in this game should have been, how do you make Kawhi Leonard uncomfortable? How do you make James Harden uncomfortable? How do you throw off their rhythm? And instead, you double team or triple team Nikola Jokic, and we have no answer for that. None whatsoever. Zero. Tell me this episode will be short. I feel sick listening to this right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And trust and believe, I feel just as sick as you do. I want nothing more than this Nuggets team to take advantage of the best player in the world and make a deep playoff run, because one, they deserve it. I love this team. I love this team. And when you've got Nikola Jokic, you deserve to win championship after championship after championship. He is greatness before our very eyes. But my fear is there's been a lot of damage done by this front office, and some of which is a little irreversible right now. It sucks. It sucks to be in this situation. It sucks to be in this spot. But it does feel like the decisions by Calvin Booth, the roster made by Calvin Booth, you almost have to tear the whole thing down. That's how it feels. And I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping right now this is just, a tough season with a lot of injuries and a lot of things thrown their way, and they just need the off season to kind of regroup and refresh themselves. And let me shed some positive light here. Let me shed a little bit of positive light here. The fact of the matter is, Game 4, if I'm not mistaken, was that the big game that they had last year against the Timberwolves? I can't quite remember. I really tried to block out last year quite a bit. This season could be tied by Saturday. Truly. But it's going to require a lot of changes made from tonight until then in order for this Nuggets team to win, because the Clippers are just good. They are really good. Really good. So it's going to require a lot. There's going to be a lot of refining. I was really hoping that they take game 1 and game 2. The good things they did, they copy and paste over to game 3, and then they refine what they didn't do well in game 1 and game 2. But we saw new problems tonight. So, yeah, I mean, listen, call it what it is. I'm not going to sit here and deny that I said Nuggets in 6. I absolutely did. I saw really great basketball out of this team in the last 3 regular season games. And I was really hoping that getting rid of Coach Malone was that thing that was standing in their way. Because that's how it looked. You watch them play against Sacramento immediately after firing Malone. You watch them play against the Grizzlies at home. You watch them go on the road and play the Houston Rockets, the number 2 seed in the West. And they played those games beautifully. So, few things we've been missing in this series so far that I really think have stood in the way here. You don't have enough volume 3-point shooting out of Michael Porter Jr. You just don't. Not when you're up against a Clippers team where you allow Norman Powell to play like he's 22 years old again. Okay? Not nearly enough volume 3-point shooting out of Michael Porter Jr. You're not getting nearly enough from CB, who all season long was dominating in transition. You're not getting nearly enough from him offensively. The threes aren't falling. You get Aaron Gordon hitting some of those clutch threes. We saw him at one point in the season with 7 threes in one game. That's huge. It's just a tough situation. You then lose, you only get 8 minutes out of Russell Westbrook. So I don't want to hear a single peep out of anybody about Russ being part of the problem here. He got injured. He didn't return to the game. He played 8 minutes. You miss energy when you don't have Russ. In those 8 minutes, he hit a 3. He had 1 rebound, 1 assist. So you miss the energy when you lose Russ in a game. And who knows? I think I saw foot inflammation for him, which is why he didn't return. Inflammation is one of those tricky things that could linger. That could be a problem in game 4. I mean, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but it's tough. You have a completely different version of Christian Brown in this series. You have a non-existent version of Michael Porter Jr. in so many ways. And I'll give Michael Porter Jr. credit. The rebounding in game 2 was essential, but 3 points in game 1 and 7 points in game 3. It's not the way. At the end of the day, does the good outweigh the bad with Michael Porter Jr.? I don't think it does. I hate saying that. I hate that I'm to that point. I fought very hard with you guys about keeping Michael Porter Jr. I said, if you can't get a shooter with his same size, it's not worth the trade. But as a business that is serious about winning another championship, I would hope you got to make tough calls sometimes. And one of those tough calls might have to be, what do you do with Michael Porter Jr.? The problem now, you drop the ball because his stock was a little higher and he had a little bit more value to him ahead of the trade deadline. I'm not sure he's got much value anymore. I'm not sure there's teams out there that are fighting for Michael Porter Jr. This is feeling like a very classic front office sabotage is what it's feeling like. And I'm not implying that Calvin Booth intentionally sabotaged this team. I don't want to say that, and I don't want it to come off that way. But it's feeling like his decision-making, the things that he wanted to do with or without the, I'm sure there was some support on the ownership side. So we can also maybe point some fingers there and say, what have we done? But it feels like we've got a lot of damage to this roster that feels a little irreversible, because what team out there is going to be hungry for Michael Porter Jr.? And at this point in time, that feels like your only tradable piece. You're definitely going to probably have to start entertaining the idea of moving guys like Christian Brown, which I hate, because for a large part of this season, he did what he needed to do, but the playoffs are a different beast, and we haven't seen much of CB in this series. It's horrible. But I think what the Cronkies have to hold on to the absolute most is, how do you keep Nikola Jokic happy? You don't win a championship in Denver without Nikola Jokic. And I have a really hard time believing you'll ever win another one if you don't have him here. That's just how it feels. Jokic seems very highly frustrated right now. Very. And for good reason. So the priority in the offseason needs to be, how do we keep Jokic satisfied? Well, you get him some help. Who do you trade to get some help? I just think one of the things that makes me the most nervous about this Nuggets team, because we've seen it time and time again, is that when they start to feel defeated, when they lose their energy, when they get knocked around by the Timberwolves, for some reason this season, we don't channel that into motivation. We just let it consume. Based on tonight, I have a very hard time believing that they have a bounce back on Saturday. I hope I'm wrong. But based on the way that it felt like they already knew this game was an L, and they already know how this series is ending, I have a hard time believing they're bouncing back on Saturday. They were playing exceptionally defeated. I just got a text from the one, the only Brandon Cristal. I asked him a little bit about what this Nuggets team looks like when they're down 2-1. They are 3-3 in series down 2-1 with Jokic. 4-18 all time in their playoff history. So 1-15 in the 16 times it happened before Jokic. Teams who win Game 3 in a best-of-7 series that is tied 1-1 have a series record of 198-69 all time. I told you today on the show, Game 3 feels like the game that the Nuggets have to win in order to win this series. It just feels like that is the game where you really take over momentum for your team. Teams that win Game 3 on the road in a best-of-7 series after splitting the first 2 games at home with this current format have a series record of 89-13 all time, excluding the 2020 bubble play. So had the Nuggets won this game on the road after splitting at home, their chances would have looked a lot better. A lot better. Let's take a break from my complaining and my sadness, and let's take a listen to Adelman. We've got the first 3 minutes of his post-game presser, where we're going to hear his thoughts to this blowout. It's not a good one. This game was not the way we wanted it to go. The Nuggets got defeated by a good little bit. But let's hear what Adelman has to say. Because at the end of the day, Coach Adelman's job is to keep these guys in it until they're not, right? So while I feel like this series is over, while maybe the Nuggets even feel like this series is over, and many fans out there feel like this series is over, it's not over till it's over. So let's hear Coach Adelman's thoughts following Game 3, a loss for Denver on the road, ahead of Game 4 on Saturday. Let's check it out.
take over the game?
Yeah, I mean, we were up with James. He was successful early. He made a couple pull-up threes. And to their credit, they moved the ball side to side, and they had a lot of guys get going at the same time. And I thought after that, we got a little hesitant with what we were trying to do. When you do that, you're going to give up, easy baskets to Zubats, and now all of a sudden we're giving everything up at once. And now you're searching for different coverages. And when you're searching, that's not a good thing. You got to put your head down and do things harder and better. I thought our physicality wasn't good enough. I didn't think on either end. I thought they screened us all over the floor on the offensive end. And then on the defensive end, they got into us. They pushed us off our spots, and we didn't respond well to it. So we have to understand on Saturday it's going to be just as physical. Meet the game. Don't show up and think the game's going to be some kind of flow thing. It's not. We're both trying to win 4 games in the series, so we got what we deserved. We'll reassess tonight, watch the film, get back together, clean the slate, and come back and try to win Saturday.
David, there was talk of the team needing a jolt and a spark. A tough decision was made, and you guys closed the season the way you want to. Now adversity is hitting again, probably pretty hard here. How's the locker room right now, and how do you expect this group to handle this?
No, those guys were good in there. I mean, they're obviously not happy with the result. I mean, we're down 2-1 in a series that the first 2 games were very competitive. This game was not. But you can come back Saturday and you can right a lot of wrongs, and you can find yourself back 2-2 going home to Denver with 2 days off to get guys going and reassess injury issues and all that kind of stuff. So bottom line is this was not good enough. This was not our standard in any way. Not just the physicality, but the mental part of it too. We have to be okay when a team goes on an 8-0 run. We got to stay together, calm down, take a deep breath, make sure we're attacking the right way offensively, and then, like I said, defensively, we have to meet them much better than we did tonight, and I expect we will.
David, during that end of the first quarter into the second quarter, I think it was a 17-0 run, 23-2, something like that.
Yeah.
What was going wrong during that run?
Well, I mean, they shot the hell out of the ball, for one, and you're not giving up easy things to Kawhi. Kawhi was 7 for 17, which obviously is an improvement from what we saw in Denver. Like I said, James had it going early, but I think the overreaction to what those guys present sometimes leads to obviously good looks from other people. And when the shots started falling, I thought our rotations got slower. I thought we met Zubats too late going to the rim. And, we're going to have to make adjustments and change things up as we go throughout the game. But like I said, it doesn't matter what your adjustments are if you're not going to meet the challenge. And I thought that when it got away from us, obviously, I sat the guys, hoping for Saturday to give them some rest. But look, man, we got embarrassed today. It happens in the playoffs. Been a part of it before, been a part of the other side of it. The bottom line is it's one game, and we come back game 4. We do the right things, give ourselves a chance. We'll be right there.
That actually made me feel a little bit better. He's right. It's one game. It's one game, but it was a really bad one. Oh my gosh. He said they got embarrassed. That feels like an understatement. Honestly. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And the end of the day, here's what stresses me out. We've seen Kawhi Leonard, right? We've seen Kawhi Leonard in game 2 put at least a 30-piece on our head, right? Tonight, you only got 21 out of this man and got whooped up. Have mercy on my soul. Have mercy on my soul. Kawhi Leonard's not done cooking yet, folks. That's the thing. And so I think where I have my realism that sneaks up and punches my we still have a chance right in the face is defense has been our problem. Been. This isn't new. Is it new? I don't think it's new. I think it's been an issue for some time now. So you get whooped by this Clippers team, and Kawhi Leonard only scored 21 points. Okay. And last game, he gave you a nice little 39 piece with barbecue sauce. What do you do about that? What do you do? Because Kawhi is not done yet. Nope. And we saw last season, I'm going to take you back. I'm going to take you back to last season when this Nuggets team gets gassed and they get tired. Woo! Shut it down. Shut it down. White flag. Wave it. Wave it. Wave it. Seriously. Not good. Not good at all. So you got to find an answer for these guys. The problem is this team is a little sneaky. They're little sneaky guys, kind of like the Timberwolves, where, okay, contain Kawhi all you want. Don't forget about Powell. Don't forget about Zubats, okay? Don't forget about Harden. Oh, don't forget about that bench that did a whole lot more than ours. I mean, you just got to get more. You got to get more from everybody on every level of every part of this game. You have to be more committed to the defense early, and you have to stick with it, and you have to have more offense. You cannot have CB, who's been one of our best, most consistent offensive players, not present in this series. He's allowed to have those nights. Of course, they're not perfect players, but against the Clippers, it's going to bite you. I'm sorry. But what we've seen from Michael Porter Jr., it's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. And the saddest part about it with Michael Porter Jr. is we've been seeing this. This is why so many people called for Michael Porter Jr. to be traded. This is what people were worried about. He gives you these moments. He gives you flashes of greatness, and you're like, oh, there he is. And then he's gone. Missing in action. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's tough because you're always going to have guys. When you're a good player, you're a priority to defensive schemes. They want to rip you apart. That's their job. But it's this Nuggets team finding that oomph in them, digging deep and pushing past the obstacle that stands before them. They struggle with that. There's a brick wall put in front of them. They don't find a way over it. They don't find a way around it. They just try to drive right through it, and it backfires. So he's right. He's right. It's one game. Coach Adelman said it's one game. We got embarrassed. The bright side is all the times I've been publicly shamed and or embarrassed, I learned a whole lot. Oh yeah, not doing that again. That sucked. So there's a world where this Nuggets team digs deep, finds their motivation internally. They just figure it out and they keep it moving. But my fear is the issues we saw on full display tonight are not new issues. You understand? Like, we've been seeing streakiness from Michael Porter Jr. We've been struggling defensively. We've been losing the rebound battle. We've been shooting poor from the three-point line. That's not new. And what I worry, and I said this, if you guys have been on my post-game shows all season long, you know that I said, we've got to get this team against whoever. Yeah, I get really effing fired up and really effing pissed off when you drop a game to the Wizards. You want to know why? Because you're too damn good for that crap. And you're not practicing good habits against the Wizards. So how the hell are you supposed to have good habits and win basketball games against the Clippers in a 7-game series or OKC in round 2? This just feels like, again, decision-making by the front office that is irreversible damage. Am I being dramatic? Surely. I'm always dramatic. Deal with it. But this really does feel like it's tough. I don't know how you take this roster and and do damage control. Where's your value? Who do you trade? How do you make improvements? And I know it sounds a little crazy for me to be talking about off-season moves and they're still playing in the playoffs, but my gosh, the problems that we've seen all season long still remain. You're getting no help from your bench. You're getting no volume three-point shooting out of the guys you pay to do so. Listen, I will eat my words if they come back in this series. I'll eat them. And no, don't turn this around. I hate when people do this. You have no faith in your team. We just watched the same game, right? That was tough. That was bad. That was embarrassing. I have a feeling these grown men feel the same way. That was not their best basketball. It wasn't. And at the end of the day, it really boils down to something very simple. The Clippers are effing good. It doesn't make me a Nuggets hater. It doesn't mean I'm a bad fan. No, I'm a realistic human. I don't know how to not be. I've never been fake in my life. I don't know how to do it. I can't. It hurts me, actually. Ask anybody in my life. Hey, will you just come by this event with me, please? It'll be fun. No, I don't want to be there, and my face will show it. And everyone there will think I'm a big old biatch because I can't fix my face. I don't know how to fix my face. I'm not fake. I'm real. Deal. That wasn't good. It's very simple. That was not good. That was not good. That was selfish basketball. They were not on the same page. They did not look motivated. They did not look urgent. It wasn't good. All around. Bad, 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 bad. With a capital B, A-D. Sorry. I'm not going to sit here and have everybody, they always do this. Whenever I'm tough on my teams, and I always am, by the way, I don't just do this here and there. I'm always tough on these guys, always, because I love them and I know how talented they are. And, just like they are probably sick of it, I get sick of people not taking the Nuggets serious, but it's games like this that make it tough for people, right? I go to war on X almost every single time they play with a bunch of idiots that just want to drag this team down. I'm having none of it. I love this team. I know what this team is capable of, but at the end of the day, I'm going to call it like I sees it, and that was bad. Period. There's no sugarcoating that. That was not good. And no, the series is not technically over, but if they do any of what they've done, honestly, any of the mistakes they've done in game 1, game 2, and game 3, the series is going to be over pretty stinking quick. I was hoping after game 1, game 2, you get those little refinements, right? They just tidy up those little things because they do feel like fixable things. Who gets angry at me? Bring them on the show. Let's have a chat. Listen, at the end of the day, my content has always been very authentic and very real and very honest. And it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal to these people as humans. I have nothing but love and respect. It's just at the end of the day, I highly doubt any of them are walking away from that game feeling like it was a good game. It wasn't. That's just a reality. And at the end of the day, the Clippers are playing at a very high level. And the Clippers have been giving them they've been putting in work against the Denver Nuggets all season, really. None of those games have really felt like easy they split in the regular season, and the Nuggets' 2 wins didn't really feel like a piece of cake, to be honest. So So it's tough, you guys. It really is. It is one game. The Clippers are up 2-1, but you've got another game in Los Angeles. And it just felt like they just crushed the souls of the Denver Nuggets just now. And the only reason I can say that confidently is because I've seen this before with the Nuggets, right? When they play the Timberwolves and the Timberwolves just absolutely dominate in every statistical category, it usually doesn't end well the next time they have to see that Timberwolves team. They lose all their confidence. They lose all their swag. It goes right out the window, and you saw that in this game. I watched it happen. I watched them switch in the game right before my eyes. So it's tough. I would imagine Jokic is not a happy camper right now. I think we're going to be hearing from Jokic and Jamal tonight. We're going to try to get those post-game presser clips into this show so we can hear from them themselves. I would imagine they're not thrilled. And this is absolutely correct. Every game matters. And that's something I think this Nuggets team, that's been tough for them this year. You drop a game or two to the Wizards and the Clippers early, and it's tough. Because all of those, while the season feels long and it feels like there's a lot of time and all that, you're building bad habits. Your bad habits are becoming muscle memory. Now it feels uncomfortable to play the game the right way because we didn't do it enough in the regular season. Yeah, I can imagine Jokic is not a happy camper right about now. And I don't blame him. I really don't. Let me check in with my producer here and see if we've got Jamal and Jokic coming in. I believe we should. I think he's diligently working on that for us. I watch only this podcast all the way through because you are the way you are. So just keep it going. Thank you so much. I am pretty real and pretty honest, and it doesn't sit well with a lot of people, and that's fine. But anybody that knows me in real life knows that this is who I am through and through. It's actually so funny. My granddad was showing my fiance a video of me when I was like 8 or 9, maybe even a little bit older. And I was filming on like an old camcorder, and I was at his YMCA basketball game, like carpeted gym floor. Like the video is so old. And I'm the same. I was the same then as I am now. Nothing's changed. Any of my friends that have known me for years and years and years know I'm pretty unapologetically, authentically Olivia. And it's not going to sit well with everybody. And that just is the way that it is. But the beautiful thing about it is these post-game shows can be what I want them to be. And I want them to be honest. And I want them to be real. And that's what you're going to get out of me. And at the end of the day, I'm a fan just like the rest of you. And sports fans aren't always happy. We're frustrated. I want this space to feel like a safe space where we can vent things out. Get it off your chest. Any media member that is sitting in front of a camera right now and telling you that that game was A-okay and they're feeling confident going into game 4, they are not being honest. They're not being honest. Because there's going to be a lot of tidying up that the Nuggets need to do before game 4. Game 4. Can they do the tidying up? Of course they can. This is a very intelligent and high-level basketball team. Are you kidding me? Very high level, very intelligent, very high basketball IQ that this team possesses. Like, that's not what I worry about. What I worry about is the fact that the Clippers are really playing super, super well right now. And what worries me the most about the game that we just watched is that you watched this Nuggets team just completely fall flat. When things started to not go their way, they just went like this. Jesus, take the wheel. Grab that sucker and start driving right now. What are you doing? This car's not going to drive itself. Put your hands on the wheel. That's what worries me, is that it felt like, based on how this game was going and what I was watching with my own 2 eyes, that they gave up before the game was over. That doesn't feel good. I don't think the Nuggets have been consistent enough to ever, for one moment, be on autopilot during the playoffs. And they for sure went on autopilot in this game tonight. And it did not bode well for them. So you just hope that they've got that mental strength, which I believe they do. I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't have it. I know that they possess it. You just hope that they have that mental strength going into game 4 to take that game for what it was. It was embarrassing. It was not great. And they just bounce back from it. That's all you can hope for, is that they take that as the wake-up call that they needed to find that rhythm. Because really, if you think about it, we haven't seen Jamal Murray's heroics just yet. Those playoff heroics that we know he has, that he's capable of, we haven't even seen those yet. We haven't seen him in that third quarter with that mean mug face, shrugging his shoulders and locking in. We haven't seen that. So you get that, but where does that stem from? That's confidence. That's this. That's him knowing who the F he is, Jamal effing Murray. And it just doesn't feel like they're playing that game right now, where they know they can do it. The Nuggets are the type of team where you can tell in like the first 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes, you can get a pretty good idea of where they are mentally. And the thing that's so confusing about this game is like the first 4 or 5 minutes, really nice, really good. And then certain things started to not go their way, and they completely lost their mojo. And that's a scary feeling, because they're going to need a whole hell of a lot more mojo to get through this Western Conference. A lot. The Clippers are good, very good. I would argue there's better teams out there in the West. So it's tough. I don't know if the Nuggets have the confidence right now to do what they need to do. And that's tough, because this is a team that loves a narrative, loves a storyline, loves to be villainized, loves to be underestimated, loves to be doubted, loves to play with that fire and that grit and that energy. And they fell very, very super, super flat tonight. Very super flat. So, not great, not what you want to see, not your favorite thing to see. And you just hope that this was enough of an embarrassment, because that's what Coach Adelman, don't shoot the messenger. Coach Adelman said that himself. This was embarrassing. You hope that that was enough of an embarrassment to give them that juice that they need going into game 4. Because really, we'll be able to tell in the first 2 minutes of game 4 whether or not they're still alive in this series. We'll be able to tell immediately. So, one game, yes. It is just one game in a potentially 7-game series, but that felt pretty soul-sucking, to be honest. It really did. It totally did. As a fan, I would imagine as a player, that just did not feel like the same first 2 games that we got, which were exceptionally competitive games. This one was exceptionally not competitive. So again, this team is they're just too good to let games like this happen. And I'm not even going to bring up the fact that they're potentially sick and banged up, because I think everyone at this stage of the playoffs has a sniffle or two and a cough and an injury and whatnot. So I'm not going to use that as an excuse, because I know the Nuggets probably aren't either. They're not the type of team to say we were sick, we were under the weather, that's why we lost. No, they don't do that. So I'm certainly not going to use that as an excuse in this situation, but that is maybe the positive that you can hold on to as a fan. I know the Nuggets won't view it that way, because they're not going to use it as an excuse. But as a fan, you could sit here and say, they were sick. They were battling some stuff. You have an injured Michael Porter Jr. You've got Aaron Gordon, who that calf is still nagging. You saw double-sleeved Nikola Jokic in game 2, so the elbow might still be bothering him. But then the other piece of that is, do you really see those injuries fixing themselves before game 4? So some of this is just going to have to be stuff that the Nuggets fight through. You don't have a choice. It is what it is. You don't have a choice. You have to fight through it. You fight through it or you go home. I got to tell you, my worst effing nightmare would be Nikola Jokic not playing in Denver. My worst effing nightmare would be having to watch Nikola Jokic play basketball for another team. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would devastate me. Like, actually devastate me. So let's try to avoid that at all costs. I do think you're going to start getting more and more frustrated responses from Nikola Jokic and frustrated, what's the word I'm looking for? Not gestures, but mannerisms. You're going to get more and more frustrated mannerisms out of Nikola Jokic because he plays a lot. He shows up. He does his job. And I think he, like the rest of us, know that this Nuggets team is very capable of winning basketball games, and they have been all season. They've just been missing that click where everything falls into place and everything clicks. They've been missing that. So I don't know, you guys. It's getting late. I know you guys are probably feeling as tired as I am potentially. My eyes are like so heavy. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Maybe that's part of my emotion. I think my emotions. Let's take a quick little break and let's listen to the second half of Adelman's post-game presser. And then in just a bit, we will have Jamal Murray's post-game presser clip. We'll play that on the show and then we'll get out of here. Nikola Jokic typically takes quite a bit of time before he is meeting with the media. So let's get Adelman's second part of his post-game presser playing right now. And then we'll toss to Jamal once that's ready for us. And then we'll call it a night. This live has been going for 5.5 hours. We started at the top of the NFL draft. We were going live all the way through the draft. And then, of course, finished with the Denver Nuggets Game 3 post-game show. So it's been a long day, but thank you guys so much for tuning in. We have almost 15,000 people live currently watching right now, which is awesome. Between X and YouTube and even Facebook, I believe, we've got about 15,000 of you. So thank you guys for being here. I know it's getting late. Let's check out the second part of Coach Adelman's post-game presser. Once Jamal Murray is available to us, we'll play that one as well. We'll reconvene. We'll chat a little bit, and then we'll get out of here and get some sleep. So let's check out the second half of Coach Adelman's presser.
Coach, go over here. What happened with Russell Westbrook? He kind of played a little in the second half, or second quarter,
Yeah.
and then didn't return.
Well, something happened with his hip, I believe. I'm waiting for Steve Short to tell me. I want to get back there. He was getting treatment. They said he couldn't go in the second half, so we went a different way. There's not a lot of positives in this game. The one positive was, with Russ sitting out, we could throw some of the younger guys in there, see their comfort level, possibly for Game 4, because I don't know what his situation is yet. We'll find that out. Same thing with Aaron. They made the run in the third. We weren't really chipping away like I wanted to. I thought maybe we'd get it to 10. We're in a good spot. We didn't. So I pulled Aaron as well. It's one of those things with the schedule. You're trying to win a playoff game, but you're also very aware that we play Saturday afternoon. And so you're trying to find how long do we go, where's the demarcation line, and how long you keep people in. We try to get them out knowing what's coming on Saturday. And again, the opportunity that we have to tie the series. I'm still waiting to hear from Steve. I just know he had discomfort. And obviously Russ is a killer not to have him out there defensively flying around, playing free safety off some of the guys that maybe aren't their best shooters. And he has a great feel for that. And we're going to have to figure that out the next game. Who feels that, understands the rotations, who can help the issues when we're up in pick and rolls, we're down in pick and rolls. And like I said, we'll take a look at the film, do the best we can.
Coach, is this a physicality thing that you guys have to adjust by Saturday, or is it, a scheme thing, or is it just a little bit of both going in from tomorrow to Saturday?
I mean, tonight it was. I didn't think I thought we met it in Denver. I thought tonight they were the much more physical team. Schematically, that's on us. That's on me. Like, I have to look at the film, decide what our standard is going to be. I thought the standard was very good at the start, what we were trying to accomplish. And then when things got away from us and we adjusted, the adjustments were not well done. And I did not think our aggression was good enough in the adjustments. And when you're flying around like that and the ball's popping and everybody's making shots, you start to kind of chase things. And we have to get back to what we did in Denver, stay consistent, don't get impatient. I think that keeps you in games.
David, I think Mike walked right back to the locker room when you subbed the guys out. Was there a re-aggravation, or was that just kind of...
No, it was, this game's over, get treatment now. We have, whatever the time is right now to Saturday afternoon to get him right again. And I said it before the game, that's a bright spot. Michael is so tough. Not a lot of guys would have played with what he had. And for him to come out for his teammates and really battle and play says a lot about him and what he means to this team. So I expect Mike to do everything he can with treatment, just like our other guys that are banged up, to make sure that they're as ready to go as possible for Saturday.
Let me just throw out a quick apology. I don't think I really gave enough grace to Michael Porter Jr. considering he is injured in this game. But full transparency, he wasn't injured in game 1 and scored 3 points. So maybe my patience is just a little thin with him. I'm acknowledging this. I'm a self-aware woman. So I'm acknowledging that maybe my patience for his performance tonight, because he is injured. We knew this going into this game. I didn't give him enough credit, if you will, for the fact that he was playing through injury. But I think given the nature of his season as a whole, as well as game 1 specifically, I don't even think I was even thinking about, admittedly, I wasn't thinking about his injury because I've been frustrated with his streakiness all season. So that's on me. He was playing through injury. And again, it's not necessarily an excuse, because when you choose to play, you play, but it is a joint sprain to the shoulder. And so that's a pretty big deal. I'm sure it causes a lot of discomfort for him. And so want to acknowledge that was a factor for him tonight. I just think there's been so many ups and downs with every player on this team, and this team as a whole, that you just get to a point where you don't really think about why we're here. You just think about the fact that we're here. The game was bad. It got away from them. They were not playing their best basketball, and you're not really thinking about the whys, the injuries, the illnesses. You're just not thinking about it that way, because at the end of the day, your opponent's not thinking about it either. They don't care. They're here to do the same exact thing as you, which is win the basketball game. And unfortunately, the Clippers got it done and the Nuggets did not. Okay, let's see here, you guys. We will have Jamal's clip. It looks like it is actually ready for us now. We are going to play. It's about 4.5 minutes of Jamal Murray. We'll get his final thoughts on this loss, and then maybe he'll give us a little preview for what to anticipate Saturday, game 4. You guys can also expect another post-game live show reaction from myself following the game on Saturday. So let's take a listen to Jamal Murray's thoughts and feelings following a pretty brutal loss to this Clippers team, and then we'll reconvene and we will get on out of here. So let's check it out.
Full of tough losses and adversity reintegrating.
We're good. We're excited for next game. That's all you can be. Try to learn from this game and not dwell on it, but just kind of bring that whatever it is, excitement, frustration, to the next game. And so we're just excited to get it going. There's a fun crowd in there. You should be thankful for playing those kinds of environments. This is stuff you dream of growing up, and it's not always going to be easy. So we had some adversity today, and now it's just time to bounce back.
Jamal, just 83 points for you guys. What do you feel like needs to be done to kind of spark the offense?
Just settle down and not turn it over. With all the doubling and stuff to do, and we're just kind of throwing the ball on the first thing you see. You know, we just got to settle down and let things happen and trust each other. You know, I feel like we're always everybody's trying to make the assists. You know, we got to just swing the ball around, or, you know, if there's still time on the clock, we can keep going to our continuity, you know what I'm saying? So I think there's a lot of stuff that we can just be better at, you know, and I think part of that is also that we're down 20. So guys are just trying to, you know, play hard and make the right play and do something. So just a little bit of both, but I just think all around we can be a lot better, and we will be for next game.
As far as what could be better defensively in your mind, is this about scheme, tactics, or David Adelman kept saying meet the physicality, just play harder?
Yeah, 100%. No, they're a really good defensive team, and it's not just because they get steals and stuff like that. I think just the full court press, you know, being handsy and setting the tone early in the game. You know, the ref's not going to call a foul every single time, and I think they do a really good job setting the tone. I think we just got to come out and set the tone, you know, with our own mindset, and just kind of leave it like that, and just kind of bring that. You know, we're trying to play both sides of the coin and not foul, but play good defense. We just got to, you know, just go for it. You know, we just got to go for it, and we will win next game. So,
a bit more on the defensive side. How delicate is the balance between showing Kawhi and Harden the kind of attention they require, while also not letting the Batums and the Derrick Jones get, you know, wide open catch and shoot 3 opportunities?
I mean, Batum is still hitting some shots, man. I give him a lot of credit. That guy's good. I mean, I think Harden and Kawhi deserve that kind of respect, though. You know, and Kawhi, you know, kind of beat us in game 2, and we still got to show crowd. We still got to help out, and we still got to trust our defense. So I think that can, you know, it's subject to change here and there, but I you know, I'm cool with it. I think we got to, just like how they were doubling us and stuff, I think we got to apply the same kind of pressure and make them have to pass it just like they're making us pass it. I think we can be a lot better at passing and making plays. It's just we didn't do that tonight. And, you know, I think second quarter or whatever it was, you know, they hit a lot of threes, and that kind of blew the game open for them. And, you know, started to get more comfortable as that goes on and stuff, crowds into it. So I just think it was a snowball effect kind of thing in a good way for them and in a bad way for us.
When coach says guys have to meet the moment in the physicality, is that a simple thing for you guys, or is that something that you guys have to just kind of figure out?
It's just a mindset going into the game. You know what I'm saying? I think you just gotta want it. You just gotta want it, man. That's all. And I think today they showed that they wanted more. They had an opportunity to take control of the series, and that's what they did. And early in the game, I think if we come out in game 4 and we set the tone, you know, we just kind of junk the game up a little bit and playing the ways that we want to play, I think we can have the same kind of effect for next game. You know, and just that's the playoffs. You know, I'm thankful to be in enough playoffs now to see the series go both ways. You know what I'm saying? So I know we're very capable of getting this win and getting the job done. We just gotta, you know, have some urgency, just play with some desperation, and you know, it's okay to kind of have your backs against the wall. You know, this is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited for game 4 because it's going to really put us to the challenge, and I'm always up for a challenge.
Okay. I had mentioned that this Nuggets team plays better with a little bit of a storyline, a little bit of motivation, a little bit of a narrative. And I also mentioned that we have not yet seen the heroics of Jamal Murray just yet in the playoffs. And based on what he was just saying, it sounds like he might be activating a little bit of that in game 4. And honest to goodness, it's mandatory for them. It's mandatory. You have to have Jamal Murray with that mean mugging, shoulder shrugging energy in game 4. And that's not to say that he hasn't been showing up in this series. He has. I'm just saying that it's going to take that back against the wall, like he mentioned, where when everyone starts to doubt that they can do it, hell, I just did for a whole show. I'm like, that energy felt like it just absolutely swung in the wrong direction. And it feels like from a, like, you know, mental standpoint, this series feels done. That felt very defeating. But this is a type of Nuggets team that's got enough talent and They do feed off of moments like this. And like he said, this is what the playoffs are all about. It's that do or die, back against the wall type of basketball. We've seen this Nuggets team in that spot prevail, and we've seen them fail. So it really is a matter of how deep they're digging and how much they believe in themselves. And I think if you've got Jamal being a vocal leader and being animated, anything is possible with this team. Absolutely. But there was a weird little pause he did. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. But he did a weird little pause when he said, you just have to want it. I know we got rid of Coach Malone and Booth, who had their own set of issues, but is there a difference in how badly some of the team members want to advance and want to win a championship? Is it more of a priority to some than it is to others? I think we'll see. I think we will see in game 4 how badly this Nuggets team does or doesn't want it, right? I think that it's again, like Jamal said, this is what the playoffs is all about. It's these moments that separate the good teams from the great teams. And there is no denying, I don't care what this game looked like, and I don't care what their season has looked like. The Nuggets have very talented basketball players. They do. They do. And when you've got the best player in the world on your side, plus some really stinking talented supporting cast members, you're good for it. You're good to advance. You're good enough to get the job done. It really is just going to depend on how deep they're willing to dig and how urgently they are playing basketball in game 4. Are you desperate enough? Do you want it bad enough? We're going to find out in game 4. There's no worse feeling than feeling like as a fan you want it more than your team does. I don't think that's the case with this Nuggets team, but game 4 will be the true teller of that, if you will. Jokic and Jamal can't be the only ones that want it, right? And those are just 2 names that I came up with, but they can't be the only ones that want it. Everybody has to want it, but everyone's got to be willing to do their part, but also stay in their lane and work together as a team to get the job done. You can't play selfish basketball. You can't pick and choose when you show up. Not against this Clippers team. Nope. And at the end of the day, we were so blessed with games 1 and 2 because that truly felt like a 4-5 series where it was down to the wire and so competitive. We see blowout games happen a lot in the playoffs, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that team it's a wrap for them, right? You just watch how high of a level this Clippers team is playing at, and what they're doing well. They're doing well consistently right now. So it's not like you just get this one-off good night from James Harden, then you never see it again. No, he's been pretty consistent so far through 3 games. Kawhi Leonard, same thing. So it really is going to be a matter of who wants it more. I talked on the show earlier and said it's also going to be a matter of who makes fewer mistakes. You can't lose the turnover battle. You can't miss your free throws. You can't get out rebounded. You got to make some more threes. I mean, every team is going to deal with that, right? Every team is going to miss rebound opportunities. They're going to miss threes. They're going to miss free throws. That's fine. But against this Clippers team, when you're battling in a 4-5 seed series, every mistake matters. And it's going to be the difference maker. So game 4, Saturday, still in Los Angeles. We will still have you covered, of course, with a post-game live show hosted by yours truly. And we'll break everything down. And no matter how the Nuggets season ends, we will be riding with them all the way until the end. So if they give us, a minor heart attack in round 1 and advance to round 2, then we've got a fresh slate, a fresh mind, a new positive attitude, and we will be pushing along through round 2. So I love this team so much. You guys have no idea. Love this team so much, but they really do have to play desperate basketball on Saturday. And if they're not willing to do that, because guess what? When you play desperate, it also requires you to be a little vulnerable. They have to be vulnerable. You're already vulnerable. Game 3 made you vulnerable. So in game 4, you have to play desperate basketball. You have to want it more than they do. And not just that, everybody on this Nuggets team has to want it just as much as the person next to them. Have to, in order for this to work. So that's all for tonight's stream. It has been almost 6 hours long from the NFL draft all the way through to the post-game coverage for the Denver Nuggets, game 3 in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, not a win by the Nuggets, but the Broncos did win today in their own way. Lots of crazy things. And I believe there will be another off-field show tomorrow. Nate Jackson leading the charge there, talking through everything and kind of reacting to the NFL draft today. And then, of course, like I said, you can anticipate a post-game live reaction show on Saturday following game 4. So hopefully series is tied up again and then the Nuggets bring it back on home and you're kind of at a fresh start again. Series is tied and you just take it one game at a time. So if you want to hear Nikola Jokic's thoughts, those will be live on our YouTube and posted to our social media channels as well. So make sure you are following Guerilla Sports on all things socials and also subscribing to our YouTube page. So appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you. It's been a very long night. My eyes are definitely getting a little dry, but we appreciate you guys for hanging with us all night long, covering the NFL draft, as well as talking all things Denver Nuggets. And throughout the Avs playoffs run and the Nuggets playoffs run, we will be keeping you guys up to date on all things. So thank you guys for tuning in, sending you nothing but love. I'm Liv Moods signing off for now, but we will absolutely see you Saturday for another post-game show. I'm not sure if we'll have 15,000 plus people on for Saturday, but I would love it if we did. So give Guerilla Sports a follow on X and subscribe to our YouTube. Turn some notifications on so you don't ever miss it. And we'll be back on Saturday to cover the Denver Nuggets following game 4. I'm Liv Moods signing off. This is presented by Johnson Auto Plaza. Shout out to our friends over there for sponsoring this long-winded show. We appreciate you so much. And I'm going to get out of here. You guys get some sleep. Go Nuggets always. Nothing but love for this team, but a lot of work between now and Saturday if they want to get a win. So we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Liv Moods signing off. Go Nuggets. And we'll see you Saturday. Bye.